You worked absolutely fine, computer system. Oh, StreamBot yesterday. You really did what you're supposed to do. And now you are playing me up. End task. Let's make sure I've got Steam Deck running. Yeah, I've got Steam Deck. Yesterday, how much was raised? Yesterday, how much was raised? While I'm sorting everything out, I might as well have that flash up on my screen. Um, the system is still articulating, working it out, but it did make around about £40, I think. It was either £40 or not far off £40, so I'll probably end up rounding it up to £40, putting into them, which is not bad considering last year we did 0, so this year we did 40 quid, and that's not a bad thing. Sorry, everyone's getting the whole running screen. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Currently having a fight with StreamBot. Sorry, you're getting the zoom in on me. I do apologise for it. Let me carry on having the fight with StreamBot. Let's go for brewship positioning, shall we? Yeah, that's better. Hello. Hello, everyone. That's no longer on AI tracking me. And I can have an argument with streamer. Bot. Come on, StreamBot. Work properly. Work. Come on. Come on. You can do it if you think you can. Yeah, and look, I am of this opinion that I am a very small history creator and history creators are not exactly a large chunk of YouTube and Twitch. We really aren't. I was honestly having looking through the Twitch Streamer Awards and the YouTube Awards, and let's be honest, the category of educator, or anything, or factual broadcaster doesn't come up a lot. Yeah, I am wondering if yeah, StreamBot is not working today at the moment. Stream Deck is working. StreamBot is not. Which is interesting. And potentially problematic. Hello, Paul. Hello, Knight. Hello, everyone. How will I deal with this one if this decides not to work today? Okay. Well, this is where I go to Discord and I go to that and that. I got questions. So I've got a questions board right then. So I put in And I pin that. And I go to that. And I go to Golav. I go to that. And I go to that. And I click on that. I do that. And I go. And I add a. Which smiley face should I pick for the YouTube? Yeah, that. And then I pin that. And then I get that chat up. And basically my plan is quite simple. Take questions from here, manually put them into there. Thanks, Paul. Alright. Question number 30 from Night 681. Thank you, Paul. And Paul's worked out £51.97 plus €5 according to Steve on Master Arm Channel. Oh, good. So that's actually more than I thought it was going to be. We'll see how much it comes in once the advertising's out in. Nice one. How likely was it that number 13 design battleship will get built? As there is a lot that seems to work against the Japanese here. Look, the thing is, I won't discount the number 13 design getting built because the Japanese designers tend to be frigging conservative in this time period in terms of what they can actually do. They are not pushing the metal. They are believing they are building something which their national security rests upon. Their survivability as a nation rests upon. And they are very conservative in terms of not promising more than they think they can deliver. Because if they do promise more and they can't deliver it, the life expectancy gets very short. However, they need to promise something which is technologically advanced enough to be of use to Japan as part of its deterrence. Remember, we're talking about a transition from a 6-6 fleet doctrine to an 8-8 fleet doctrine. Now, why are they transitioning from a 6-6 to an 8-8 fleet doctrine? Why? Well, actually, it makes a lot of sense. You see, and you start looking at the size of navies that are growing, especially during the Anglo-German naval race, and even while with the qualitative race going on, not just the quantitative race, the qualitative race. And the fleet size is growing and the capabilities of ships growing. You actually start thinking, well, hang on, if I have 16 ships, how many am I usually going to have available? Now, normally, I would say 1 for every 3. That's the guiding light, okay? That's normally what we do in peacetime operations. In wartime operations, we would say normally 2 for every 5, with 2 more we can mobilize for emergency criteria. Okay? So what does 8 give me? Well, 8 gives me normally 4 available. So I will normally have 4 battleships and 4 battle cruisers available under an 8-8 plan. I will normally have half my fleet available. And the thing is, the larger the pool of resources you have in terms of ships, the larger the pool you draw from, the less likely you are to have scenarios where you don't have that availability. Why? Because it's easy for you to, in emergencies, draw an extra one without disrupting the flow of maintenance. Because you have slack in the system. And if you're Japan, and you are planning on operating in the Pacific, and mostly operating in the Pacific, and wartime operations in the Pacific, where all your infrastructure and industry is, you can probably guarantee the availability of 8 ships. Fully worked up and fully maintained. So, that makes sense. In that context, you have to put number 13s. 4 of them would be an awful nice force to have in that mixture. They've been awfully capable asset. And that's realistically what we're talking about, an awfully capable asset. And there is, when you look at the boiler numbers required, that's, I'd say, is on the conservative side. If you could actually, considering the pressure of boilers that they were actually able to produce when they actually would have built it, honestly, they could have had less boilers. If you consider the guns, again, that's kind of, as I said before, it's nothing the Japanese can't build at that time. They've got the machinery all in place. They've been building guns long enough, they can give it a go. So realistically, then you've got armour thickness, and again, the number 13s aren't Yamato level thicknesses, so yeah, they can do that. That's all possibility. It's all possibility. Seneca, you can add 3 successful boarding actions to World War II. Where would you add them for maximum heroism and or hilarity? Heroism and or hilarity. Ooh. Look. If Bismarck was boarded, I think that would finally put together the whole thing of what happened in that battle, but we'll leave that to one side. That doesn't really count for heroism or hilarity, though. That just sorts things out. Hilarity would be if the Graf Spee was cut. If the Admiral Graf Spee was cut out. If the Royal Navy managed to somehow get a boarding force into her in Montevideo and cut her out and managed to take her to sea and captured her, because that would have been the ship which had been capturing everything would have been captured itself, which would have been quite hilarious, but also B, that would really at that point in the war have been a stink in the eye for Hitler. It really would have been. Trying to think, I can think of one. I think of course again the Battle of Matapan, in that honestly they did already board them, but if they'd actually taken them in tow and captured a couple of the Italian, or at least one of the Italian heavy cruisers, it would have been quite funny. Getting it home would have been a nightmare against regular aeronautical air attacks, etc. But if they had successfully captured one of them, probably the Polar, that would have caused consternation around the world. And those are both British ones on the Germans and the Italians, and they're quite hilarious, both of them. Can't really top the Canadian one where they boarded a sub naked, so can't think of one for the Canadians. If there was a boarding action on the Bismarck, it has to be led by the Polish. Leave that to one side. It would be the trouble cruise and the Poles boarding. Try and stop them. But for my third one, it's always the third option of what do you send against Yamato. You can send aircraft from an aircraft carrier, you can send battleships. What happens if you send a whole load of US Marines and manage to get them aboard her? That'd be quite an interesting one. Rawalpindi on Gneisenau would be hilarious, especially if they pull it off. It would be hilarious. But as I said, if I was going to change history for Rawalpindi, for Gneisenau Her sister, Scharnhorst. I would arm the Rawalpindi with some torpedoes. Literally, if she had the ability to fire a spread of torpedoes both sides, Lord help those ships. They're far too close to be able to maneuver. I don't use Cloudflare. I use StreamerBot. And that's not working. So, you know. Hey-ho. Currently our bot is called Paul, so everyone say thank you and hi to Paul. He's watching both Twitch and YouTube and is being very kind and very nice. And probably I was certain I owed him at least a meal. I'm fairly certain when we meet up, when I'm next passing near his part in Wales, I owe him a meal and multiple pints. Streambot doesn't need Cloudflare, but it's also still not working. And I'm not the only one who's having trouble with Streambot today, so not on me for once. Paul, what should Chancellor Exchequer have done differently in the 1920s and 1930s to reduce the effects of US stock market disruptions? Investing in infrastructure would be one thing. Also would be probably avoiding the gold standard. And this might sound strange, but starting a government investment fund. Let me explain why. Because if there are major industries of strategic interest and value to you as a nation, if you own shares in them, that's a signal of you as a nation's support of them. Now, how would I do that? I would start a national pension fund, where the government pays in the money, where national insurance is basically paid in. Your portion that goes towards your pension fund will be paid in, and maybe the government matches that, and maybe your employer also matches. So you enter for every £1 you pay in, £3 that gets paid in, and that would provide a pension fund for you. But also, it would have a rule that 50% of the fund has to be invested in stocks which are of strategic necessity to the United Kingdom, and it would be run through the Bank of England. And I think it would have been a very good idea in the 1920s, and I think if you had it and it was still going today, we'd be very, very happy, because that would be the pension pot of the UK dealt with. Especially if people don't get balance relief on payout on death, but people get their percentage of the amount coming in. So let's say every year 50% of it is divided up equally amongst pensioners, 50% of the profits made, and 50% is reinvested. So you get 50% reinvested every year. You get the investment of the people paying in their national insurance. You get the people who are you get your companies paying in. You get government paying in. Everyone's paying in, and it's reinvesting its own profits. And you would have a very, very significant pension pot by today. That if it was properly ring-fenced from government raiding and government actions, would probably have done the economy a lot of good, and would probably have done people a lot of good. Hey, that's right. You're waiting for your offspring to release from school and then to the pool. There are nicer ways to phrase it than offspring, but yeah, that sounds like a good evening to me. But we got Paulbot. Okay. At night 681, of the lost World War II submarines, which ones do you wish were found? Ooh. Look, I'm quite keen on the Orzel being found, but there's a debate as to whether it's been found or not, and there's a lot of studies going into seeing if it is where we think it might be. So I can't really talk about that one. I would say Ured, P-41 Norwegian submarine lost in 1943. It went down in a German minefield off the coast of Norway, and I don't think we found that one. Quite a lot of losses in the North Seaward to the minefields. Minefields are very effective, which some people don't realise for some reason. Never quite sure they're not, why they don't, but they are. Seneca, which ships that were lost at sea, where no one knows what happened to them, would you most want to come into harbour today? Sydney. Well, let's put it this way. We know where we found her wreck. We know she was lost at sea. We know theoretically she was sunk by the Cormorant. We do not know the Sydney side of events. So if she actually wandered into port and I could actually talk to her crew, I could find out what went on. Because I have a theory, as I've said before. I think they had an idea what they were going up against, but with the loss of the aircraft, they were trying to be clever and to capture a ship. Because they wanted to capture as many merchant ships as possible, because they needed them for Battle Atlantic and other battles going on. But, yeah. Okay. Let's go from question 28. What would an early combat information center in World War II use in terms of radar? Well, okay, it depends if you're talking pre and post plot displays. Once you have plot displays for radar, you can actually start setting up a CIC. When your display is a zip on a screen, not a plot, but a zip, it really doesn't tell you enough to actually qualify as a CIC. So, an early combat information center World War II used in terms of radar, once they've got the PIP, then they've got pretty much any radar which is doing standard rotations can be fitted up to a PIP display, and that will start giving them information that they can start using to work out the situation. In at least 2D, it's not 3D, it's 2D. It gives you position, not altitude, and not altitude on that display. Carrot, how do you think the High Command and himself react if one of the twins is sunk by a Royal Navy submarine on the First War Patrol mission? Shock, horror. Royal Navy are kind of happy about it. The Germans probably start worrying about their destroyer actions. If that happens in order, and it happens about the same time that Karlsruhe is attacked and damaged and all sorts of things, the Germans might well cease to do major ship operations until they have more destroyers available, which could put a kibosh to Norway and all sorts of things, because they'll be so worried about Royal Navy submarines. Excuse me, my sister has left the doors open. Again. She wasn't raised in a barn. In a barn, you're told to close the doors. Seriously, in a barn, she would learn to close the doors because she'd have a draft. So, yeah. She must have been raised in an open field where you don't have the option of doors. Don't know how. Don't know how. No, I love my sister dearly. It's just she doesn't seem to realise you need about 2 doors to separate off sound. But realistically, if you lose Scharnhorst or Gneisenau to torpedoes, I honestly wonder if you don't find Bismarck and Tirpitz are demanded to be fit with bulges, which will slow them down. But it's the classic response of someone who basically studied World War I naval tactics and got it wrong from there. And that could be well what Hitler demands. And so that could change things dramatically, because, let's put it this way, if you fit bulges onto Bismarck and Tirpitz, you're going to slow them down significantly, to an extent they might actually be in the catchall range by Rodney and Nelson. In which case you don't have the battle cruisers and the fast battleships necessary on the mission with the King George V. You have the Nelrods on the patrol duties in the north with the King George V's. And a battle between HMS Rodney and HMS Prince of Wales and Bismarck is not a good battle for Bismarck. Especially if Bismarck's speed has been dropped by 4 or 5 knots. Because let's be honest, Bismarck... Okay, she's not the slowest battleship in the world. She is a fast battleship. But... her top speed is 30 knots during trials. Practical normal speed was about 28 knots, 29 knots. Drop it by 4 knots because you fit bulges to it, because you're obsessed with the submarine torpedo threat. That takes it down to 25 to 26 knots. I.e., that's well in the ballywhack of, as we understand it, the Nelrods to go, hello, yes, we're prepared to sacrifice everything to kill you. And that becomes a very interesting contest of wills. That does. Good luck, Raptor. Excuse me, I was up in the loft again today, so yeah, I have one of these. In my defense, I have now laid 24 out of the 48 boards. But I've only laid about a third of the underfloor insulation. It's going in the ceiling insulation, underfloor insulations. Let's go out there and putting in. So yeah, it's fun. At what point in history could the Royal Navy first could have defeated the Roman invasion force under Claudius, or whichever invasion force actually managed to conquer England and Wales? Well, I'd say pretty much the fleet of Henry VIII could have probably done it, because, let's be honest, they have the advantage of cannon. That's roughly when the Royal Navy actually comes into existence. I know people like to claim from earlier, and I can understand why, but I'm going to go with pretty much the Navy of... It's in a transition from the Navy of Henry VII to Henry VIII to Queen Elizabeth I to James I and VI to Charles II to Parliament. During that period, the Royal Navy comes to be. Okay?
During that period, the Royal Navy comes to be as a fighting force, and transitions from being the Navy of the Crown to being a Royal Navy of the nation. And I would say pretty much any of the fleets in that period, let's be honest, if Drake's fleet, Howard, I think it's full fleet, but Drake's squadron of the Battle of Armada, that could probably defeat Claudius's invasion. Because they're triremes, and they ain't got any cannon on them, and so the engagement capabilities are completely different. Which you'd hope for something which is about a couple of thousand years later? No, not a couple of thousand years later. 1588. About 1600 plus years later. Hang on. AD 43. Okay. 1545 years later. I wasn't too far off of my 1600 years estimation, but I was no cigar, so yeah. Sorry for that one. Definitely no cigar on that one. Nice here. Would the Swiss have allowed the Orcolon to go bankrupt as the US Navy was very nearly caused this to happen? Probably not, but we'll never know, because they certainly were playing poker. Okay. Can we leave the data live question for when, hopefully, and I'm going to hope that Dragon or Foxo or one of my colleagues who knows more about these things joins me later on this evening when we have the panel. So, yes, I'm going to say that's going to be a question that I'm going to put a smiley face by. I wouldn't subject them to trying to answer questions whilst dealing with noise coming from the builders. You're not late, Chandelord. I didn't start till past. Believe it or not, I was giving the builders time to get the noisy stuff out the way. And then they've carried on. Oh well. At least they're inside today, not covering the Starlink with dust. Yeah, I'm putting a smiley face by that to deal with later. No secret from follow-up from question 36. So what alternatives were if the 20mm Oricon was a no-go? If the 20mm Oricon was a no-go, then I suppose you might go for the naval version of the Hispano. There's always the Vickers heavy machine gun set, and honestly, there is a possibility that you end up with a Bofors pom-pom mix, where the Bofors takes on the Oricon role, and, well, no, where the pom-pom takes on the Oricon role, and the Bofors takes on the 40mm range version. So you basically have two types of 40mm in service to provide with your cannon, especially for the British. That's an option. Carrot. Okay, Colin. The army owning a lot of land for manoeuvres has protected archaeological wildlife. Did RN coastal gunner ranges do the same thing? To an extent, but you also have to remember RN coastal ranges are closer to artillery ranges, which are the only things which are considered in the army sort of exercises as the thing which the nature conservers hate the most, because artillery destroys everything when it wants to. When you actually have a live fire artillery exercise, it will destroy everything very happily. And yes, I am angling this t-shirt so you can see the full aircraft carrier. Um, Senator, what is realistically the largest and most peaceful one could build a wooden warship? Most powerful one could build a wooden warship. Time agnostic. Ooh. You get to some pretty large ships of the line. Some very large ships of the line during the late 19th century, during the 19th century, basically the mid 19th century, and probably that's about as large as you can go. Some of them are 160 guns, I think. So yeah, they're pretty heavy. Some of them are even just two-decker first-rate ships of the line because they got so many guns. Senecanera, what is realistically the largest and most powerful one could build a wooden warship? Answer that one. Next question. What is the most Senecanera, what is the most powerful fleet in history? This is why I skipped it from one to the other. History. The single travel class destroyer could comfortably defeat alone. It's going to sound terrible, but I'm tempted to say the second and third Russian Pacific squadrons. Because let's be honest, they carry enough torpedoes they can take out the battleships and their guns, with especially their arm-piercing rounds and even their high-explosive rounds, are probably enough to take care of the rest of them. They got radar-guided gunnery. In a night operation, they can probably take out the entire Russian fleet, the Russian second and third Pacific squadrons. Either by torpedo or by fire. That's the options anyway. Oh. That's everyone. So how did naval power solve the problem of the airframe icing on their carrier aircraft? Hot water by some, scraping by others. Generally trying to protect their aircraft and their pilots for the coal as long and as much as they can. But also a fairly popular move. The bot is not working today. Today we have Pullbot, who I've heard to rumour might be being joined by Lionsbot later. So we have a Paul Lions. We have a Paul Lions bot. How do you rate Fernand Magellan as a leader? And Juan Sebastian Elcano. Juan Sebastian Elcano is definitely a tryhard. Fernand Magellan is probably the closest thing to a decent leader that the Austrian and, well, the Spanish, in his case, by the time he's doing it, Magellan, and it's sort of the Habsburgs, but the other one side could actually send. He's the strongest they could send and most capable they could send of the options. He's not particularly brilliant, but he's there. Which of these would you pick for a third-rate 74 to 84 gunner? 24 pounder, 28 pounder, 32 pounder, 36 pounder, or 42 pounder? 36, 24, and 12 on my decks. Found my choice. But 32, 24, and 12 will do. And I probably have some long 9s as well up on the deck for chase guns. Hello everyone. Now, for those who don't know, today's charity is HMCS Haida, Friends of HMCS Haida. And it's a lovely charity. It really is a good one. And it's one which really impressed us when we were out in Canada. It was, yeah, it was really nice. It basically is all to look after Haida, and it's all by the Friends of Haida, who, and all the things they do. And it has, if you look at its options, donate. And yeah, my plan is to literally, with our money, go to the Make a Donation section and donate money from Dr. Alex Clarke and the Brewstorians, which I think will be fun. I might do the corporate option, but the fact is I'm the UK, so I doubt it's going to help them much. Oh, they accept Google Pay. That's useful. We'll go with English or Francois. I'm planning to go with Francois. But no, it's all about Haida. It's all about looking after this lady. And I can appreciate a charity which is so single focused on such a worthy goal. I really can. She's a pretty ship. She is a pretty ship. Given the loss of knowledge, I think this is from Paul himself. Given the loss of knowledge with regards to armoured steel rolling, along with the other lost skills, which of these would you most like to see being brought back, and why? The armoured steel rolling, to an extent, I would like to see, because I think we need to start upgrading some of the internal protections on ships, okay? Right, here's my theory of protection. Subdivision is the best protection for a modern warship. It is the best protection. But some of that subdivision needs to be reinforced. Like, I would like engine rooms and critical computer centers to actually be properly protected. Because those are very expensive, not just mission kill items, but are items which can knock a ship out for a significant length of time, considering their bottlenecks to produce them, and could therefore affect the ship's long-term availability. It might not be just a mission kill, it might be a effective wartime kill. So by not sinking the ship, it's damaged. So I would like to see armor being used as sort of a damage minimizer. A case of, right, if this doesn't hit it directly, it's not going to take it out. It's not going to cause a lot of damage. Okay, it'll cause damage to these other things. Probably things like aircraft accommodation and all those stuff. And that's a cost you're going to bear with. Because it's going to keep the ship otherwise functional and otherwise operational. And that's sensible. The most powerful domestically built fleet outside the European Middle West Pacific area. So I presume you're ruling out China during the Great Voyages. Oh, yes. What could it be? What could it be? Probably, if you're ruling out them, the next largest navy of all time is probably one of the German High Seas Fleet.
Probably the German Nazis at the Kazakh me. And if you're wondering why I keep closing my eyes, it's not tiredness, it's I got a lot of dust in them today. There was a lot of dust came up from the things into my eyes, and my eyes keep wanting to close. If they are look a bit red, I do apologise. I did try to wash them out. Oh, great. Dust working, and now I'm losing signal and upload strength, so I'm going to have to go brush that thing, aren't I? No, 6 front. If a Japanese grounds forces self-defense force officer ended up going to a dimension where the Imperial Japanese Army still existed, what problem does that cause? Depends on the officer. Depends on their personality. How willing are they to go along with the IJA army for its organisation, in which case they could probably bluff themselves into it. Or are they completely diametrically opposed to it, in which case they're going to probably suffer a lot of troubles and have to find a way to hide. In 1933, Channel, due to wacky reasons here unexplained, Victor Emmanuel is crowned King of Spain. As a concession to Spanish elites, Mussolini is sacked. How does World War II develop? Well, if Mussolini is sacked, and the king is crowned king, and presumably under this level Franco doesn't get to power, you could have a very interesting dual Mediterranean monarchy going on for a bit, which is going to cause trouble for everyone. It could be fun for Britain to try and work out which one is the senior partner. Both sides are going to claim they're the senior partner, but the reality is probably it's going to be Italy. And probably the Emperor is not going to move unless he gets backing up from the... How do I put it? Nice way. If he's got that, he's probably not going to... Without Franco, they're probably not just going to... No one's going to move. Not the king, they're probably just going to sit there in World War II unless they've got backing from significant armed forces to do anything. Yeah, I think I will be going to brush it off in a second. But if Mussolini's sacked, World War II, if Italy and Spain are both neutral, and are neutral because they're in this sort of dual alliance structure, there's dual kingdom alliance structure, then honestly that's going to change quite a lot of World War II, because suddenly you free up a large chunk of the Mediterranean fleet to help out the North Atlantic forces in terms of watching the German fast battleships. You also free up quite a large number of ships to go to the Indian Ocean to act as a deterrent. So, you know, it changes things quite dramatically. It also means you don't get a learning experience of the Mediterranean, realistically, which is also going to be a problem. Nice. In a non-declined Royal Navy, is it correct to think that the SSB and submarine force will still be IRIS reinforced? Yes. Because it gives you options of where you can deploy your SSBNs, and the whole point about SSBNs is you want to be able to deploy them in random places. I'll be back in a second. I'm off to brush Starlink, because it's starting to play up again. So, has anyone seen my broom? No. Okay, I've got shoes. Be back in a second. Ah, there's my broom.
hopefully that makes everything better. We hope. We hope. We fingers crossed, we hope. I must be the weirdest person in the world, I see, because I go off and I am literally brushing my Starlink from get on a set of steps so I can reach it, because it's quite high off the ground, and to get the right angle I have to levitate myself up. And yeah. Another advice to people is don't get old. Yes. This is paracetamol and iron tablets. Fun. Being drunk with iron brew. Right, so, 9681. In an unclad Royal Navy, I've answered that one. Would it be right to think that the RSB enforced and submarines will be ice reinforced? As I said, yes. Because it gives you operational capabilities, it gives you areas you can operate, so of course you're going to do it. Chandlord, the Shikaku class appears in Kobe. Brand new, with modern radars and 76 automobiles instead of their historical secondaries. How does Japan, China, the US and the rest of the world react? I don't think the Shikakus are stressed for modern aircraft weights to land and recover. Saying that, considering their size and the space, you can probably adapt them to take an F-35 landing and recovering, especially an F-35B. China probably has a fit. The USA probably goes, woohoo! Our ally has some more carriers. Japan goes, oh, frigate, we need to convert those engines. Because crewing them in their original state is going to be a nightmare for the JMSDF. But you know, Shikakus, the Shikaku class, it's a perfectly nice vessel for modern ships, and it's got a lot of capabilities you can use. I think the Shikaku class is literally the Shikaku itself. I don't think we really should be calling it a class, because that suggests there's more than one. Yeah, oh, no, there was two. There was a second one. Shikaku and Zukaku. What am I thinking of? Oh, I was thinking of Taiho. Ah, well. But no, the Shikakus, yeah. They could use them. I just think the main problem you're going to have is you're going to have to rebuild their decks, and you're going to have to play around their engines. But having Automobile 76s instead of their 8 twin 5-inch guns, so they've got 8 Automobile 76mm, yeah, that's good. Add on the, and oh, I mean, it should be really good.
We've got 2 minutes for pizza.
2 minutes till my pizza. I've got pizza coming. I'm blessed.
You
I have
said
pizza.
You wanted lunchtime.
I didn't expect it. I'm very thankful for it. I just didn't expect it. You're very busy, and I thought it wouldn't happen.
Well, do you want me to dish it up? Or
Yes, please. I am live. Thank you, sister. So, it's a frozen pizza, so hopefully just pray for me. No, I'm sure it'll be fine. But no, both the Shikakus, they're 30,000 tons-ish ships. It's not the size that's going to be the issue. It's going to be, to an extent, the size of the lifts. But yeah, basically you're going to have to spend some time with them in a dockyard, having them probably modified. Engines to gas turbines, so they're gas electric, and potentially deck edge lifts to replace the current lifts they have, and a stressed for landing such heavy aircraft flight deck. That would certainly be what I would be looking at, but it would take a while to do that. Until then, you could use them as LPHs. It wouldn't affect. Let's put it this way: there is a different. You can't really affect the plan's procurement because their procurement is already maxing out their prepared allowance of naval building. So they can't really do any adjustments to that. There will be a lot of political noise from the Chinese. There would be a lot of noise from the Chinese. There was a lot of noise with the Izumos being converted. So 2 full-on fleet carriers, yeah. Yeah, the Karen meme is funny because all the Karens who met have been nice people. Yeah. My sister is never the one who complains at a restaurant. She complains to me, and then I have to complain at the restaurant. She never complains herself. Because she doesn't want to cause a fuss, but she gets made ill because of her allergies. So I'm the one who has to go to the restaurant and goes, "Excuse me, hey, that's supposed to be gluten and dairy free?" Yeah, I know. We did say to you, didn't we? We did. That isn't gluten and dairy free. How can I tell? Because that bread is white bread. That's a white bread roll. And no gluten and dairy free loaf looks like that. It actually looks edible. Do you want to go check? 5 minutes later. We're very sorry. We'll redo your meal. Oh, goody. Thank you for needling poisoning, my sister. I can be amazingly polite. Thank you, sister. I have pizza. I believe it has cheese in the crusts. It's pizza. But if you ever do go out to food with some with allergies, the advice I tend to give is the smaller, more traditional restaurants actually tend to be easier and more happy to adapt than the bigger, fancy restaurants. The bigger, fancy restaurants will go, "We have this, these are our options, and that's what you have." The smaller restaurants will tend to go, "Chat with me, explain it, and I'll tell you which of my dishes will work." And that's usually the trick I take. Rather than going and saying, "I want to make a whole load of changes," I go into the restaurant and I'd say, "Look, my mum has these allergies, my sister has this allergy, my mum's allergic to tap water," that's a fun one. What can we adapt? Can you do anything? And if you take that approach for a restaurant, they're usually very happy to help. If you go in and try and dictate to them what they're going to serve, which is what my aunt, as well-meaning as she is, occasionally does. I do love her there, but it's occasionally what she does with them because she gets so worried. They tend to get a bit, I don't like this. But if you ask people, "These are our problems. We'd really like to have lunch here. Can you help us?" They are usually amazingly adaptive. Up to and including, I know there's one pub here not far from us down the coast where I take my mum sometimes when she's not feeling too happy with the world because she's been stuck in a lot with a bad leg or something. And the chef basically has a meal he cooks just for her. And the amount of times she's been served and people look at her and gone, "Can we order that? That's not on the menu." And they go, no, that's Mrs. Clarke's dish. That is literally, we go in there, we don't give them any heads up we're coming in, and she will get a steak, baked potato, and a few things which she sort of really likes, and some really nice veg. And that's what he does for her. Because he knows a baked potato and those things, that it's all better for what her allergies. It's just really nice. But again, all we've ever done is gone in and go, "These are issues, can you help us?" And they're been very helpful and very kind and friendly. And that's actually another reason why I'm supporting the Haida people today, the Friends of Haida. Because when we were in Canada, there were some people who come to see us at Haida. And they were having trouble getting food. And I mentioned it to the Friends of Haida people in the shop. And one lady went, "Oh, what do you want? Oh, I'll go sort that out." And she literally went to a supermarket, got the ingredients, and made a sandwich for them and produced it for them. And that was just so nice. And I always remember that one. And that's one of the reasons why I support them. It's not just because they look after Haida, which is the last remaining tribal, which of course means quite a lot to me because of my book and all the stuff I've done and worked on in the years, but because they're also very nice people. And I remember the engineering, the lady in charge of the engines and her husband and how they worked on the ship and all the stuff like that. It was just, they were really kind people. Okay, Seneca, question. Through some whackery, the European monarchies before them converged to one Protestant monarchy and one Catholic monarch. How different would World War I be? Well, France is a republic. So they're not a monarchy, so they're not affected. There are also the Orthodox Church monarchies as well. Their problem is really not affected. So it's Catholic powers like the Austrians, the Spain, Italy, Belgium, Luxembourg. Protestant ones would be Britain, Germany, broadly speaking, Denmark, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway. Ooh, Finland's an interesting one. Germany, I think I already said. That's going to be an interesting scenario. If World War One is a Protestant versus Catholic, with Republican and Orthodox nations getting involved, I would say the edge is with the Protestant powers. If you've got Germany and Britain on the same side, that pretty much means you'll probably win that war, because you're not going to cut Germany off from the supplies of the sea, and you're going to have quite a large army, plus the reinforcements the British can bring in, and you're not going to get any reinforcement coming from probably America, because again it has to get through the Kaiserliche Marine and the Royal Navy. There ain't any good scenario where that happens. You are going to have some very interesting battles in the Mediterranean. And there is part of me which wonders if France, because it's a republic, throws its lot in with the Protestants over the monarchy, over the Catholics. Because, let's be honest, for France that could be the sensible action, because otherwise they could end up getting pummeled. And for Britain, there's going to be a problem of who takes over Belgium, because as I talked about when talking about Andrew Lambert's book last week, control of Belgium, control of the bays around Belgium and the anchorages around Belgium is a massive thing. A massive thing for British national security. Now, if the Bang class were built with 15 13.8-inch guns in 5 triple turrets, what made the Germans choose that over the 8 15-inch guns? The 15-inch gun wasn't ready. But it would be a way of trumping the British in firepower. Because, let's be honest, 15 pretty much 14-inch guns versus 8 15-inch guns is pretty much a firepower advantage. I don't think anyone's going to claim the 15 times 13.8 is not going to be a bigger broadside than 8 times 15. But that is going to cause the British to go maximal on probably the admirals, and probably they do go to fast battleship design rather than the battlecruiser design for them. Because the fast battleship design, you can more easily stick a triple turret on there. And they have triple turret designs, and you end up with maybe something which is a triple 15. 12 15-inch guns, maybe even 15 15-inch guns. And 28 knots. Paul, if you're Minister of Defence now with 5% GDP budget for use of military procurement and force and maintenance, but excluding things that are not directly defence related, how would you adapt this to what's currently happening, i.e. the number of each armed forces and make-up act? You can use this as, you can make this a long answer or short, whichever suits best. I'd start off by working out 3 things. What I wanted as a European reaction force versus what I wanted as a global reaction force. Global reaction force, I would probably want to have a Royal Marines Brigade and a carrier battle group on standby at all times, available at all times. They could be reinforced by an air mobile brigade and something like a strike brigade to back them up and bring it up to a divisional strength formation. For that to be the case, I would probably need to A, make sure I had a strike brigade available at all times on a reasonable notice, so probably would only need 2 brigades to maintain one at reasonable notice because it's going to be a couple of weeks notice before they're going to be sailing. But I probably would want a Royal Marines Brigade and a Air Mobile Brigade, which was built around a force of roughly 6 battle groups, to guarantee I have 3 available to go off and do what I need to do. So roughly 2 brigade strength formations, but they'd be under 1 brigade commander. So the brigade commander would be in a scenario going, yeah, I have my logistics, I have my force, and maybe I'm a very senior brigadier with a senior colonel as my chief of staff, as my deputy commander, and my senior colonel as my chief of staff. So if necessary, if in wartime, there can be made 2 brigades from this small structure. But in peacetime, it's 1 brigade for administration and organisation to make sure it's available. The Royal Marine Force Amphibious Task Group would be based around LHDs. I'd probably want to have... if I had my choice, I would base the Royal Navy around 4 Queen Elizabeths and 4 LHDs and 4 LPDs, landing platform docks, and basically that would be my force structure for my my core, my surface ships. And I have appropriate auxiliaries around them, so I probably want to maintain about 12 RFA groups, each built around a couple of tankers, a dry store ship, and possibly a mixed store ship, something which can do both fuel and other stores. But all those RFAs would also have their own CAM system aboard, so their own surface-to-air missiles, their own close-in weapon systems, Otto Malera 76, and the ability to carry 3 to 4 Merlin helicopters, and they would normally deploy with them. So they'd be basically any task group they joined, they'd be a bump in helicopters for ASW, and they'd be able to defend themselves against attacks. So they could slot into the task group and actually be able to look after themselves to an extent. And they have the radars and the comms appropriate for that. They probably need a bit of a mixed Royal Navy, Royal Fleet Auxiliary RFA crew for that to work, but that would be my policy. The amphibious battle groups will be built around an LHD, an LPD, and 2 LSLs. Maybe 2 of these new multi-role ships coming into the LSLs. We'll see how they work out. and that would be the core formation, with the idea that force could carry about half a brigade's worth of personnel. So a reinforced battle group plus extras, and plus all the things they need. And so basically, your operational scenario is, okay, I'm going to have 2 of these LHD groups, so 2 LHDs, 2 LPDs, and 4 of the LSLs or the other things as an amphibious to land a brigade. I need 4 carrier groups. Okay. Each of the escort groups also, I'm going to have 12 RFA groups, but I also have 12 escort groups. Each will be built around a 12 to 15,000 ton Type 83 size escort. A couple of 10,000 tons air warfare escorts. So give them about 3 of those. 3 primary ASW escorts, i.e. Type 26s. And a couple of Type 31, Type 32 style flak frigates / drone ships. And I'd want an SSN for each task group, but I'd also want SSNs to go out hunting on their own. So that means I need to upgrade the force to probably about 24 SSNs, which is going to be expensive. And I want the appropriate F-35s for all this formation and drones and all the other things, you know. I would staff it out with the equipment that was available and was sensible. But then that gets back to me, that's my global reaction force and my European support force. Okay, that's for that duty. It's for supporting the northern flank, or with the Marines, or it's for global reaction. For Europe, I want the ability to deploy an armored division and a 2nd division to back it up. An armored division should be 3 brigades. It probably... It's going to sound strange again, and I need to start thinking about how I'm going to deploy this formation. How I'm going to get it there. I would probably like to deploy some of it through the Channel Tunnel, but I cannot be sure of that being a secure access point, so I want to have multiple access points. This is one of the reasons why I wanted the strike brigades to not be fitted with not get a boxer, but get to the BAE Super AV. Why? Because the BAE Super AV can self-deploy across the channel. So I thought if all your wheeled APCs can deploy across the channel themselves, literally float into water, float themselves, that's a useful capability to have. That means you don't have to worry about waiting around for ships, you don't have to worry about waiting around for aircraft, you don't have to worry about waiting around for trains, you can just go. And your opponent can't really do much about it unless they've got control of the French coast. But as we've gone Boxer, and it's got the advantages of artillery, etc., those things, we are going to need to push through on these fronts. The thing I would do most of all, and also factor into the vision, is whilst I want 3 manoeuvre brigades, I want a logistics support brigade attached to that division, each to the armored division, and I want an artillery brigade attached to that division. Okay. I then want to have another division, which will be based around strike brigades, but also will be more heavily reservist. So it'd be motorized infantry brigade, a light rapid cavalry brigade, but again with its own artillery brigade and its own logistics brigade. And I'd want a core structure above it, which would also have an artillery brigade and a support brigade. So you'd have logistics baked in at every level, in the individual brigades, in the division, in the corps, and you'd have artillery baked in at every level, in the brigade, in the division, in the corps, and you'd have a huge amount of artillery, because artillery is still the king of the battlefield, and having a large enough chunk of it can really make up for your forces, especially if you are deploying a force which is going to be more heavily reservist based or etc. Artillery can really help act as a force multiplier. It can give them advantages. It means it gives especially your veteran reservists will know, okay, maybe we can't be as subtle We don't have the skills to be as subtle. We don't have the training to be as subtle as our professional counterparts who are maybe younger and have been doing this all the full time. What we can do is we can call down artillery fire very accurately, very quickly, and there's a lot available. And artillery can cover for a lot of sins on the battlefield. It really can. And then you need the Royal Air Force to be able to support all that. So you need the Royal Air Force probably to have more Eurofighters than they're currently having. You probably need to split the F-35 by and get a lot more F-35Bs for the Navy, but also get a lot more F-35As for the Royal Air Force to support them out. And the reason why you're going F-35Bs for Navy is, remember, I said LHDs and carriers. So if you've got Quinlan-class carriers, you've got 4 of them, and you've got 4 LHDs. You've got 8 flight decks. If they can all operate F-35Bs, which they can all be arranged to do, then that means, for a medium power like Britain, that suddenly means if you have something that your carrier getting damaged, your F-35Bs can emergencies operate from one of the LHDs. And if you have a couple of carriers and a couple of LHDs operating in an area, suddenly when your CAT needs to rearm, they can land on an LHD, or the strike LHD, the F-35Bs which flew off the LHD can land on the carrier for rearming, and it's all operational. They can all intercommission. And that's useful. That's very useful. And basically, that's the sort of structure I'd be going for. I want a decent transport command. I need to be able to tactical strategic lift a brigade, at least 2 of my airborne battle groups to be able to seize an airfield. I will presume that I'm seizing the airfield in concert with an amphibious assault, not just seizing the airfield solo, because that would be silly. And then need to be able to strategic lift in quickly under duress the rest of that brigade's capabilities, and enough logistics to sustain them until the amphibious forces can break through and make up a logistics connection with that divisional structure. So probably we need a whole lot more forces. And one of some of the logistics brigades, especially the ones for the divisional level and the corps level, and for all those divisions, they would probably be heavily made up of reservists and reservist lorry drivers. Probably I'd do a deal with Tesco's and those sort of companies which employ a huge amount of lorry drivers in the UK, and basically a case of, fine, in wartime they're going to be essential people. I know they're going to be essential people, but we have to make sure there's enough available that we can supply these force structures. So in return for them making sure there are enough trained British citizens to drive these trucks that are part of the forces, part of these structures, we will give them a certain amount of tax off. It'll be interesting option. An interesting option. I hope that answers that question. Chandler. The illustrious class, all 4 of them, appear in Portsmouth with modern radar and air guns. How does the Admiralty cry and due to flashbacks, and how does the world react? The Admiralty doesn't cry. The Admiralty goes, okay. The British government probably goes, we're not sure what to do with these ships. But honestly, you can do quite a lot of them, even in modern standards. Again, you need to fix the flight decks, but they could probably take over some of the roles of LHDs and carrier support and all those things. And, if you've got heavy enough AA fit and radar, it can be quite useful. They had you have to remember, they had extensive radar fits, so they had the equivalent that would be equivalent of, basically, if you're going for their equivalent radar fit today, you'd be having the full Type 45 radar suite on a carrier. Plus, modern AA guns, which is probably a load of super rapids. And again, 8 of them. Eight Automalera. Technically, you could make the case for more than that. You could make the case for 16, because it's technically 8 twins they have. But, you know, you can go just 8 single mounts. Or maybe you can get twin 3-inch mounts, twin Automalera 76s. Either way, that's going to be a lot of firepower. The problem will be crewing, but again, you can deal with that. You can deal with that as an issue. Again, you can convert them to gas turbine. Again, they've not got any battle damage. It's not going to be like Victoria's conversion. And you're using the F-35B. Again, you could... Illustrious, you can probably design to take a deck edge lift. Can modify for that. And yeah, are they going to take a full battle group, a full air group, same as Grid class? No. Can they provide something? Yes. Nice everyone. How unrealistic is an American quadruple 16-inch turret? Not unrealistic at all. Let's be honest. Yeah, you can build a quadruple turret. Getting it to work is going to be a long time intensive, but you know, you can build it. Joe Fredericks. Why are people always talking about Chinese naval expansion as if it was sudden? Basically because no one takes notice of these things until they start appearing in their face. Again, look at the date of most of the Chinese expansion is massive messages and news articles. Most of them are about 10-15 years after it happened. That's how long they take to take notice, and then it's sudden for them because it's stuck on them. They didn't realise the Chinese were doing this. It does make things fun, but yeah, this is the world I deal with, and in a nicest way. Sometimes the press emails I get are frankly spectacular, and I just sit there and go, do I even respond to this? I don't think China is building Seneca Nero. The Arctic designs is China building more for the invasion of Kamchatka than the invasion of Taiwan. And what do you think the world's reaction to that would be? China versus Russia. I don't think China is planning to invade Kamchatka. I don't think anyone wants to invade Kamchatka. As for China versus Russia, it'll be a case of, oh good lord, this is happening again. But remember, the last time they did it, Russia was deploying whole artillery divisions. That could literally make the ground rumble when they fired. And China still does deploy them. I'm going to check the door again. I love my sister, but she cannot close the door to save her blooming life, can she? She really can't. She can't close the door to save her life. Yeah, China versus Russia will be scary for everyone because of their nuclear powers, but also quite quickly they might go nuclear. You should Minecraft Watcher. What if time-traveling crewman of Bismarck kidnapped you? How long until a Corgi torpedo sends Bismarck to the Baltic Sea? Not sure. The race is going to be on between the Corgi and the Poodle over who's going to get me back. Because, let's be honest, The poodle depends on me for walks, and the corgi does. So the moment it gets to walkies time, and I'm not there, they're going to come hunting. And as everyone who's watching yesterday knows, now the corgi has managed to break now 2 very solid wooden gates. Very solid wooden gates. And I have now got them reinforced by iron bars. And my friend is also... I got there quite early this morning. I managed to get there at 6 to help out a friend who has a forge not too far from here. And I might do some filming there at some point. And I did some of the parts of the gate. But he's going to do the fancy bits, like making sure there's the nice catch and locking bit, etc. Basically, he's going to do the fine detail for me. I've managed to make the gate. It was fun. Luckily, he had a lot of iron. He had a lot of irons lying around that was suitable. That was basically going, I'm not doing anything with it. If you want to use it, use it. So yeah, there's a couple of iron gates coming in. Yes, he managed to do a second one last night. Trying to get to his papa. YouTube microhotshot. What if the time... Oh, answer that one. Joe Fredericks. For the capacity versus reality, the PRC hasn't used their maximum in building up the Navy. What's your opinion of the bottleneck? Is it politics? Crews? They have the capacity? Why not? It's not politics. It's partially politics. It's partially crews. It's also because if they use their yards to the maximum, they can't build civilian ships. And they want to build civilian ships. So the thing is, you only have so many skilled shipyard workers. You only have so many such fast speed of training crews. You only have so much funding being allocated to the Navy. You only have so much political support. And all that can dry up quite quickly if you're not building some merchant ships as well, civilian ships. So if you go, right, I want to put everything into building warships to maximum ability, you can do that. But goodbye building merchant ships. Challenge. All commissioned IJM battleships and battlecruisers in December 1941 are replaced by fully worked up number 13 class battleships. How does the Pacific Theatre change? That's not nice for the US Navy. Okay, the US Navy is still going to win that war, but it's going to get nasty. Think of every single of those fights versus Congos, and you replace them with number 13. That's not nice. A fully worked up number 13 class. That is not nice. That is going to cause a lot of damage. They are true fast battleships, and they're armed with quite a lot of 18-inch guns. Well, they were supposed to be armed with 8 18-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, 16 5.5-inch guns, 8 4.7-inch AA guns, 8 24-inch torpedo tubes. They had a 13-inch armor belt on the waterline and 5 inches of armor on the deck, plus quite a lot of other firepower. So if you have replaced all of their ships with these, that is a significant firepower upgrade on the overall fleet structure. Because, more importantly than all of that, they had a speed of 30 knots. So suddenly every single one of the Japanese ships can do 30 knots. That 3-knot advantage over the Yamatos is going to start telling. It is. It also makes certain operations more viable for having them there to support. And everyone's asking, that's why I'm getting food today, because instead of getting breakfast or anything or doing any food for myself this morning, I was at the forge. Broadly speaking, the Pacific theatre changes. It gets nastier. If you can imagine it, the naval battles get nastier, but yeah. The Americans still win, but yeah, that's a lot of firepower. Joe Fredericks, what if in 1938 the Kriegsmarine suddenly regained the fleet they had in 1917? All the ships are modernised to the equivalent of the other World War I legacy ships in our navies. In 1938? A, funding for some of their newer builds is going to be interesting. B, they've only got the Charles and Knives now under construction at that point. So, whether they get anything beyond that is going to be a whole interesting debate. Because there's going to be Luftwaffe and the army going, well, you don't need it, you've got all these ships. C, that's going to, again, that's a whole load of World War I taught submarines, their operating capacities, even if they're modernized, they're still not that great. Destroyers and capital ships, yeah, they're World War I era, they're not that great. And also, you have just justified the Royal Navy doing rapid build on everything they have. Same with the French, and to an extent, believe it or not, the Italians and the Americans. It's a nice scenario where you basically see the British government turn around to the shipyards and go, you know those ships you're building for us? Yes. Those battleships? Yes. We want them tomorrow. You can't have them tomorrow. No. Here is a blank check. We want them tomorrow. Because let's be honest, even a modernized fleet from 1917 and 1938, something like a King George V is going to chop them to sunder. That's a whole lot of force structure, but it's not enough force structure for them to feel really secure. There's a lot of ship design questions coming through, and I should point out that it's UAD design later on the gaming side, so just pointing that out. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, which would you pick for it for hit and run space cruiser raid tactics? Either the 2-kilometer Providence or fully kitted out battleship version of a Lucrehawk? Realistically, I'd feel happier answering this with Jurgen here, but if I'm going to do a space cruiser raid attack, I'd probably go for the Lucrehawk, because I can pretend to be a merchant ship more easily if I'm looking like a Lucrehawk. And also, I have the ability to detach my outer sphere and run away. Which sounds kind of useful. I can set it to blow massively while I'm running. Girlfriends, what type of procurement did you think the Reichsmarine should have done during the interwar period, knowing full well Germany didn't have much money and much so the Treaty of Versailles? I would honestly have spent more money on things like Schnellboots and small craft and vessels which weren't covered by treaty limits and they could build more of. I would have done everything I can to maximize the number of people getting sea time on those. And I'd have probably encouraged my neighbours to build things like capital ships, so I could get involved in them. So people like the Dutch, etc., who are not affected by the treaty limits and could build something, I would be encouraging them massively. The same with the Soviets and everyone else who I can get in there so I can learn stuff about their construction programs. Which one warship do you think looks best? Zermatt. They look cool. They do. Matthew to Microculture. What if all the American carriers 1918 to 46 suddenly appeared today? Ones that sunk or were scrapped will be restored to pre-destruction form. You're gonna see a lot of senators get a lot of shares in scrap companies. Nightingale. So if the Bairn class battleships had 15 13.8 guns and 5 torpedoes, would British be as keen to keep them out of anyone else's hands? Yes. Because they represent the apogee of German construction, so they don't want us getting in people's hands. Joe Fredericks, what is your opinion of the vessels on Chinese reform modernization downside the PLA from the period 1990s to 2010s? I don't have my books on the Chinese military mostly at the moment, mostly here, because most of them are loaned to a friend who's currently completing a PhD, but this is a pretty good starting point for understanding the Chinese military, I find. There are people who disagree with it, but I don't necessarily consider it a great book, but it's a good starting point. Please note that. I'm not saying it's the be-all and end-all. I'm not saying it's the only book you need to read. I say I find it a good starting point. This is by Chen Ya-Tin, and it's Chinese military theory. It is in English. That's because, and I say this in the nicest way, my written Japanese, my written Chinese, my reading of all these things, I can do it, and especially with Google Translate, I can be very quick, but it's not as quick as I can read it if it's in English, so I have the English copy, which was translated, as I understand it, by the author himself. So, yeah. It's worthwhile reading. That's the version which was published in Canada. I couldn't find the version which is published in China. But I got the version which is published in Canada. You were sent back to 1905 and appointed Chief Advisor to the Admiralty. Which 3 books do you take back so you can have the largest impact? That one. That one. That one. See what I mean about needing more calyxes? So we've got British battleships of World War II, Development and Technical History of the Royal Navy's Battleships and Battlecruisers from 1911 to 1946 by Alan Raven and John Roberts. Always worth a read, always useful. And full of technical details, which they will need if I'm going to improve their designs and constructions. Got British submarines of in 2 World Wars by Norman Freeman. Again, useful if I'm going to make them actually understand what they need to do. And Warships After Washington by John Jordan. Again, full of designs and instructions and ideas, and showing them the exact pitfalls of what happens if you go with the Hawkins class. That's a good one. Forwards Harvey Jones, anti-feeling contented, yes. That would be an interesting one. Right. Yeah, I'd probably add in things like, if I'm able to take more than 3 books, I add in things like Andy Boyd's British Naval Intelligence through the 20th century. I add in probably The Price of Victory by Nicholas Rogers. I add in Andrew Lambert's Admirals. But yeah, that's pretty much where I go. What I'm going with it. If I do this and this, that probably is more sensible. There's no more books around here, are there? Oh. Hello, Drac on USS New Jersey. But yeah, and those books would allow me to have the largest impact in changing things and improving things, and probably in steering the development of options. I'd have triple turrets operating in no time. I'd have wing turrets gone immediately. Dreadnought would have 15 guns on it in 5 triple turrets, and I'd have 14-inch guns from Ellswick. I'd basically kick out, and the reason I explain I jumped at the 12-inch gun is because if we jumped from the 12-inch gun, then everyone else not only has to develop ships to sort it out, they have to develop guns. We have the gun factories, we have the gun foundries, we can make the jump. They can't. A 14-inch gun dreadnought, made to go 24 knots. None of those ships get called semi-dreadnoughts anymore. They're nowhere near. And yeah, I'll just put everyone back many years. Joel Fredericks. In 1938, Stalin is suddenly possessed with an equivalent to the French Navy. Does this change everything in the upcoming World War? Yes. Because now the Japanese have to worry about, are going to be targeting that in the Pacific. So who knows what they get up to. And B, the Germans have to wrestle that in the Baltic. So suddenly, their capital ships are tied down. They're tied to Baltic operations because of what's sitting in there. So it does have an impact on operations. It does have an impact on how effective the Germans can do surface raiding, how much of the forces the Germans can deploy. Also, and this is going to be the other addition, is Stalin's at this point now got himself some very good cruisers and some very good destroyers and some really good submarines, and he's going to make use of them. Right, an HMS Devastation. Let's see. 16.5-inch guns, 16.5-inch guns. Yeah. That is something. The British were quite happy with the quadruple turret. They liked the 16.5-inch gun. They'd always talked about it. They'd always thought about it. The main thing I find difficult to justify in this scenario are... No. They work. 8.5 1/4 inch. Yeah. They work. Yeah, it's perfectly reasonable as a British build. Perfectly reasonable as a British build. The British would probably have a lot more 40mm pom-pom, bofers and pom-poms than that, but you know, hey ho, it's what they put on there. Yes, Paul is currently doing bot duty, thanks Steve. Doing it very well. Q&A, is the World of Warships, I've answered that one. Fredericks. During the early 1930s, Sheng spent money on 2 light cruisers which got sunk quickly when war started. In your opinion, what could the Republic of Chinese have done in terms of allocation of funds? I'd have gone for submarines. They needed aerial denial weapons that they could hide and they could use to deny area. They didn't need... Cruisers are great weapons for presence. They're great for flagships. They're great if you have a task force and wider forces that help support them. If you don't, a submarine force that you can use in the local area is far better. And so, what if in 1909 the British achieved the breakthrough in metallurgy that allowed their steel to be twice effective as compared to older steel, and it can be mass-produced, and can be applied to basically any aspect in ship construction? We call it raw steel. For example, a new 4-inch plate now has about 8 inches of effective thickness using the steel in LV compared to traditional steel. What kind of shenanigans would the Royal Navy do with ship construction with new materials and high secret naval powers? Well, like A, wouldn't talk about it. B, that's going to make their destroyers and those things a lot stronger. They probably use the same thickness because they might as well. It's just going to be, instead of us giving it 1/2 inch thick hulls, it's the equivalent of 2-inch thick hulls. Well, hey, that's going to give them slightly more protection, slightly stronger. And they're probably going to still develop armour on top of that, because if you've got the steel that good, what have you got armour metallurgy up to? And yeah, they're going to be using that, so it's going to be backing up that steel plate is going to be just the backing behind their normal armour. Give the ship even greater structural integrity and greater strength. It's useful. Shenanigans they don't need to really get up to. If you start going, well, we can build it a 1/4 of the thickness and we can therefore make it lighter. That sounds great, but then you're sort of going, well, yeah, it's lighter and 1/4 of thickness, but it's still the same thickness, it's the same strength as it was before, which is great, but do we need it? Are we going to be crewing any more ships? Are we going to be crewing 4 times as many ships? No. So you might as well make the ships 4 times stronger and use that as an advantage. Now, Fredericks, this is always one of the interesting fun things that you get. People go, yes, the new weapon systems and aircraft missiles mean it's going to be expanded power of ground war assets in any future warfare. Yes. But the longer the range of engagement, the more difficult it is to make sure you know where your target is, where your target's going to be when you fire it at it. If your fight time to a target is 5 minutes, they can't have gone very far. If your flight time is 5 hours, They can move quite a significant distance, especially a ship. We could be talking hundreds of miles. So the reality you have to deal with constantly when you're sort of looking at these things is going, yes, ground targets can strike further, which is great. But that means you need even more information, and you need even more accurate information, up-to-date information, to be able to make sure you are able to predict not just where they are now, but where they're going to be when the missile hits the target. So it gets there. And then people go, well, there's hypersonics, and hypersonics are great, yes, but you still have the detect, verify, prepare, fire time, and then the travel time. All of which add up, all of which can lead to movement, if you are not tracking. And if you lose the first system which is tracking, or if it gets taken out, then that's going to cause you trouble. You might still hit the target, you might not. You might get spooked off or spoofed off. So you have to be careful. So land capacities are more powerful than they were during World War II in terms of range and etc. And flexibility with missiles versus bombs. But you still have issues. And one of the problems is with you now operating further and further away is the command and control and coordination gets more and more difficult. Data links can be spoofed, jammed, taken over, detected. It's one of the interesting things is the amount of weapons which presume you're still going to have uninterrupted access to satellite comms and satellite reconnaissance assets in any wartime. Whereas they might be taken out. Those satellites might be fried by laser power, they might be missiles might be launched against them, assets, or even space-based weapon systems might be used against them. And I know space is supposed to be demilitarized, but guess what? There's a whole lot of spy and reconnaissance stuff up there, which technically is militarization of space, I would argue. So it's already broken. And immediately you've gone for the satellites. And again for AWACS. And again, AWACS assets. They are a great thing, but they're also a large broadcasting radar. And you are up against the force, in the case of if they're fighting the Americans, they're up against a force which spends the most money developing an effort into stealth equipment to try and minimize the radar. So you're in a constant tech battle. Add in long-range air-to-air missiles, and even more fun, long-range missiles which focus in on electronic emissions, and suddenly things aren't as straightforward. The point is, I'm not saying it's going to be a one-way street against these systems. What I'm saying is both sides have troubles, and both sides have counters. Don't think war is going to massively change because of technology. It's going to have other new bits. It's going to have more interesting things added on. It's going to have probably space combat and all sorts of things added in. But it's also probably still going to be fundamentally the same issue of who finds who first and manages to track who first is probably going to be able to strike first, which means they're probably going to get the kill. And that's your thing. You have to go find and track and then strike. And whilst you're doing that, the opponent is going to be actively searching for the assets you use to find, track, and strike. Because if I can kill this system, then these two don't matter. If I can kill this one, the tracking system, then these two don't matter because they're not getting the right data. If I can kill the launchers, then frankly, even if you find me and can track me, you can't strike me. And that's the same which was done in World War II. It's the amazing amount of times when you sort of look at the Battle of the Mediterranean and various other things, the same things hold true. Why are the British launching strikes against Italian and German airfields in the islands and various things? Because they are suppressing their ability to attack. No, Joel, it's not. Don't, again, in the nicest way, again, I bump into these people who, trust me, for every person who on the internet has found out that the Chinese are massively expanding these capabilities, trust me, there are lots of professional people in NATO, in America, in Japan, who have been watching this and talking about it for years, and talking about its capabilities for years. It's kind of like the whole surprise at the PLAN and its expansion. It's something which is now being talked about a lot, but it's been coming for years, and everyone's been watching it and preparing for it. The Chinese are very good at telegraphing their punches, because, honestly, they usually take longer to deliver them than they planned. I would never get into Joel Fredericks. Again, questions on this channel. I've said before and I'll say again. I have a rather larger platform than most of my colleagues. So I don't like questions which ask me if I think an author is incorrect or correct. I will say I have actually, I think, read that article, and I found an interesting perspective. And whilst I don't agree with everything, it did seem well researched. So it is worth reading and listening to. But I do not like that phrase, because that author is not here to author is not here to have a right for reply. It's one thing going through a book and discussing a book, and even then, if you ever noticed my books reviews on this channel, I don't books which I don't like. I don't think they are well researched. That's my criteria for whether I like a book or not. Whether I think it's well researched, not whether I agree with it. Whether I think it's well researched. Don't get reviewed. Because, again, I have the chance to be very, very critical of someone with them having no right for reply, and that's an abuse of my position. Something I wouldn't do. Why was the protected cruiser Olympia in an awful shape below the waterline? I haven't been to see her, so I can't speak from personal experience. But I'd say it's because she needs to be dry docked. And probably needs to be repainted, and probably her age, etc., all these things build up. So probably is going to need to have some reconditioning done. Maybe even some new hull plates. And as someone's put already, lack of money in there, that would not surprise me with museum ships. They often suffer from a lack of money. Polonius, given the current main issues with some of the main shipping lanes being disrupted, do you think the IMO, the International Maritime Order, should be rearranged to going back to the flagging of ships with countries of the operator-owner rather than those of convenience? If so, what changes in maritime nations controls and protection of shipping on the high seas? Okay. I've had this interesting discussion with an actual owner of quite a large merchant fleet from Britain. Thank you, Pally. It's my lunch and breakfast. I was working in an ironmongery forge this morning to build gates to stop a corgi. So I didn't get any food, so my sister did me a pizza. And I was actually having this discussion, and I had this discussion curiously enough, on the train going up to London last week. Because I met a friend of mine who, as said, acts on behalf of the owner. I'm going to classify that. But is part of also the ownership structure themselves of one of Britain's major shipping firms. And I had this discussion of what happens if the British government goes, we don't need to protect merchant ships because we only have this many on our flag registry. And at the moment he goes, well, it's okay because it's the order's standing. But if the International Maritime Order changed, and I do want to have a chat with Sal at some point, then suddenly they're faced with a problem. Because flags of convenience are cheap. They are cheaper. They are sensible for that perspective. But those nations can't do much to protect those ships. And yes, they have alliances with nations which can in theory protect those ships. And the International Maritime Order is keeping things up, so they should be okay. But that's whilst the larger nations are prepared to provide security, even though those ships aren't really that nation's responsibility. But there again, we've got the SS St Vincent de Paul from the 1939, which I talked about before, which is, I'm not quite sure if it's British registered, British owned, British flagged, what it is. It's just British enough that the British are getting involved, because it's a British ship. Joe Fricks, what's your general opinion of replenishment ships, i.e. vessels that are capable of loading VLS at sea? When one actually enters service, that actually do it at sea, and actually underway, and actually can do it consistently for a large volume of VLS cells, not an individual cell, I'll talk about it. But at the moment, it's still a very developing capability, and honestly, I think we're going to end up having to solve it the same way we did historically, which is we are going to have to build systems into the ships themselves. And that's going to be interesting to go back to that scenario where we give up some cells for a crane unit or something, and we have to accept that we are going to be throwing discarded cells into the sea. And we're going to have to have enough spare VLS to make it work. Which Royal Navy animal has had the best personal marksmanship skills? In World War One, it was probably... probably between Jellicoe and Hood, but Twit was not bad either. He's not really an admiral in World War One, though. He's a Commodore. In the Aegis Sail, Collingwood and Duncan are both pretty darn lethal with a rifle and a pistol when they want to be. In World War II, Philip VN seems to think he's Karate Kid with the dual wielding pistols at certain points, but probably it goes to Harwood, I think, from memory. I think he was very good at shooting. And in the Falklands War, Michael Clarke, who was a Commodore at the time, but let's be honest, he was very, very good, and still is, as I understand it. Mm-hmm. I appear to have caught up with the chat. Perhaps if I do that, the question rate will increase. Can you give me a brief review of 5 favourite neighbours? That's kind of what's happening on Friday, but look. Once again, I'm going to emphasise this series. Battles of Coronel Sea and Midway, Turning the Tide. This is Britannia Naval Histories of World War II. Approach to the source materials. So remember that I did a source book review? This is another option for those source books if you're interested in those sources. If you're interested in looking at the getting as close to the original sources as you can from the UK National Archives without actually being able to reach them, you can have a look at these books, and they will get them. This comes from the Naval Staff History of the Second World War, Battle Summary number 45. The Battle of Coral Sea, 4th to 8th of May, 1942. That's the battle staff summaries. They're worth reading. There is the Battle of Norway, fighting for the fjords. There is Between the Shores, the Mediterranean convoy battles of 41 and 42. Before this falls down on me, I will put these out the way. Fire and Ice. The Arctic Convoys, 41 to 45. Confronting Italy. And the service actions in 1940. Hunting Tirpitz. Exactly what it says on the tin. Dark Seas. The Battle of Cape Manapan. Where you can read all about Cunningham's stress levels and why Formidable is trying to give him a heart attack. Dunkirk. Again, rather obvious. And The Rise of the Aircraft Carrier. Pacific Naval Strategy, 41 to 45. Really quite a good one. Really quite a good and interesting one. Some interesting stuff in here. Profiles of Nimitz, Yamato. And all the content is pretty darn useful as well. You have illustrations of all the carriers. You have the pre-war situation. You have plans. Distances from Singapore. Distances from Pearl Harbor. Tokyo. That's actually quite a useful one. I've used that before in videos. You might recognize this one. If I produce this chart, you will know. You might recognize it from a video I did a couple of years ago. Yep, that's the distances from Singapore. Distances from Pearl Harbor is this one, and distances from Tokyo is this one. It's closer than you think. It is closer than you think. And this is also a good book, of course. It's John Jellicoe's own The Grand Fleet, 1914. Its creation, development and work. So John Rushworth Jellicoe's own words on his creation operation of the Grand Fleet. And he actually writes this. The writing of this record of the work of the Grand Fleet, of which little has been heard by the nation hitherto, has helped fill in days of leisure. The manuscript was finished by the autumn of 1918, but publication was deferred for obvious reasons. When armistice had been signed and the German Navy had, for all practical purposes, ceased to exist, I felt free to issue the book. The final revision has been done hastily, owing to my early departure for the Dominions, and in circumstances I hope I may rely on the indulgence of readers if any clerical errors have escaped me. In order to minimise the chances of such errors, Mr. Archibald Hurd has kindly read the proofs, and I am much indebted to him. Literally written during World War I, published almost as soon as it's over. The Grand Fleet by John Rushworth Jellicoe. How did Dingwan class ironclads compare to similar ironclads at the time? Not very well. You can tell they are produced for the Navy they're produced for, and that they were getting shafted by the salesman. They were. Joe Fredericks, why do you think Israel has a small navy relative to their army and air force, when the navy could in theory present another possible strike asset against Iran, which is quite far from Israel? Principally because Israel's main security defences concerns are its rather large land borders and its opponents who sit around them. The navy is an ancillary to this. Israel hasn't had to secure its own sea lines of communication because most of the sea lines of communication run through the Mediterranean, and there are lots of other powers in the Mediterranean who'll go, no, you do not want to interfere in our trade routes. Don't do that. Garrett, it's 1920 and the UK government has an attack of common sense. You're put in charge of a program to rebuild the merchant marine post-World War I. What do you do? Well, I'm going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to basically run a 2-for-1 scenario. For every ship you build which has turbine power, you'll be able to get the cost of that and the cost of a ship a triple expansion ship you are reconditioning and modernizing completely tax-free. You will have to pay no tax, not just not just be able to deduct the work, but the cost of the work, but you'll be able to spread the cost against your profits for 5 years to deduct the taxes from it. Everything will be structured in nicest way, both the employment on merchant marine and the building of the ships, to incentivize them to build the ships and to build them in British yards. The requirement will be you have to do the work in a British yard. And I keep this up. I keep pushing this through. I keep wanting to modernise the ships because basically what I want are a large number of merchant ships. A large number of merchant ships as large as possible. So the other thing I'll do is if you have a merchant ship working in a critical transit route, I'll give you a further incentive if the ship is built with hard points for weapons to be mounted, including torpedo launchers, and ammunition storage, and accommodation space for the personnel to man and crew them. Because I want every ship that I can, merchant ship that I can, to be able to be rapidly fitted in wartime with AA guns and with torpedoes. I might wonder, why do I want the merchant ships to be fitted with torpedoes? Because I want, if there's any surface raider out there, I want them to get the idea they have to engage our merchant ships from as long a range as possible, because if they get close, they could get a torpedo. They could get a torpedo. It would also mean that in any wartime scenario, I had built up a massive stock of torpedoes because I had to build enough torpedoes to support these ships.
I have got a massive stock of of AA guns, and I have got a massive stock. I've got a far larger production capacity of things like turbines and higher pressure boilers to run those turbines, which means I have got far more capacity to build from to do wartime production. So if I have increased the merchant ship production by, let's say, 30% during the peacetime, and that's caused an extra couple of hundred turbines to have to be built a year, maybe more, maybe an extra 400 or so turbines a year to be built, then that's going to help me when it comes to wartime, because I've got all that turbine construction, all that capacity. And also with a large number of fast merchant ships, well, things get better. And that's the other thing I'm going to incentivize: speed of merchant ships. I want my merchant ships to be as fast as possible. And when I say fast as possible, realistically I'm aiming for 18 knots. I'm aiming for them to have a high cruising speed of 18 knots. Because, again, think of the convoys. If the average convoy speed is 18 knots across the Atlantic versus 7 knots. Let's be honest, think about how it's going to affect the submarines in the area of engagement, because how fast can they maneuver versus how fast can the ships maneuvering. And even the ships are zigzagging, that 18 knots is going to make a very rapid work of the Atlantic versus 7 knots. Nightwolf, Dr. Clarke, could you recommend one book on the entirety of World War II? Which one would it be? Ooh, entirety of World War II. Covering everything, presumably. I don't agree with everything in it, as a major proviso, but in terms of research, How the War Was Won by Phillips, Pace and O'Brien is a pretty good starting point for covering the whole of World War II. How the War Was Won. What made the Dingman class so bad? Well, what made the Ding class so bad? Well, ironclads are never my favourites, but let's start off with them. They have 2 offset wing turrets, okay? They can't realistically do a broadside, because you can't realistically actually get the guns around to do a broadside. In theory, you should be able to. You can fire 4 12-inch guns forward. You have 2 12-inch guns carrying inside, and you can carry 4 12-inch guns aft. You have 2 quick-firing 6-inch turrets in bow and stern turrets. Realistically, though, these ships are slow, uncomfortable, theoretical top speed of 15.4 knots, rarely ever even in contempt, rarely ever attempted, and even rarer reaching. And even after modernization, they are still weak.
honestly, the fact is these ships are, well, theoretically, and I mean this in the nicest way, modified Sanction class is what the phrase was, or that's what they start off with. But they're really not. They are really not. And these ships themselves, as they represent the fact that these are fairly good ships for what the Germans can build, but they're not really good ships for what the Chinese need. They really aren't. They are a triumph of sails over capability and pizzazz over sense. Their engines, not great. Their hulls, not steady. Their guns, not powerful enough. Their firepower, not useful enough. And themselves, tactically and strategically overwhelmed. They just are. Oh! Joe Fredericks, let's say you've been appointed by Kim to rebuild the Korean People's Navy as a junior force to the People's Liberation Army Navy. What changes do you or can you even do to help China in a future world war scenario? Submarines. If I can assist in keeping enemy nations off our allied areas and touring them, then I am helpful. I'm a force multiplier because I free up Chinese new boats to do other things. So if I can build a lot of SSKs, I can be very useful. Especially if those SSKs can also have some sort of land strike capability, so they can keep the South Koreans guessing. By modernized Haig's Grey, I mean changing their engines, improving their radio communications, and those sort of things. Again, the number of ships which by the Falklands War did not have radio comms is quite disturbing. Joe Fredericks, answer that one. Rudolph. How many frigates does the Royal Navy need if they have 4 Equinoxes and 4 assault ships and 8 Type 83 destroyers? You are probably talking about 24 Type 26 and at least 16 Type 32, Type 31, 32, so at least 40 frigates. Probably as I'd want some Type 26 for the SSBN. You'd probably actually end up with about 27 of them and $18 31 32s. which by my count takes it up to 45. There we go. That's right, but you just stuffed them on the list. I was being sarcastic about it. I thought you were, but then I thought, hang on, someone might actually not have understood what I said, or might be listening for the first time and not get, and not know, and not want to ask. So I actually answered it because I sometimes take a thing of if someone feels they can saying this in sarcasm, there could be someone who really is wondering that for real. Joel Frost, I'm fairly sure that Paul's uploading book. Question, yeah. Is it possible that Russia might purchase a new build carrier from China? I don't think politics allow it. It's probably their best choice rather than building themselves. Politics won't allow it, so no, it's not a choice, not a chance. The ego of Russia in building their own carrier is massive. Hey Leslie, glad to hear work's over for the day. You're still alive after work, that's always a good thing. And sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm definitely sure I'm not, but, you know. It takes policies. It takes possibles. You can't italicize comments for some reason, and that would be really useful for the sarcasm stuff. That would be really useful. What use would a Deutschland class cruiser be for it in a fleet battle? It would be fairly useful, mainly as something which is going to take the firepower, be used to either distract the enemy cruisers or B, take the punch for everyone. Take the punch to the enemy capital ship while and allow that to concentrate on you while your own capital ship is trying to fight back, sort of thing. Potentially. Potentially it works. Potentially it provides the capabilities. And the question is, do I try and harass my colleague? Do I try and harass my colleague? While he's trying to do a live. Do I try and do that? It's tempting. It is tempting to harass my colleague in a minor way, but I probably won't. It's tempting. But it's having lots of trouble with uploading and download. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. I can't harass my colleague. That's cruel. Yeah, it was attempting to go and torment Drac. It was an attempt.
Joe Frederick, what makes it politically viable for Russia to purchase Mistrals from France but not carriers? Pretty much, and I will admit this, pretty much because amphibs are not aircraft carriers. The ego statement status is very different. To an extent, amphibs are still considered disposable assets, so purchasing them from other people is fine. But I thought Paul was distracted for a second, so I was just doing it to be helpful. But carriers are not. Carriers are definitely capital assets. I would argue amphibs are capital assets, but most people argue the troops ashore aboard them are more the capital assets rather than the people, or than the ship themselves. I mean. Mm-hmm. Remember correctly, am I messing up Wi-Fi? Is why once we had a chain of phones set up, so we had one person holding their phone right in the right in the open ceiling hatch, running a hotspot. We had another one down the corridor running also a hotspot, sharing from that hotspot, and then we were broadcasting from the third hotspot. From our phones and into it. So we're basically running from phone to hotspot to the world. Trouble is, I don't know if he'll still be there now at Haig. I'm off to nick some milk from the fridge because I've got some iron brew, but I should have some milk today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where you earn the oldie trick from student days. If the milk is a day or so old of a date, check its smell. If it doesn't smell of sweet corns, you're fine. If it goes from sweet corn to something more acidic, if it smells of sweet corn faintly, it could still be okay, but probably best not to drink it. If it goes from sweet corn to something acidic, don't drink. Don't drink at all. Avoid. Oh, we do all sorts of things to get the internet to work from ships' lives. We're doing them internally. That's why usually we do them from deck. And usually we'll have a second person wandering around. And the reason the second person is wandering around is their phone's already set to hotspot. So if you lose signal, your phone starts you start hotspotting immediately. Joe Fredericks, what do you think of putting catapults on LHDs like Type 6706? Do you think future European and American LHDs might construct LHD with emails in the future? Probably not. And there's a reason for this. So, emails actually take up, and catapults always just take up deck space. And LHD is usually maximizing deck space for the launch of helicopters. For the Chinese, because of their drone development and their force structure, and because they've gone down the Stobar route, it makes a lot of sense for providing commonality with their force structure.
For most European nations, they don't have a Calabar force, so it's not necessarily worthwhile for them looking into it. Or they focus their LHDs on other operations. Now, it's not to say that ships won't end up with catapults on them. They might well end up, but I don't know if they'll end up with deck catapults or hangar level catapults. Because realistically, if you're catapulting out a drone, do you need to be firing off the deck, or can you just fire out the hangar? And in which case, could you have a catapult built into the front of the hangar that just goes boom, straight out the side of the ship? And I have seen a few designs which have got that coming in as an idea, but it's usually a shorter catapult and not full length. Okay. Ba-da-da-ba. Well, Paul is, I think, probably distracted. Hopefully getting some food. Oh no, Paul's doing it. Okay. RJ Walker, what's the real story behind the urban legend the RM pushed Lend-Lease aircraft off the side of ships on the carriers in World War II, Pacific falling out of World War II, so avoid paying for them? It's the truth. It's... Okay, aircraft which were damaged, and you'd have had to rebuild anyway to use. You either had to lose in conflict operations, pay to repair, and return in order, in the same condition. That's the way the contracts were written. So you either had to return it to condition, to return it, or you lost it. So what would you do with it? Return it to condition that functioning condition, paying that money, when you know it's going to go back to America to be scrapped, or do you just chuck it into the other side of the sea? That's why there's a lot of them down there. It's sort of to avoid paying for the ones which you don't want to use peacetime. Penguin Cannon 9000. How useful would Ranger and Wasp be if refitted into something like Unicorn and used to support? Wasp is fairly useful without having that adaptation, but would be more useful probably in that role longer term as I have more carriers available. Ranger, it might actually be the making of the ship as a valuable asset, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get there, and honestly the Americans are more of the habit of taking over small islands and turning them into such forward aviation support operation spaces rather than setting up a special aircraft carrier to follow them around. Fredericks, is there the person researched for me, but is there a way to explain to a journalist that it's not possible to fit the Raphael on the Italian Garibaldis in a way that doesn't insult them? Reminded of a joke which my good friend Dan told last night, which is a doctor under cross-examination in the US court was asked how he knew the patient was dead. So first response was, I was conducting an autopsy on him. But had he confirmed he's dead? Well, his brain was sitting on the side in a jar, so yes, he was dead. But was he sure? And the doctor responds, well, normally I'd say yes, but under current circumstances, I think he could be alive and well and practicing law. Now, the thing is, when someone turns around and goes, why can't you operate an Raphael off a Garibaldi? You go, what? Look at the operation requirements of a Raphael, and look at the Garibaldi, and see if the two mesh. And if the two do not mesh, they are not going to work. And that is it. Unless you're ever prepared to rebuild the Garibaldi, or rebuild the Raphael. Both of which are going to be extortionately expensive. So, yeah, no, don't. Paul, what changes would you carry out post-war regarding logistics of the British Isles, 1946 to 1960? I keep investing in railway freight infrastructure and coastal infrastructure, coastal port infrastructure, because they're useful. I'd probably invest more in air freight as well. And whilst I'd be putting the investment into the roads, by building up the railways, etc., I would make sure that the costs were kept down, especially for the large goods. And I make sure things like all the power plants and all the things like that had very easy rail access built into them. And all the I'd basically pushing so that ports would also maintain easy rail access. So things like container ports, etc., would have very easy access for trains and and I'd probably try and push so that there was a separate sort of industrial line backbone for the UK to try and separate off as much as I could the industrial traffic from the passenger traffic. RJ Walker, to be honest, the US were doing the same thing themselves. Because it wasn't cost effective to repair the stuff. So the question you've asked is, did the Americans care, or was there so much war material scattered around the world that they were glad to be relieved of the logistical headache? It's the latter option. It's massive. In fact, honestly, let's be honest, the British couldn't have done it as blatantly as they did. The Americans knew exactly what was going on. The Americans are doing similar stuff with more material themselves, or they were just leaving it on the islands and claiming it was destroyed. Yeah, there's no secrets going on between friends. They both know exactly what they're doing. And I think in some cases the British ships are actually loading up in ports in Australia next to American ships. And possibly the American ships occasionally help them with the loading process. It's the way of the world sometimes. It's the way of the world. In a few minutes, we will start the Haig portion of tonight's video, which is going to be fun. And then we will start the joint stream, where I will open up the Discord. And then from there, oh yeah. Yeah, don't worry, Paul. I'll field questions. They're coming in nice and evenly, so I can keep up with them on around. If I get overwhelmed, I'll just tell people, I'm overwhelmed. You've killed me. Carrot, how effective do you think HMS Funwheel's 4.5-inch guns would have been if she was not ordered out of the line of fire at Cape Manapan? They'd have been effective, but there's not real much point, because there's 3 ships unloading 8 15-inch shells twice a minute. So that's 48 shells a minute into the 3 cruisers. Realistically, the 4.5-inch shells are nice, but they're not really doing anything, because a 15-inch shell has just impacted my ship at very close range. This is not a significant emotional event, this is a significant traumatic event. Yeah. Joe Fredericks, what's the logistical explanation for the logical explanation? Well, they'll give a logistic for Pakistan to even bother with surface ships, even though they know the Indian Navy is significantly bigger to their own. Because presence and conflict management, you can't really do signaling. You don't really want to do signaling with submarines, and deterrence and support. So sea lines of communication, all those things. Yeah, surface ships are useful. They are what you need, especially when if you're escorting a merchant ship. A submarine can't really do much to defend against merchant ships from air attack, can they? And that's another reason, to an extent, for Pakistan to have the surface ships, because it gives them an extra layer of defence on their coastal side. Penguin Cannon 9000. If you have to have a 35-knot Lexington-class battlecruiser, what would you go for? I would try and build something which was basically a modified Tiger class with about 8 16-inch guns, and yeah, if it could be 35 knots, great, but it would be a modified Tiger class in terms of firepower and armor and the present armor capability. RJ Walker. Okay, that's one. I've got that. RJ Walker. Was the dramatic reduction in US naval shipyard capacity in the 90s a mistake, or was it just a logical result of unexpected peace dividend? It was both a mistake and a logical result. Something can be logical and still a mistake. Because whilst it's a logical result of what happens, it's a mistake to let it happen. It is both. Joe Frederick, is there any hope in the future US shipyards to not have either delays, budget overruns, or delays and budget overruns? Yeah, the more the stuff production goes through, the better they're going to get. You get up on a good enough flow, you'll be fine. You get up a good enough flow, you'll be fine. That's basically it. About 8 minutes till we start the Haig video. That's going to be fun. Okay. Sorry, weird, strange things coming in, and I'm going, what the frigate is that in my email box? This is the trouble with doing a 12-hour live, which has sections which go into my work day. People contact me, and I see my work emails flash up, and I go, okay. Alright. I think you might need to have a sleep. Possibly go for a long lie down.
Possibly, I don't know, take a refresh and have a look at this another day. Because you're certainly not getting anywhere today. So not. It was considered possible for MacArthur to have been given command over naval forces during World War II. What might be consequences today of appointing a general as head of a portion navy? It wasn't. Okay, there are some interesting discussions on this, but let's put it this way. MacArthur was theatre commander. So he's kind of like in strategic command duties. He was not going to be in command of naval forces. He would have had a naval commander reporting to him, who would have been commander of the naval forces in his region. So MacArthur would go, I want you to carry out an amphibious operation. The naval commander would go, yes, I'll carry out an amphibious operation, and then would go do all the planning and organising. So it's not... He's not getting command of naval forces. It's theatre command. It's the point at which you have joint command anyway. You start having things working together because it makes sense. At a certain point you do, and he does actually sort of end up with that. But sometimes people go, yes, there's going to be more, he's going to be given command of a fleet, he's going to be given command of a battle line. I saw a video about that the other day. What would have happened if MacArthur was in command of the battle line? And it's not going to happen. And nice way, there are points during World War II when kings and queens were in Royal Navy ships, when prime ministers were, when very senior generals were. And if they turn around to the captain of the ship and gone, I want you to do X, the captain would look at them and go, look, you can tell me what my objective is and where I need to go to. That's fine, I'll take that under advisement. Anything else? Not happening. Just not. Not your competency. Mine. And I did manage to get into the forge at 6 and do some iron work. So yeah, MacArthur was not getting command of a portion of the Navy. He was getting theatre command, which is a different thing. And today, there are lots of various commanders in charge of theatres. Some are the generals, some are Air Force generals, some are admirals. It's what they are, they're theatre commanders. They're the big brass. But that's probably why I'm actually... Hang on, am I tired or am I... Nope, not tired. I still have grainy feel to them, so still going dusting down. That's why they're closing. Okay, what else is going on? I'm yawning. Was am I yawning or am I... My shoulder's also hurting. Oh, yeah. I usually yawn when that happens. I'll be back in a second. I'm off to go rub some ibuprofen onto my shoulder. I do apologise. When I get back, we will doing General Haig. I'm going to do this for a second. We will be taking questions whilst Haig is going on. But, yeah. I'm going to go put some ibuprofen gel quickly on my shoulder. I think I must have hurt it this morning while doing the iron. It happens. It happens. General Haig was an army commander, but he's quite a senior officer, and so I tend to sometimes do wander into army world. Hello. Sorry about this bearing there, but yes, had to go quickly put some deep relief on my shoulder. It did help. Now, we've got that. That's good. And what is an overlooked naval theatre in World War II, R.J. Walker? I'll get to that after you've got through the presentation, so just hold that. Okay. That one will be discussed. But today we're going to talk about Field Marshal Haig. Sir Douglas Haig. And why are we talking about him? Because sometimes it's fun to talk about a land commander, because the naval commander, I sit there and look at them and go, oh, I don't really have a dog in this fight. Let's go study the history. Let's go study what people have written about it. And he interests me because Haig has a problem which I can see affecting a lot of officers in peacetime. A lot of officers in peacetime. And that is, he is very much a technocratic officer. Talk about it as we go through. He's an absorber of doctrine rather than a conceiver of it. He is a disseminator of doctrine, not a inventor of it. Haig is someone who takes doctrine and turns it into easy to understand packets that others can read. A lot. And that is a skill. And you can see why with such a skill people would presume you are suitable for higher command. Because after all, higher command is not so much about the implementation of doctrine as the implementation of ideas and the organisation and administration of forces. Let's be honest. If you're depending upon the 60-year-old in the room who's in charge of everything and has got all the stress of running everything to come up with all the options, you probably are pushing them a bit too far. Whereas if you are depending upon the team around them to come up with the ideas and them to use their experience and understanding to make a selection of the best possible idea, that's probably a sensible option. That's probably a sensible option. But that's also a bit of a nuanced scenario for most people, most quick analyses. And one thing about Haig is that he has been turned for good or for ill by both sides of the debates on Model 1 leadership into a touchstone. Either of being misunderstood greatness or of being absolute folly. Now, absolute folly is a relative term, but it's quite accurate in some regards for him. But he is an officer who has experience, who has studied, and who has knowledge. He's one of the few who goes to Sandhurst already with the prior experience of learning. And he does do well with what he has available, but he is not, and never should be regarded as an independent thinker or conceiver. He is often the mouthpiece of others when it comes to conception. Now, the other interesting thing about him is he's an army senior officer. And people get surprised that he plays politics with subordinates and seniors in order to justify and enhance and secure his position. He plays politics.
I do sometimes wonder if these people who are doing an analysis of these people have ever actually worked in any larger scale organisation at all. And I said some of the most political organisations I've worked in haven't been universities, they have been private corporate companies. But occasionally some of the universities have got them beat because of the sheer amount of political fighting you can have over such very, very small amounts. At least the private companies usually have the benefit of being over an incredibly large amount, so it makes sort of sense. It's sort of justifiable. It's weird, but it is sort of justifiable. And that's the reality we're talking about. Haig is capable. He really is. But he's more limited in execution than he needs to be for the position he finds himself in. And I think it is Paul Fussell who sums this up the best. It must be said that it now appears the one thing the war was testing was the usefulness of the earnest Scottish character in a situation demanding the military equivalent of wit and intervention. Haig had none. He was stubborn, self-righteous, inflexible, intolerant, especially the French, and quite humorless. Now, the way this man has stacked this up is he's basically got multiple things that mean the same thing. You know? If you ask me for 3 words that mean the same thing, I would go duty, honour, and responsibility. They mean the same thing. If you ask me to respond to command with 3 words, I usually say duty, honour, responsibility, because it does fit it, as far as I'm concerned. But let's go through this part by part. It must be said that it now appears that the one thing the war was testing was the usefulness of the earnest Scottish character. Okay, it's not the English, it's not the command, it's not the personality, it's the Scottish character of Haig. And Haig is very, very Scottish. He is very hard-working, he is very steady as they go, he's a safe pair of hands, he's very coined the phrase safe pair of hands. Yeah. And the one thing the war was testing was the usefulness of the earnest Scottish character in a situation demanding the military equivalent of wit and invention. Well, it's very easy to claim you need more wit and invention when you don't have to provide the wit and invention yourself. And whilst Haig was trying to build a staff where he could call upon others, and he is one of the people who tries to implement a staff structure where the staff are chosen for the commanding officers, not chosen by them, to stop them being abused for patronage reasons. There is a interesting section where basically people who have been quite slagging off Haig in the war are very keen on him hiring their family members for his staff when they come to the front, when they start moving towards France. You know, Haig tends to use the fact that he can't select them himself as a get out of jail free card. He has limited powers to select the same staff, something which he implemented when he worked for the War Office. He wanted it more of a meritocracy. He wanted it more of a meritocracy. That's on him. You want a meritocracy? You got a meritocracy. You really did. Now, his actual early career, though, well, that's a little on the complicated side. And I'm going to expand this out for you all to talk about, and then I'm going to bring it back in. So he lived 1861 to 1928. He served 1884 to 1920. He studied at Oxford, but didn't get awarded a degree due to residency issues, so joined Sandhurst at almost the maximum age of 23 in January 1884. He was born in July 1861, so he had about 5 months, and I don't think there was another term coming soon enough for him to actually finish his time in Oxford. So he didn't get a degree.
He commissioned to the 7th Queen's Own Hussars on 7th February 1885. Then he goes to India, is promoted to captain in January 1891, and then comes back to go to Staff College in 1892. Doesn't get in until 1896, because he's nominated in 1894 by then Inspector General of the Cavalry, Sir James Key Fraser. Why has this had to happen? Because he failed the maths test. Even with just failing the maths test, he still got 28th overall out of the whole class, but that wasn't enough to get him into the actual course. So he had to have letters of recommendation, and those took time. Those took a lot of time to write and to get. And frankly, when they do come through, he gets in thanks to the words of General of the Cavalry, Sir James Keith Fraser, Inspector General of the Cavalry, and basically he managed to get in 1896. He'd been nominated first by Fraser in 1894. So, as you can see, the British Army's working great. Rejected in 1892. Nominated in 1894. Managed to get in 1896. There's a lot of time going on here. A lot of time. And then, once he's at Staff College, well, he helps John French write the cavalry drill book, published in 1896. And then, while at Camberley, he proved to be an absorber of doctrine. He also proved to be terrible at leading men. Even though he was the better horse rider, and in many ways one of the more richer people, he was stopped from becoming a leader of the hunt by his own family. He never forgave them realistically over this, but there was a few other things. He wanted to become the leader of the dog hunt, but yeah, his own family were causing the issues on that one. And but the family come through from occasionally, quite often. He was not considered an independent thinker, and his version of doctrine was basically almost exactly the version of doctrine which would cause the British Army so much fun in the Boer War. And then he took part in the Madras War in 1898, where he had a jolly good war, to be honest. Then he has the Second Boer War, which is slightly less good. He spends a lot of time doing things which, frankly, he'd prefer not to write home about. But thanks in part to his sister's efforts to remind and influence General Evelyn Wood, who was the Adjutant General to the Forces of the War Office in 1897-91, of his value, reminding him of it, because the gentleman already knew how good Haig was. He's able to combine this time in the Second Boer War with command of the 17th Lancers for his last year out there, and holding the rank of Major General, later holding rank of Major, later Lieutenant Colonel, whilst having the local rank of Brigadier General. He has what is considered realistically a nice learning career full of learning opportunities. He then makes Lieutenant Colonel in July 1901, becomes full Colonel in October 1903, and that's to allow him to take over the post as Inspector General of the Cavalry in India, for which he would receive the local rank of Major General. He serves in the War Office 1906 to 1909. He goes out to the Chief of Staff India, where he gets to serve as a general. And I think it's when he comes back from Aldershot, he actually gets the rank of Major General. But there's a dispute, because no one's quite sure. Because this man jumps about from local ranks to service ranks to local ranks to service ranks to local ranks to society. The whole frigging time, and it's kind of difficult to keep up track which branch of general he is now at this point. And the point is, he's had a fairly standard experience, fairly standard service for someone of his station in this kind of armed force. It's been cavalry focused, but that really doesn't matter. The cavalry is part of the British Armed Forces, and he's supposed to be pretty good with her. Certainly supposed to be able to
do what he needs to do in terms of command. He's considered an administrative assistant par excellence. He works well with Haldane on the reforms. Again, he is not an independent thinker, but he's an excellent cipher. He's an excellent sort of bouncing board for your ideas. He's excellent to work with from that perspective, and he will execute the ideas. So he is basically an empty vessel when it comes to doctrine and his ideas of what you need to do. The one thing that does come up, which is not surprising from a maneuverist, is he isn't as keen on artillery as the rest of his army officer counterparts. He isn't as keen on his artillery. And that's probably because of the amount of times his portable artillery in the Boer War gets stuck in the mud and gets useless and left behind. Whereas, you know, it's different in World War One. If it gets stuck in the earth and rather than being left behind, it's going to get dragged out by as many civilians as they can put on the job. Because that's what the French mainly will do, but also the British when they get the really large artillery pieces involved. Because, as we all know, the Royal Navy, when we supply it with six of these things to move this very large gun, or we are helping and assisting with an armoured car, or here are some horses we're loaning you, because it's a massive naval type gun, and the army would then find it really wasn't enough to move the stuff because it was massive. And the trouble is, and this is probably one of Haig's complaints, is that the artillery officer's constant answer to everything is to get bigger gun, more gun, bigger gun, more gun, bigger gun, and at a certain point they were going to find out that that wasn't necessarily the best scenario for them, especially in land positions. Especially if they want maneuverability themselves. More gun, bigger gun is not a good option, whereas it is fine for ships. It is fine for ships. But the trouble is, the artillery debate, and this is something which Haig and other officers in his generation had to feed into and had to deal with, in the 1900s onwards, is incredibly dominated by naval artillery. Incredibly dominated by naval artillery. And the naval artillery constant refrain was, we need to get bigger. We need to get bigger. That's how we destroy our opponent. We get bigger, we get more powerful. Which is annoying if you are a land force, because bigger and bigger guns do not help. Hang on, what's going on? Oh. You okay, sis? Where you off to? Good luck. Sorry about that. Didn't realise my sister was off out. Heard vehicles moving in the front garden. Wanted to check there was no problem. Yeah. You know, the naval officers just go, well, we take our artillery with us. It makes sense. Theirs go bigger and bigger. For an army, that's a problem. You have to lay down railways for the biggest guns. Or you have to build them into concrete. That's not mobile. And to an extent, Haig, because of the doctrine he espouses that he gets from French and others, is more of a maneuverist than pretty much anyone at his level in some regards. It's actually a really weird thing when you consider the war he gets start fighting, especially versus the campaign he wages in 1918, etc. He's really not the general you want for this kind of command. You really should have had an engineer or an artilleryman to command the Western Front as the BEF. Apart from realistically in the last 100 Days campaign where you're doing manoeuvring and you are actually doing it. Because then he's the best general for that. At the time. Because he won't try and innovate. He will just work with the forces.
and work with his corps commanders and keep them going and support them. And as long as they deliver what he wants them to do, he's going to back them up to the hilt. And that's a useful thing. Joe Fredericks. Look up the origins of the self-propelled gun and find out how many exist in World War One. Go and have a look. We'll wait. And that's, that's the reality. He is. If you look at his background, he's a maneuver war guy. He's a cavalry guy, maneuver war guy. He comes from that small portion navy of the army, which is all about maneuver warfare, and yet he can't do maneuver warfare the way it gets set up. He can't do it. And that is sad. That is especially sad for him. Because in some ways he takes flack for things which shouldn't be really his responsibility. Shouldn't really be his responsibility. And well, when World War I begins, that's a different option. That is a very different option. Because by the time you get to World War I taking place, by the time you get all the scenario happening, you're talking about a man who is 54, 39 plus 13, 52. 52, 53 years old. And he has spent his life practicing carrying out small unit tactics in various imperial policing actions, and of course the Second Boer War, which was a whole weird conflict in of itself. People argue about what people should have learned and taken away from it, but considering the fact that they're still arguing what the lessons of the Boer War were over 100 years later. It's very difficult for people to take away lessons if they're not sure what the lessons were. He'd been mentioned in dispatches. He'd been fairly successful. In 1905, he'd actually married a girl called Dorothy Maud Vivian. She was the daughter of Hussey Vivian, the third Baron Vivian, and Louisa Duff. They had 4 children, 3 daughters and a son, and, he was very happy. And was very happy in his time at the War Office. But by the time it gets to World War I, he's starting from Aldershot. And he first is getting involved in the issues around the Courier Mutiny, and the whole refusal of British Army officers to coerce Ulstermen to join a semi-independent Ireland, and all the various things that go on with that. Haig stressed the army's duty was to keep peace, but he was not disappointed to learn that his patron, mentor and friend Sir John French was actually forced to resign as Chief of the Imperial General Staff. That's probably actually a good thing in a way, but also a bad thing, because, honestly, again, the parts where Haig was what is most useful were at the beginning and the end of the land warfare in World War
That's when it most suited him. So at the beginning and at the end, with the BEF, he doesn't necessarily have a good time. At one point in the initial fighting, he ends up leading his own staff into the street, firing their pistol. It was, how do I put this politely? It was a really intriguing time. At Landrecies, which is where his forces, he's attacked, and his own headquarters is attacked, and realistically, there is no way for a number 1 corps should have been attacked, where there shouldn't have been the gap there was between the 1st and 2nd Corps. He shouldn't have felt he needed to leave his staff to into the street, revolvers drawn, with them making them promise to sell their lives dearly. That's not a sensible situation to find yourself in. And to an extent they're in that position because the British Army is manoeuvring multiple corps at the same time, and its joined up thinking is lacking. At every level. At every level. Now, he also finds dealing with the French quite annoying, and this is where he doesn't necessarily have the greatest political tact or ability. He finds the French are very restrictive on him in his ability to operate and his ability to position himself and organise himself. And he complains about it frequently. With some cause, some justification. The French are not the easiest allies to work with. They really aren't. As things go on, though, he starts manoeuvring against French. His mentor, his theoretical commanding expeditionary force, but he feels that French is trusting the wrong staff officers and not listening to the advice of the sensible corps commander, i.e. himself. So it starts to make sense. Basically, you want the king dead because he's not listening to you. Where have I heard that reason for rebellion in history? Oh yeah, it's been the reason for many of them. Neither the British. Hi, Gareth the Brit. The British were also annoying, and de Gaulle and others can all argue about the British. I'm talking about Haig and this, but Haig's problem is, to be honest, and I would say this goes for both of them, is that both of the French and the British operate under the idea that the other side will conform with their staff work without them doing anything about it. It takes a long time to get the staffs to work together and get the staffs to work on anything like an even keel. And let's be honest, you have got a fair number of officers who've got through. I would love to say it was only Haig who had the shame he hid of the fact that he failed a maths test and so hadn't got into staff college the first time. But a surprisingly large number of people who fail maths get into British staff courses. A surprisingly large number of British officers who go on to senior ranks fail to their maths test to get into staff course. It's quite a disturbing capability, but it's also kind of a problem when you're dealing with the sheer amount of artillery you're going to be wielding. Now, Haig did push on. He did keep pushing on. And he was capable of pushing up. But his command of First Corps was mostly typified by bursts of absolute nothingness, followed by a massive intensity of everything, doing everything, wanting to be everywhere, run everything, charge around. He could be tired one day, and then the next day he'd be, well, he wanted to rest his course, but was happy as to resume the offensive because he was instructed. and he's happy to do it. It's a fun experience for all of them involved, realistically. The amount of learning that goes on in the first part of World War I is disturbing. You would think these officers would have learnt, you think these officers would have experienced logistics and issues in the war especially, but no, the Royal Navy have managed to see that they were well supplied, so they hadn't really been worried. And that's the difference. There's also the stats. After 2 weeks of fighting, slightly less than 2 weeks of fighting, First Corps had reduced from 18,000 to just under 3,000 effectives. That's by the 12th of November, 1914. And then First Corps is eventually relieved by French forces because the British are arguing they have no strategic reserve. The French are saying we're being mucked up over as well in Verdun, etc., and all these places. And basically, British argument is, well, we've already tried to help it, it hasn't worked, we can't continue doing this because we're going to get ourselves destroyed, and that's not helpful. Alright, and the French go, oh, okay. But honestly, there were issues. And one of the interesting things which Haig had pointed out before the war even began was that it was going to be necessary to necessitate you taking home experts and veterans from the expeditionary force to go and train the new people coming through. Carry on 5-1. The problem with the capacity of British-French staff work is interesting, as the British-French and German staff work is much more similar in the hangover from the decade-long French anti-French alliances. Not really. It's not from that. It's mostly due to the fact that a large number of staff colleges get started after the Franco-Prussian War, and people go and copy the winner from that. I'm going to go put this in the kitchen. Be back in a second. But honestly, it could be worse. Basically, the picture you get quite quickly of an officer is Haig is one of those officers who is trying to prepare himself and has been through a preparation for a war which is not what he's going to fight. I would argue Haig is the sort of officer who realistically, as a senior commander, you should keep in your back pocket, in charge of your reserves, because the moment you need to roll, you turn around to him and go, charge with your reserves, and he will get them there. He will motivate his reserve, the force, he will get them there. You want him in charge of your cavalry division, you want him in charge of your tank division, honestly, or anything like that. You want him in charge of the force which you're going to deploy once you made the breakthrough. Because he'll go. But instead, he's a senior corps commander.
And the thing is, he's a Corps commander because on paper he looks like he's done very well. And he's had all the right support and all the right popular things. But basically he's done that not because he's particularly stupid. And again, I'm going to return you to this. He's not particularly stupid. He is stubborn, self-righteous, inflexible, intolerant, all those things, and quite humorless. He is smart. But he is earnest rather than wit and invention. He is hard work. He is, we will persevere, not we will intrigue. And one of the things that happens as war begins and as he's fighting is he gets this permanent fixed idea that will shape a lot of the battles, that the Germans come so close to victory but then back out. And really, if there's any chance of victory, any chance at all, you cannot withdraw. You have to press on. Any chance at all. And that's a problem. That is a problem. Now, to answer some of the questions that come up, did a large portion of German officers fail their maths test before entering Staff College as well? I'm not sure, I haven't looked into that, but I know a significantly large number of the British ones who come out senior. Mainly because the ones... look, you can get into Staff College by two methods, okay? You can pass the exams and get in that way. Or you can be nominated, proposed by someone. Say an Inspector General of the Cavalry. And it's the ones who are proposed, of course, already have the connection to the senior officers to get them proposed in the first place. And they tend to be the ones who fail the test in some ways, but are still considered very impressive by the senior officers. And so they get pushed through anyway. And then, of course, because they have the connection to the senior officers, they manage to get rapid promotion afterwards. See the problem with the system? Now, it can result in some good officers. It can. And I do not know it being said that academic brilliance or academic excellence is really the only metric by which a senior officer should be judged. I don't want it said that. But here's the thing. Haig had come 28th in the tests overall whilst failing the maths portion. He came that high and no one in the institution felt like making the case for him. No one. It has to be officers outside the organisation which make the case for him. Oh, or Kitchener and French hating each other because allegedly Kitchener had a thing with French's wife. Yeah, there's also a possibility that Haig did some interesting things as well. We'll leave that to one side. Hey, Garrus. And no, Haig is not crazy enough. He's not inventive enough to be in charge of destroyers. Again, he's more who you put in charge of small cruisers on escort duty. Getting the BAF from French is a more interesting scenario of how he does this. And this comes after the Battle of Luz, okay? So the Battle of Luz takes place, after Haig has done a lot of work. He inspects it on the 20th of June, finds it dissatisfactory, issues. Haig prefers to attack at Orba's Ridge. So does actually French. But Fernand Foch, felt that by attacking Luz, the British would pull the German reserves and allow the French to secure Vimy Ridge, which was critical. And their opinion? I mean, it probably was. So French wrote to Joffre saying he's willing to do it for the sake of Anglo-French cooperation. But then tried to get Joffre to accept just an artillery bombardment and limited British infantry attacks. Kitchener, well, he was sympathetic to Joffre. Especially when Joffre said he should set the size, dates, and objectives of British offensives. However, he only agreed to lose at the current time because, frankly, the British government weren't keen on basically handing over control of their personnel's lives to the French. So you set our dates of attack, not us, our objectives of attack, not us, and you set the size of our attack, so how much force are we using? No. In the nicest way, even in any alliance, they usually retain a veto power. That's often where you find a whole load of senior officers sitting in a combined headquarters. And those officers will have their national veto to veto an operation their forces might be called into, which they think is suicidal or stupid. Or not in their nation's interests. And realistically, this would not have been in the British or any of their powers' interest to do either try and get off the ship or B, try and take the ship at this point. If this was a ship. In terms of operations, this is not a sensible thing to allow the French to dictate because the French are suffering in Verdun. The French are bleeding already on the Western Front. They can't do anything else. Now, eventually, Kitchener and then Haig agree to go along with Joffre's wishes for the operation. We think Haig was persuaded by the fact that he was allowed to use poison gas. The French then postponed the attack, and there's all sorts of things going on. But eventually, Lose takes place. And Haig claims to Kitchener that he won a complete success on the first day, and that it was the lack of reserves organised by French that meant he had lost the front. He used reports from captured enemy officers that had been astonished by the British failure to exploit the attack. And he also complained about the foot dragging over conscription and commitment of troops. And foot dragging is an appropriate phrase for the time. He doesn't use that one. Foot dragging is an appropriate phrase, though, for that time. It's one of the phrases they were using. Rather than saying dilly-dallying about. And, well, Lewis starts to get debated in the UK press. Kitchener wants a full report. Haldane goes to France to interview both French and Haig. French demands a report from Haig. Lord Stamford, the King's Secretary, gets involved. It just gets onwards and busier and busier. And eventually, French tries to publish his own report. Haig demands a correction of French's inaccuracies. Then French ordered Haig to cease all correspondence on the matter, but unfortunately some of the people who were asking to correspond with him were the King and Prime Minister. So it's a really fun debate as to who can order who around. And all this eventually discredits French and Kitchener to an extent, and leads to French being replaced and
Haig being appointed Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Force on the 10th of December. On the 10th of December, 1915. Which is nice for him. He's commanded a corps. He's gone from general officer commanding Aldershot, where he had a couple of divisions and a brigade on him. Now he's got a corps under him. Now he's got the Expeditionary Force under him. He's doing well. Now, Haig is interesting. Haig managed to impress a lot of senior officers and a lot of politicians by having a very firm grasp on the situation and a very good understanding of what names meant. He does seem to have studied it. He does seem to have known what he was talking about, and that was helpful. And it's after Luz that he's now building up for the Somme, where he's going to earn his stamps compared to French at Luz. Now, the Somme is really terrible in so many ways. It really is. And in preparation for it, well, you have a lot of Lloyd George Haig discussion. And when Haig's opinion of Lloyd George was he was shifty and unreliable, and Lloyd George hated Haig from early on, you can imagine what the relations between the two men. They started looking at where the German positions were, and then they started working out their own positions and how they'd work them out. Haig actually decided that in the traditional timing of the Royal Navy, that subsequent previous operations had obviously acted to wear out the German forces, and now was time for the decisive battle which would end the war. The decisive battle. Now, originally, it was going to be an Anglo-French attack on the Somme, where they would attack to relieve pressure on each other and the French army at Verdun. However, the British look at this joint Anglo-French offensive. They look at it and they think about how expensive it's going to be, how difficult it's going to be to coordinate, and how nuts it's going to be, and they go, nope, 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 nope. There's also the problem that the government's upset with the amount of shipping going off to France to support the British Expeditionary Force not coming to Britain, and this is the point at which there are starting to be issues with the Somme rains and with the issues they're generating. So yeah, it's all going fun. It is all going a lot of fun at this current time. Now, when all that's said and done, and all that is said and done, sorry. I've been having a bit of a headache all day, and it's starting to act up, but it's okay. I took some paracetamol earlier, and I think that's starting to kick in. Basically, Haig starts work. And his plan is to try and make the Somme work for the British. He has huge debates going on though at this point, he with the British government, which are detracting his attention. One of the things is that they are obsessed with the amount of fodder, and they wanted to cut the number of cavalry divisions because of it, and the horses. And he was really intrigued by this, because the cavalry were a very small proportion of the horses, donkeys, and mules which were used to move supplies and equipment around the Gallipoli offensive, around various parts of the Western Front, which were too difficult for even little trains to get to, they were very useful, but they require a lot of food. And he has to go on the defensive, defensive against the government, because if he doesn't, they will take away his food supplies for his horses. And whilst it is to an extent a desire of a cavalryman to have horses, he has plenty of those running around at this point. He's more worried about survival of his pack and, well, when I say survival of his pack, survival of his people and his units, and the viability of those units in terms of logistics. And survivability of his pack mules, which I keep wanting to call the packers. I don't know why. Every time I'm talking about pack mules, I want to call them the packers. I have no idea why. Please don't try and explain it. I practiced this video last night, late last night, and I kept calling the pack mules the packers. I just caught myself now. He was doing all this and trying to get all these supplies running to keep this force going. And he had to, because he was being told by Joffre that the French army would cease to exist if the British army didn't attack soon and relieve the pressure, because the French army was under so much trauma going on from the German attacks around Verdun. And, yeah, Pétain is warning that the game's up if the British don't attack. The British have to attack. The British have to draw the Germans off, otherwise the French are going to get annihilated. That's the policy. Now, Haig, he wanted to attack further away. He wanted to attack further away from Verdun. He wanted to draw the forces far away. He wanted to break into an area where he felt he had a good chance of manoeuvring outside it. But no, that wasn't considered close enough. And so Lloyd George, who is now considering him insolent over the food issue, and various other people, basically get together by letter and decide on the Battle of the Somme. Haig goes, okay, fine, but what I really want is I want as many high explosive shells as possible. He gets a whole load of shrapnel shells as well, instead. He doesn't get enough high explosive shells. That's, again, kind of annoying. Really, really annoying. And you have to remember, originally, Haig had been the guy who's going, well, we shouldn't deploy straight away, we should wait for the reserves to mobilise, so we can have the reserves better integrated in the expeditionary force when they go out and take a larger force with us. And, of course, they decided against that because they wanted a small elite force to get to France to stake our claim of defending France and being a good ally. Now, as we all know, the Battle of the Somme is pretty much a frigging nightmare. The result is nicely classified as inconclusive, but honestly that really doesn't state at all what goes on there, because at the Somme, the British lose nearly 96,000, the French lose very nearly 51,000, and they have, in terms of other illnesses and damage, roughly 420,000 on the part of the British and 200,000 on the part of the French. So, roughly a lot of their force get injured or damaged in some way. A lot of their force get damaged in some way. The British are deploying 13 divisions in July and 11 divisions of French troops, so that's 24 divisions. And by November, they've got 57 divisions and the French have 48 divisions out there. The Germans go from 10.5 divisions to 50 divisions, which if you consider in November, if you were properly coordinating your roughly 98 divisions, surely some could have been lobbing artillery shells at the spaces where those divisions weren't, so they could cross into places, but they weren't able to do that. They weren't able to cause that trouble in the end. They just weren't. Because the way the battle was structured and set up, pretty much the Somme is more about drawing off the Germans from Verdun than it is about breaking through at the Somme. And that puts them in a very sticky situation, because instead of going for necessarily the best route to attack, you want to draw the Germans in so you can beat them on the counterattack. You want to attack, draw them in, let them counterattack, and then counter the counterattack. That's a very difficult maneuver for even an inspired commander to pull off, let alone one who is a very good doctrinaire. A technician. HMCS, that's rotated through the battle, not on the front line all at the same time. Roughly speaking, and that's what they've got operating in that period on the front, but, you know, in that area. Yes, some are on the front line, some are in reserve, some are moving about, but that's what they're roughly operating in that area. And, yeah, the Somme. The Somme achieves its objective of drawing the German attention away from from Verdun. It doesn't really achieve its intention of actually providing any meaningful breakthrough. It really doesn't. Which is why we get to this. How does Haig survive? Well, because whilst he's deeply unpopular today, he wasn't unpopular at the time. He was known as a personally brave officer who would often be found leading from the front, often found charging at the front of his men. You know, the classic scene back at the beginning where he goes out in front of his staff and goes, "Don't worry, we will make them pay dearly," is classic Haig. He is a boring person. He's not someone who you want to go and have a drink with or anything like that, but he is someone who, if he's on your side, you have no doubt about his personal bravery. You don't have no doubt about his personal commitment and connection to you. You have no doubt about his wish to support you. If he's on your side, he ain't going anywhere. If he's on your side. He did actually often stress his anti-Fisher jobs were mostly about getting Fisher promoted up senior ranks in the Royal Navy, but which he'd refused himself. But yeah, that's a bit... I'm not sure about that. There's also the fact that when you look at his staff structure here, it's not exactly young, vibrant, and energetic, is it? These are the commanders and their chiefs of staff. So these are the people who are in command of various formations, and the people who help them work out what they need to do. There's a problem here. There's literally very limited diversity of fort or history. Once you start looking at their medal list, once you start looking at epaulets, once you start looking at their form. They are very similar, mostly in their history and form. And that's probably one of the reasons why the Royal Navy, again, gets so stuck into groupthink, because that's all they are at this point. They are groupthink. They are pushing their way through from that as a key sort of scenario for the army. They are doctrine as represented, and they're going for the army doctrine of victory. They're going for the army doctrine of successful operation, for the army doctrine of what is a viable and necessary operation. Haig and Lloyd George do not get on at all, and Lloyd George does do a massive hit job on Haig. But also, in some regards, Lloyd George feels that Haig took the spotlight from him in terms of things he wanted to do. And I can understand that to an extent. I can understand it to an extent. But, you know, Haig is in many ways is not the officer you want promoted up to this sort of senior level rank. He's the officer who's got there because he's good at managing staff and he's good at absorbing other information. But he's going to reach his limit very quickly in this operation. in the wider war. Because he's signing up to fight in ways he fundamentally doesn't want to. Now, we know how Haig really wants to fight. Give him the War of 1918, about, the 100 Days campaign, all the operations he achieves then, he does remarkably well. Let's be honest, the 100 Days campaign is one of the most hard-fought, most brilliantly executed campaigns of the entire First World War. And yet, that's pretty much the only time where Haig is realistically left completely off the boot of control from the French and the British government, and is allowed to exercise almost complete freedom. And he does it on an offensive operation. He just keeps going. But I would like it pointed out that realistically, Haig is not the commander for what you want for this sort of operation. If you want to do this sort of thing, they should have gone and picked an engineering officer. They should have gone picked someone who didn't believe artillery was a bit of a waste of time, and someone who was going to work through those situations and those scenarios rather than see them as opportunities. And that's the big problem you'd face if you took things like drones, etc. back, because would they actually use them? With that being said, we'll do the questions open for a bit. And, headache is a bit weird, so I don't want to finish early, but I also don't want to, I want to potentially take some more painkillers. I'm trying to remember when I last took some. So we'll see. We'll see. I think I'll be okay. Oh yes, I would agree. Plumber is a pretty darn good choice, but I'd also say Plumber doesn't necessarily look like the right choice. If you look at this picture, and if you think about this from the point of view back home, Plummer is a good officer. He's a cool officer, but he looks like an old man. He's a very active and energetic officer, but he looks like an old man. He does. He looks exactly like you'd expect someone who was born in 1857 to look like. The interesting thing, of course, is he completely outlives Haig. Because Haig was born in 1960-something, wasn't it? 1861, yeah. 1861. So, Haig was born 3 years afterwards and died 4 years before. Actually, 4 years, because he's 57. So 4 years earlier and 4 years after. Yeah, so, 8 years differential. So Plummer is 4 years older than him. He looks, but he is definitely one of the most capable officers you need for this time period. Plummer would walk so that the monarch could later run. Oh, Plummer did many interesting things. There's also... Rawlinson is fairly good. Rawlinson, I feel, sometimes gets overlooked, and I think it is actually quite good. There's a lot of good artillery officers in the British Army at this point, and a lot of the artillery officers get forgotten. But I cannot emphasize enough that the artillery debate was always over size of gun, thanks to the Navy. Thanks to naval dominance. So, any questions? But Rawlinson is good. He has a lot of issues in 1916 because of the 1st of July, but he learns fast, yeah. And sometimes that's what you need. Sometimes you need an officer who learns quickly, because you need someone who's going to adapt to circumstances, and someone who learns quickly is basically another way of phrasing someone who adapts. By 1918, most of the people on that step were at least competent. You didn't make it past 1917 if you weren't, but also carrying 1916 baggage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And let's be honest, Haig had used politics to oust French, but he was fairly certain French wasn't the right man for the job. And I have to agree with him. I don't think French was the suitable guy for the job, because the way he was running his staff was more of a kin of, we're out for a Sunday morning stroll than we're out for a war operation. I'm sure he meant well by it, but he just didn't achieve well. He couldn't achieve well, I suppose. So let's see what questions are coming in. Post in. To be honest, this is the first time I'm hearing of these officers. I can't believe that even Haig wasn't mentioned in my school. Well, this is why sometimes I do videos like this, because I don't normally teach. I don't teach land warfare. Please note, I know bits of them because I read I read books about them in context of naval operations and what they're being compared to and contrasted with, and you get books which have a bit of discussion of these people in, and it's a case of I might if I do a bit of stuff like in World War on the channel, it gives people who might not otherwise look at it a bit of a chance to hear some extra information, and maybe they'll be interested in go and look at more. Maybe they'll go and study it more, because it gives you context. It's like, when I'm when I'm talking about the staff structure in the Royal Navy, what am I comparing it to? What staff structures am I looking at? I'm looking at other navies, but I'm also looking at the British Army. I'm also looking at other forces, because that's who the British were working with at that time. Okay. So, Gary is the Brit. What have you said on it? So, question for you. There are very brief. It was a very briefly discussed plan for Marshal to replace Haig in 1918. Mostly Lloyd George doing it. What were the realistic barriers to that? I know the zero area, but I know you know them as well, and better explaining it ordinance. Well, actually, the biggest barrier to replacing Haig in 1918 is because, far from being called Butcher Haig or all those things you see about him in a lot of proper press, a lot of the regular rank and file soldiers actually quite liked Haig. They trusted him. And one of the biggest problems with trying to replace him was you needed a smoking gun, and you couldn't say, oh, we're replacing him suddenly because of the losses suffered in these more recent battles when you'd suffered massive losses in earlier battles and hadn't replaced him. And he'd now been in power and position for a sufficiently long time that if you replaced him, you were going to cause a massive disruption within the forces, within the structure. He was a trusted figure. And Kitchener had died. And so a lot of the army, a lot of the recruitment had become built around serving Haig. And Haig was known to be a brave officer. It's one of the really interesting things. It's believed by many that if Haig had his way, every time they went over the top, he would have been going over the top with them. And honestly enough, he's stupid enough he might have done it. Thankfully, he remembers his position is to sit at back and try and coordinate logistics and supplies and make sure reserves go through. But he is stupid enough he actually does believe in it. The other problem is, if you replace him, what are you going to have him do? You see, one way you can get rid of a senior officer, and usually how Lloyd George does it, is by promoting them. Okay, where are you promoting Haig to? Commander-in-Chief of the General Staff? That's going to cause you trouble. He's now going to be back causing you trouble in London. The Joint Chiefs of Staff organisation, which is trying to direct the war for all the Allies? Oh, he already is causing diplomatic issues left, right and centre with the French. You don't want him involved in that. That will just cause it to never deliver anything. You can't send him to Far East. You're packing off Jellicoe off to a Dominion as fast as you can get rid of him, because he spent his entire time telling you you're wrong and you haven't been investing enough in convoy defence and convoy security. So you have a real problem of what do you do with him and how popular is it going to be? And those are your two big problems, because if you don't have something to promote him to, you have to explain it to the public in a way which is going to potentially damage morale at home. And you're also potentially going to damage morale in the forces, in the army. Because again, Haig wasn't held responsible by the troops for the issues of the artillery shells. They don't expect Haig to sort that issue. They expected that issue to be sorted. And Haig was able to point out to a lot of people that he had spent a lot of time arguing for more high explosive shells, less shrapnel. Especially at Somme, but other battles as well. I would say the interesting thing for him as well, in terms of options, is you must remember Haig is the first general who is defeated by air power. It happens in an exercise prior to World War I, and he has all the forces on his side. The only difference, and this is the force which is smaller, which he's fighting, has aerial reconnaissance and aerial support. And they beat him. They take him apart. He then delivers, instead of the prepared speech he prepared, which had some jokes and laughs, a long rambling speech about the future of warfare, which he thought was accepted very well, but most people remember taking no notice of, and it was a dirge. Again, this is very much a... I can see where this comes from. I have a couple of, as you all know, I have some Scottish family, and I have a couple of gentlemen there who I would say describe as dour Scottish speakers. They do constantly sound like they're mildly depressed when they are speaking. And this is Haig's issue. So Haig is actually quite an inspiring figure to his troops until he opens his mouth. Until he tries to give them a talk. That's the other way you could have got rid of him, is make him go on a speaking tour. That would probably got rid of him, because they'd have got rid of him themselves. But, you know, that didn't happen. It's a, yeah. Getting rid of him opens too many issues, unless you have a sufficiently sensible plan for what you're sending him to. And, yeah. So the question is, how do we rehabilitate him? Not really Catholic militant. I would love to say you can, but one of the troubles is that once the public's image is fixed, it takes a massive thing to change it. And realistically, I would say he's complicated. He's complicated. He's a human being. And that's one of the problems. Until you can get the public as a group to accept nuance, not as individuals, but as a group to accept nuance, you can't really explain someone like Haig and the stuff that's been written about him. Verdun, yeah, the thing about Haig is, despite his reputation, he had to be dragged away from the front line by his staff and not visit hospitals because it was affecting him in danger. Yes. And post-World War One, he does a lot more to set up the organisations, things like the Haig Fund, etc., the Royal British Legion, various charities and funds to look after those troops than any of the politicians do. A lot of politicians want to take credit for those organisations. Haig and a few of these men actually do a lot more work in it, and a few naval officers as well get involved. It's really really an interesting time, because the credit is often put down to politicians and often put down to people, because partially because some of these modern organisations don't want to put the credit down to him. Because let's be honest, when he's fighting in the Boer War, he does incredibly nasty things to the Boers, because that's the operational planning and doctrine at the time, and he will always execute a doctrine as ordered, even if it's terrible doctrine. He'll execute it as ordered. He deserves some of the criticism, but in many ways, he doesn't deserve to be singled out as much as he is. But again, you're not going to rehabilitate him, because in many ways, it's a fixed mindset. But I thought I'd do him in the Historiophon, because we're talking a lot about the various issues. Tomorrow evening's video is about is in support of combat stress, the organisation I do a lot of things with, and yeah, it's worthwhile looking into. One of the interesting things that came up in the study is that, of course, his son was against their blanket pardon, which was issued to all the people shot for cowardice in World War One. And basically, the point he made was, yes, some of these people were PTSD and all these things, and did have these issues, and they should be pardoned. But not everyone was, and it should be worked out, and those should not be. And the trouble is, that's very difficult to do from this distance. But I can also understand him in a way, going, you have just, by giving them pardon, you've just made all the people who were involved in their executions look like bad people, when they were literally following through the rulings and the judgments at the time, and standard military practice at the time of, you desert and you get shot. And it's an annoying matter, but a reality that is a contentious issue still to this day. Reality is everyone's trying constantly to evolve, but evolving is hard. It is. It's very hard. And once you've got into a habit of how you do things, it's very difficult to break that habit. For the next few minutes, questions have to be related to Haig. Yes, YouTube Minecraft watcher, but we'll go into general questions in a bit. I would say, if you want to read a good book about World War One, Mud, Blood and Poppycock by Gordon Corrigan is an excellent read, and really worthwhile going through, because, whilst again I don't agree with everything in there, it's brilliantly researched, and Gordon is an absolutely wonderful gent. Mud, Blood and Poppycock. I have a copy somewhere around here, but I cannot see it from my life, me. You thought of a weird something. Well, yeah. It's my fault, but if I'd known you were doing this one, I'd have decided to drag me on and give you all my phone photos from the Bernese Western Front. That could have been a fun one to do, and that, we could do that for 2 historians. We could do a 2 historians of that one this Christmas. Just you and me chatting away for a couple of hours talking it all through, because that'd be quite a fun one to do for 2 historians. Because, as I said, I like doing this stuff because people don't necessarily expect it on my channel, but I'm happy to do wider history on my channel because I can. It's not so much, Joe, it's not so much being afraid of condemning old doctrines and practices because it might insult veterans. It's more a case of, in terms of their failure to adapt to doctrines, was because those were the doctrines they'd grown up with and they'd served all their careers in. And what we're talking about, when we're talking about this sort of thing, is the trouble was, especially at the time around some of the pardoning language that went on. And I don't mean this away, is that some of the people spoke of the pardoning as being a purely virtuous thing, and the people who've been on the other side as being evil. And they weren't. Okay? That's the point. Often the people who were the firing squads, etc., were from line regiments. They were were off the line. They're called up. They do the job. They go back. And yeah, it's just part of the military judgment system and punishment system. It's not right. It's not wrong. But at those times, it was a lawful order, and if they disobeyed it, they could have themselves got shot. So they're not necessarily evil, they're just doing what they're doing as soldiers. So it's a case of, condemn the practice if you wish to. Yes, I don't like shooting anyone realistically in that scenario on my own side, or who's theoretically on my own side. But I also don't think those people need to be... You should condemn the people on the other side for just doing what they were doing at the time. Condemn the practice, don't condemn the people. This is my policy. Because the people are following the rules at the time. Haig wasn't just any army group commander. He overlooked relations with foreign armies, training, logistics, and relations with his government. He did all sorts of things. That's the other issue which makes him difficult to replace. He does get involved in a lot of different pies. He likes to stick his nose in everywhere. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Next week, on next Tuesday, we have, I didn't want to cover this before we finish, it's Piet Pieterzoon Hein, Dutchman who took a Spanish civil fleet. That's next Tuesday's video of leadership. Tesher Vachel, given what people were executed for in civilian life, the military judgments and application of sentences were not overly harsh. I would agree. And there were usually quite a few second and third chances in the process. There were lots of different people who could quash it and stop it happening. And they often, if they could find an excuse, would. It's when they couldn't find an excuse, that's when you had the problems. But you read through some of the documents, some of the judgments that go on, and literally some of the excuses which are landed on are incredibly weak. But they are enough coverage for someone to commute the sentence. Enough coverage, and that's what you're praying for. Enough coverage to commute the sentence. Catherine Winter, do you think that Haig had an alternative to hammering the Germans and enduring appalling losses? Interestingly enough, look at the route taken during the 100 Days campaign at the end 1918, and look at some of his earlier proposals. One of the interesting things about Haig is if you go back to the beginning of the war, he actually is one of the people at the conference who's in Downing Street who's actually most against rapidly deploying to France because he thinks you need time for the reserves to mobilise and properly organise. He wants to take a larger formation with him straight away. Well, the problem is actually isn't necessarily who you're replacing Haig, because there's a very small pot of people to replace him with. As said earlier, the best option probably is this gentleman, Plummer. But there's also Rawlinson. They're the two senior commanders below him in the field. And yeah, you have a few other options wandering around, but those are the two senior officers in the field. It's then you need to replace them, and you need to replace all the other steps up the line, and that's more difficult. But yeah, as Gareth Britt said earlier, there was what's his name? Lloyd George was looking at General Monash and a few others. So yeah. The best option if you were going to replace him is Plummer. Plummer is by far the best general the British probably have at that point in that who actually has understanding of the Western Front. Again, that can sound strange to say, but there are some good officers who are nowhere near the Western Front. But they would have to be brought up to experience level, and that's going to take too much time. It's going to take too much time. Yeah, and that's the other problem for... That's also another problem if you let him go. It's kind of like with... Why is... Jellicoe is... let's put it this way. Jellicoe publishes this. Okay, this is the example I give from earlier. Jellicoe publishes this in 1918. He wrote it earlier. One of the reasons why they are packing Jellicoe off to the Dominion, New Zealand, is they hope against hope, he will stop him publishing this, because they're worried what's in it. Considering all the relations and all the involvement Haig has had with allies, and the discussions he's been involved in with allies, imagine what could have been in his equivalent if published in that time. Now, the thing is, you and I know that Haig is not really the world's biggest publicist. He really isn't that great at being a publicist. Well, the politicians worry about that. But I have an idea. I do have an idea. Da 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 bum bum. Not that one. That one. The speaker stage on the channel should now be live, and if people join, they should be able to hear it. You can suppress publications, Joel Fredericks, but how do I put this politely? That only goes so far. Because suppressing publications works up to a point. And if you're suppressing someone who's that senior, it's going to leak out. And actually suppressing the publication can make things worse because people can wonder what's in there. And the speculation about what's in there can actually be worse and more damaging than what's actually in there. You can hear me crunching, but no video. Well, I'm not broadcasting video to both to all the things. I'm just talking voices. My voices should only be in the brew ship stage, because that's basically if people want to join and chat, who are Killix, etc., or Mastered Arms, like people like Fox the Dragon, etc., or Garrus, if he wants to, can pop in and join and chat away and answer questions. Yes, but are you really claiming, Joel Fredericks, that an ardent, passionate patriot like Sir Douglas Haig would give away vital, current information to the enemy? Are you really? Garrus is appropriately cooking a curry, considering the number of Indian troops involved in the battle in World War I on the Western Front and various other parts. Cooking a curry is very, very appropriate. Yes, I did invite. I did invite Glyn to speak, so Glyn has the option if he wants to. Ah, yeah, you're on your phone. Don't worry. Sorry, Glyn. Joe Fredericks, you can argue that, but how do I put this politely? That's the sort of argument once you get into, you start revealing details of what's in the document anyway in the legal notes, and stuff starts leaking out. So the more you have to argue, the more information, more publicity you give it, and the more you let it get out, and the more stuff you get, more stuff that starts getting out into the discussion, and the more problems you generate for yourself. And that's the issue. That is the issue, realistically. Yeah, we'll take questions again. I'm going to have a conversation with the bot and see if it works now. Is that working? Yeah. That's working. I have invited you to come speak. I can't drag you up into the speakers in this sort of system. So you just have to accept. We'll see if the bolt's actually got anyone. Hello. How are you doing?
There you go. Does that get me onto the
yes,
the live audio?
Yes.
First time frequent listener, first time caller. Currently dicing chicken for cats.
Oh, they're very happy cats, son. I currently have a call.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone who is vaguely unfamiliar with me. But yeah, Alex is stepping dangerously onto my territory here in a good way, with World War I land shenanigans. So,
well,
always happy to back you up on questions on this one.
Well, actually, no. There's even more stuff coming out that's going to be quite fun to you, because I've got some books coming to me from Pen and Sword, which are the latest books on the Knights Hospitaller and the Knights Templar that they're producing. They're being sent to me to review.
Oh, I look forward to the Hospitaller one being absolutely atrocious, as they normally are.
Well,
again, that's for another day. Depends on who's writing it. I haven't looked.
My fun one was I was going to. I'll look it up and I'll tell you. Because I've got it in my fact file of stuff which they're sending me. Because Pen and Sword basically went, "Oh, you always do a load of Christmas book reviews, don't you?" Yeah. We've got no one to review our medieval history stuff. Do you know anyone who would do it? Well, I'll do it, but also I'll give you a recommendation name. So I've even put yours forward down as someone who they might want to talk to.
Well, they used to send me stuff, but I'd get sarcastic about their Knights Hospitaller stuff. So that's when they stopped sending me stuff. For those unfamiliar, the Hospitaller are fascinating because they are a naval power, not a military, not a land power. Very, very quickly, and their whole approach to slavery and projection of naval power is fascinating. So yeah, we should definitely do one on if you were in the Mediterranean in the period of their ascendancy, you were more likely to find them defending Protestant English sailors from the papacy than you were finding them doing the opposite, because they valued good sailors more than the religion you happen to choose to follow.
Both books are by... Well, it makes sense. Let's be honest, sailors are important. Their religion doesn't matter so much as their ability to sail. Tony McMahon. He's done a book on the downfall of the Templars, and he's got a book on...
Oh yeah, no, Tony's decent.
Yeah.
Should be all right.
I thought they'd be quite good books. They are both coming. They're all. I basically went through and went tick, tick, tick. I'll take everything. And yeah.
But yeah, land stuff in World War I is very interesting, as you say. I think people underestimate the role that politics played in so much of it.
Yeah.
And also that politics is international.
Oh yes.
So you're not just dealing with how does the British Army think. You're dealing with how does the command of the Indian Army think, and how does the command of the Australian and Canadian armies think. Because certainly by the time you hit 1917 and 18, the Canadians and the Australians are very much becoming almost the part of the elite arm of the Western Front forces, and so increasingly the interests of their ruling parties and their political entities starts to come into play as to who their officers will serve under. And as you highlighted earlier, Haig has a good reputation with their soldiers, and they will serve under him.
Yes, the thing is, he's been witnessed enough times being dragged away by his staff, wanting to get involved. There's even a couple of incidents which are sort of mythology in some of the units about him actually waiting too long and almost going over the top with them. He managed to stay long enough that he almost got to go over the top, and his staff really did have to intervene.
Well, there's also the reason I mentioned Monash earlier is Monash becomes very much Monash is a student of Plummer. Mm-hmm. He serves under Plummer. He learns from Plummer, and he becomes almost the darling boy of a lot of this stuff because they see him as a way of getting someone who's Plummer-like into command in a way that the Commonwealth or then the Imperial forces will actually appreciate. It's a terrible plan for all the reasons you outlined, but it's one that you can see why they're trying to think that way.
They are trying to... They're trying to adapt things, but also... It's also one of the interesting things is that then when he is allowed to run the campaign, which realistically Haig had been training most of his life for, maneuver warfare,
and he's able to do it over the 100 Days campaign. He actually runs arguably one of the best campaigns of the World Wars in terms of how effective it is in coordinating its force and moving forward.
Well, the 100 Days is a culmination of... You don't get the 100 Days campaign, which, for those unfamiliar with it, is what you get at the end of 1918. It's when you're inflicting... When they move to this policy, because you've now got enough people in place in terms of men, manpower and materials, to be able to inflict on the German army a series of repeated hammer blows. So you're just smashing them at different points along the line. Because the Germans have survived this far by being able to rush reinforcements from one area of the Western Front to the other one. So the moment they lose that ability, but you can smash them repeatedly, particularly with the application of American troops, who are, it is worth noting, entirely armed with French and British material. But once you can smash with those different forces, as you say, Haig's plans that he would have done earlier in the war if he could have done, he now can actually do, because he's got both the men have got the training, they've got the material, and they've got things like the accuracy of maps, they've got things like the accuracy of artillery, all the tech that you need to actually do this stuff.
Yeah. And they do it well. They deliver on it, and they
do it incredibly well, and they do it incredibly well by making sure that the right troops are in the right places at the right time, because Haig knows which troops by that point are good at holding stuff and which troops are good at attacking stuff. So he knows when you rotate an attacking unit out and put a holding unit in, and that's become intrinsic at that point to the entire Western Front operation. The Western Front by 1918 is arguably one of the finest bits of military manoeuvring ever done by any army in the world. But it's just not... It never gets there if it doesn't have 1914 through 1917 first.
And this is why one of the things which I sometimes tell people is, people go tell me, oh, well, the trouble is with 1939 is they're preparing to fight World War One still. And I go, they're not. Because they're not preparing to fight 1918 World War One. For some reason, the British Army has reverted to trying to prepare to fight 1916 World War One.
And a lot of that is down in part to perceptions of what was valid and what was successful and what was real war. And yeah, it's there's a whole things to do on British Army policy that leads up to the absolute debacle that is their preparedness for combat in World War II. But they're not the only ones who do it. I mean, arguably, the people who learn the most from the 100 Days campaign and the success of the British and particularly the Australian forces at the end of World War One is the Germans. The German army at the beginning of World War II has absolutely internalized all the lessons that made the 100 Days offensive successful. Even down to command structures. The way I always describe it to people is, in those early days of World War II, in those initial German offensives, the differences in tactical doctrine for a local level unit is, imagine Alex turns around to someone in chat and says, I want you to go and get me a sausage bake from Greg's. I want you to go and get me a snack from a local shop. If you go to that local shop and they don't have the snack that Alex has asked for, in the British Army tactical doctrine in 1939, you should come back empty-handed. You shouldn't bring anything back, because that's what Alex asked for. He asked for a frickin' steak bake. You bring back a steak bake, or you bring back nothing. The German tactical policy has evolved from that World War I end of policy of the 100 days of what they Plummer and Monash and others bring in, which is if you can't get Alex a steak bake, you get him a sausage roll, because a sausage roll is almost as good as a steak bake. And so you bring a sausage roll back. And that's the differences between those two armies' kind of tactical flexibility on the junior officer level in 1939. And that is entirely learned from the German army by how they get beaten in 1918. And it's entirely forgotten by all the Allied armies who do the beating.
Yeah, it's such a weird scenario. It's kind of like, if you look at it, if you honestly look at it, the Royal Navy, which is the navy which is most obsessed with fighting a mass battle in World War One, is the navy by World War Two, which is the navy which is least expecting to fight a mass battle and is most thinking about task force operations and fighting in task groups. And that's arguably thanks to the work of Blackhouse and Henderson and the later Fisher and a few others who've really pushed them forward. And Cunningham and Somerville are great exponents of this, and of course they're in command of the forces doing it.
But then you look at the Americans and the Japanese, and part of the Japanese problem is, in many ways, they're expecting the Americans to come as a solid fleet. And when the Americans come as task forces, they're going, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? And
I think this is, what you hit is the wargaming problem.
Yeah.
And you see this today in gaming and everything else, which everyone goes, I love a bit of World of Tanks and World of Warships as much as the next person. But where you see the armchair general thing fail is everyone goes, well, when in this situation the enemy are going to do X, so I'm going to do that. Well, the moment they've done that once, they're not doing it again.
Yeah.
Tactics change on the fly. And this is the big problem also with retroactively deciding, well, World War I should have been fought like this, or World War II, this battle should have done this. Well, yeah, but if they changed their tactics, the enemy would have changed their tactics as well. That's the thing. That's
the fun thing I try and explain when I'm working through with alternate histories, is I go, in a nice way, if we change, they're going to change. And that's where the interesting thing starts to come back, is how can they change? Can they change? And that's the thing which usually points out to me, it shows to me how fundamentally weak realistically the Axis powers were in the run-up to World War II, is that they are far more limited in their ability to change than realistically the Allies were. But the trouble is, the Allies had the perception they didn't have the freedom to change.
Yeah, well, this is back to your eternal thing about naval battles in World War II, which is, naval battles in World War II are either HMS Sunflower kicking the shit out of the Ripper von Murder ship,
yeah,
or the USS Destroyer _final copy 1 beating the Imperial Japanese Navy's Pride of Eternal Glory. Like, you're into, if you can't be flexible, if you can't change what you are and how you're set up, you're screwed.
And it's like
there's a question in your chat. There's a question in your chat, by the way, which is quite a good one on the YouTube one. I'm just checking, which is, do you think the US has the worst army in the Allied forces in the Western Front in World War One, since they're easily scared, shell-shocked, inexperienced, and couldn't conduct trench warfare unlike the others? The answer to that, from my perspective as a World War One land historian, is no. I think
they're green, but they're not the worst army, and that's that's one of the things I try and talk about in this channel sometimes, is you have to have the nuance and context. They're green, and the thing is, it's kind of like it's kind of like when people talk about. I've talked about this with the U.S. Navy. There are people who act like the U.S. Navy is the U.S. Navy of 1945 the whole way through World War II. They aren't. And
the British Army of 1918 is not the British Army of 1914.
No,
the British Army of 1960.
It really isn't.
I mean, what I would say is that U.S. Army's strength, and their real strength, is how quickly they learn. And they can learn quickly, because they learn quickly by realizing they need to listen to the British and French officers, and actually the Australians as well, that they are serving with. So they go very quickly from, despite their insistence on serving as a single army, they do learn very quickly. And what you get then is almost the 100 days, or the American part of the 100 days, and the lead up to it to a certain extent, is really them speed running the entire Allied experience of the war up until that point. But they're the only army that could ever speed run it. No other army could have speed run that. And that is a real strength in military terms.
I have no idea what her code is. She'll come through that door. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'd turn around and say that what you're really looking at with the US Army is an army that comes in very green, very naive, but relatively quickly, and I know this sounds a bit brutal, relatively quickly kills off a lot of the people that would insist on keeping it in that position, and actually becomes very good very fast. But they can only become very good very fast because the groundwork is laid and the opportunity's been laid for them to do that. And as I've mentioned already, they're being equipped by the British and the French.
Yeah.
They're just not equipped at all from the US. The US is not a juggernaut of production in World War One in military terms in the same way as it is in World War Two.
No, it is not, and it has some potential capabilities, but it is not what it could have been. As a proponent of maneuver warfare, how do you think he would have reacted to the mechanized? How do you think Haig would have reacted to the mechanized/motorized British Expeditionary Force of 1939-40? He'd have hated how it was being used. He would have absolutely hated. Haig, if he'd been around in 1940, would have looked at them and gone, You've got all these things, and you're doing what?
I mean, Haig's issue was always radio.
Yes.
No. The reality is, when you're the biggest difference and the biggest marker of difference between the two wars is the existence of radio.
Yeah.
You put effective radio, and remember, radio is not effective.
No,
really.
Well, there's the whole
until
Rutland of
into
Jutland
World War
scenario where the poor guy gets airborne, is over the thing, and can't do anything to help his force. The whole Battle of Jutland because his radio's not working.
Yeah, and the simple fact is that it's not until even beyond the start of World War II that radio becomes reliable enough in combat that it's a differential.
Yeah.
You give Haig troops as much as tanks that have got good radio, and he's going to do all the stuff he always said you should do. Like, his ideas aren't wrong, but his ideas are naive often, because they assume he can deliver a greater level of battlefield coordination with the level of communication and, frankly, sometimes training that the army has, versus the reality of what you can achieve with a force in that situation.
Well, this is why I would call him... I tend to call Haig a practitioner rather than necessarily a natural innovator himself. He listens to other people's ideas on doctrine and actually puts them into practice, rather than necessarily sitting around coming up with the ideas himself. He's excellent at taking someone's ideas and breaking them down, like he does with French when he's doing the cavalry documents. He takes French's ideas and he breaks them down into a book which actually can be read. And you can look at the earlier drafts, which are when French is creating them himself, and then when he's showing with Haig. And it's like someone's gone, oh, this is lovely ideas, but you've written them as if the people can understand what you're thinking without you explaining it. No, you need to break it down like this, 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 and this. And that's where Haig comes in. He's not necessarily the guy who comes up with the idea himself. He's the guy who takes the idea and turns it into something you can actually do in reality.
Yeah, but it's one of the big strengths that Plummer says about him. It's why Plummer actually quite enjoys working with him. Plummer is an ideas man. Plummer is the guy who comes up with, how do you do the advance under fire? How do you counterattack the counterattack? Yeah. And what he likes is Haig generally listens to him.
Yeah. Ramol, Haig is an operator, not an orator. I like that. Considering how bad Haig was at speaking, he really wasn't a public speaker by any stretch of the imagination. I think at one point there was actual discussion and rating going on between various ministers about who would be better to send, Jellicoe or Haig. It was confirmed that Jellicoe has his issues, but he's a better public speaker than Haig. And for Jellicoe to be declared a better public speaker than anyone is quite rare, because he really didn't like public speaking.
Haig's personal photo collection, by the way, is in the City Museum in Edinburgh, which is the museum that no one ever goes to, but really should, because it's very good. It's on the top floor. And so, if anyone's ever in Edinburgh, hop into the City Museum in Edinburgh, because it's got Haig's personal collection both of photos and of general kind of artifacts from this period and his time before, and it puts in context a lot of the stuff you were saying earlier about his earlier service and what he learned and how he picked things up. It's a bit of a hidden gem in a city that, I love all our American friends, and I'm sure are watching, but my God, you spend a lot of time in Edinburgh going to the wrong places.
Yeah, the amount of American colleagues I have who come tell me they've done Edinburgh, and I go, so where have you been? And they give me a list, and I go, yeah, you went into all the tourist traps, sorry. Here is a list of museums to go to, which are not the tourist traps, which you will absolutely love if you actually go to. And
there's a question in your chat, which is how would Haig have fared in the Falklands War?
Well, yeah.
The answer is fucking terribly, because that was a naval war, not a military war.
That was an amphibious operation. That really, in the nicest way, there's a reason why Julian Thompson and Jeremy Moore are basically put in charge down there, and why 5th Brigade has the issues it does. And the fact that the British Army had a centre brigade down there which had no experience of how to operate in these scenarios caused many, many issues. Many issues. Not because of bad intentions. They had good intentions. It's just the methodologies you employ in amphibious warfare versus you employ in NATO in the Cold War is very different. Because in NATO and Cold War, you need a lorry. You requisition a lorry from the lorry store. And one of the paratrooper officers, I think it was, applied that to a landing craft, because a landing craft is just a lorry that goes on the water. Well, the thing is, whereas you have hundreds, if not thousands, of lorries available in Germany, you have 16 landing craft available at best of the LCU types. Usually about 12 available, in terms of operational, available in the Falklands. And you need all of them. So one disappearing from where it's supposed to be assigned to offload ships means it's not there to offload the ships when they come in. That's a problem.
There's another question in your chat about Haig's opinions on the Canadian forces, and like everyone, he had incredibly high opinions of the Canadian forces.
Yes.
There's a really interesting thing you can I'll see if I can find it and pass it on, so you can add it in the Discord. There's a fascinating thing that the Germans actually do early in 1918, I think, which is ahead of their big spring offensive. They do a full rating of who they consider to be the good and elite divisions of all the Allied sides based on genuine feedback.
Yeah.
What's interesting from that is it's not generally the units the Allies themselves would have said was their elite units.
Yeah.
But the one thing that everyone agrees on is that essentially the Canadian and Australian forces are the stickiest of forces. That they are the ones you absolutely do not want to be coming up against. Haig discovers very quickly the danger with that is you can overuse them.
Yes.
And if you overuse those forces, you run out of them, particularly the Australians, because remember the Australian forces volunteer all the way through the war. And that means that they're a very limited resource. It's why it's generally unfair, as this image you get in Australian press in particular, that there's this image that the Australians were thrown into battle and they were thrown away casually. They absolutely were not, because everyone knew how good they were. The problem with being good is you're getting thrown into the bits where you really need to make a breakthrough, and that naturally leads to big casualties, and the Canadians were mostly used the same way.
And that's the trouble I point out with the Trouble Class destroyers.
As well.
Yeah, and I can understand that. Glyn, because like it's a narrative. It's a bit like our narrative of lions led like donkeys, with the Haig thing Alex was talking about earlier. It's almost the Commonwealth equivalent of that attitude.
Yeah.
The more what you have in Canada is the impression that, we kept up conscription and everything to keep those, I think it was 3 divisions, I don't remember the exact off the top of my head, full strength no matter what. And there's a bit of a feeling that was abused by British command because we provided troops who were willing to fight hard and we kept those units up to strength. And I don't know how much, obviously this is a vague feeling across newspapers and history books that I was learning 90, 80 years after the First World War ended, but I did find the comparison to Australia interesting, because I didn't know that about the Australian forces.
As with everything like this, there's a grain of truth in it, which is that they were so effective that there was a desire to keep them in the front line and to keep them doing things. But that was tempered by the desire, the understanding that they didn't want to overuse them. But also, I think it's a tricky one, because also I think there's a bit of an underestimation, particularly on the Canadian side rather than the Australian side, if you study this a lot, that it tends to get, and obviously as you know, I've been in Canada a lot, so I spend a lot of time over there, is that the general perception tends to be underestimate the percentage of the Canadian units that were actually British. They're first generation emigres. It's a surprisingly high percentage of those serving in the Canadian forces that actually had within that same generation. Yeah, they're just emigres. So it's like so many Londoners fight in the Canadian forces.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, because that would be where your volunteer contingent would come from. But there's no way that's really thought about.
Yeah. Although you do sometimes get this go too far. This is the favourite joke, and I'm sorry to bring this up in this one, but I can't resist, of me and Alex at the moment, which is the person who keeps publishing what they claim are serious historical books, claiming that the New Model Army was actually volunteers from the American colonies.
There's always an axis on which this stuff moves. So historical perception and interpretation changes. But statistically speaking, if you're in the Canadian, if you're a British unit serving alongside your Canadian unit, there is roughly about a 35 to 40% chance that you will bump into someone who has the same accent as you.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you've got a really frickin' weird accent, unless you're Alex now and live in frickin' Cornwall or something.
Oh no, the Cornish have lots of Canadians. Because remember, that's
Well, it's
Cornish.
the
We
money
were
industry,
going
so-
out doing the mines everywhere in the
Yeah,
world.
exactly.
You have mines. The Cornish turn up. We will come and ravage your mines for you.
It's why half the world's. It's the thing that's forgotten is why half the world plays rugby. It's because of Cornish emigres. Because rugby was huge in Cornwall, and wherever the
So you
miners
poke
went.
at every mining town that got, crushed under an avalanche because they dug too deep. There were probably some Cornish involved.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why if you look at the list of nations that play rugby at a senior level, it's all the nations that have strong mining communities because it's where all the Cornish sodded off to.
And it gets worse when you start looking at the mining companies in World War One underneath the things, because the Cornish miners are probably the mining companies which get least written about them in World War One. And there's a question in your chat which is how would Haig fare in World War II, North Africa or Italy if he filled Monty's shoes instead? And you're going to get my very distinct opinions on Monty with that, which is just as well as Monty would have done, because Monty did well because he was reading Rommel's mail. And I could run a frickin' campaign if I'm reading my enemy's mail. There is an interesting question. It's from Colin, who's Carrot1151. Would the equivalent of the 100 Days campaign World War II be the El Alamein campaign with its mass maneuver warfare and tactical operation on local and macro level?
I'm not sure.
Before we get too far away, your earlier point about digging too deep, does that imply that dwarves should not have a Scottish accent but a Cornish one?
The thought definitely crossed my mind there, yeah.
They really should. It's the Cornish are the deep diggers.
The Cornish are the ones who held the records in the UK quite a lot for the deepest mines, because we went deep for
I saw
tin.
those maps.
Yeah. And Cornwall is actually built on mines. Even for all the work we've had to do,
doesn't just collapse.
we've had to have a survey to check. No, because we're built on quite a lot of granite. It's quite solid down there. But because around granite, you get, especially when you have large deposits of granite, you get these very small seams of very high quality materials.
So the holes are through the stuff that will hold up. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Tin as well. I mean, Cornwall's always been a massive source of tin for Northern Europe. And there's Cornish tin exports that go all the way to Byzantium. If you look around Cornwall, certainly archaeologically, there's various evidence of effectively Byzantine outposts in Cornwall. It is an incredibly weirdly multicultural area, that whole south coast area. A lot of it was built around wine imports and tin exports.
Channel, to answer the question of where's my poppy, I was always brought up by my granddad and my family, because my great-grandfather was served in World War One, that you wore the poppy from the Sunday before the 11th to the Sunday after the 11th. And that's what you did. You wore it from the service before to the service afterwards.
Yeah, that was my rules as a scout as well. That's what we did.
So it's now past the Sunday after that. So I wore it on Sunday. I wouldn't wear it today, because that was what the rule was.
Yeah, the poppy one is always interesting in how that's evolved. There's an episode in that.
Some people have taken it to the level of that they wear it almost from like the 15th of October to about the 15th of December. And I sit there and look at them and go, yeah, that's performative.
It's like, when do you eat mince pies?
Yeah. If you're turning up at a Christmas party wearing a poppy, no. You were...
Here the general rule seems to be day after Halloween to the day after Remembrance Day.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So what was did you say there was an El Alamein question about the equivalent of 100 days, was it? Yeah,
well, it's El Alamein the equivalent of the 100 Days campaign in World War II.
I mean, tactically speaking, and bearing in mind I'm as much logistics as tactics in terms of study, I'd argue that maybe there isn't a 100 Days equivalent. There's bits that teach people how to do different things well, but it's not really until post D-Day that everyone kind of knows vaguely what they're doing, and even by then warfare's changed because suddenly the Germans don't have air control. So I think warfare changes so frequently within World War II and across different fronts that you don't have that equivalent moment of centralised fighting that you get in World War I.
And I'd say it's kind of it's sort of interesting in World War II and World War One how it is differential, and it is the radio. It does allow you to communicate. It's one of the things that keeps coming up with when we talk about modern weapon systems, and people going, "Oh, modern weapon systems allow us to engage at so great a range." You go, "Yeah, that's because the communication systems work." But now those communication systems are often dependent on things like satellites, which are considered legitimate targets. And you sort of go, that could well start shortening ranges down of operation quite quickly anyway, if you start losing satellites. And this is why you study these wars, because peer conflicts, they are different. That's part of the reason why they have the trouble in World War One they do. It's because there hasn't really been a peer-on-peer conflict, other than perhaps you could sort of argue the Russo-Japanese War was a peer-on-peer conflict. But
the classic hindsight
For the great
thing
surprise of the Russians.
Yeah, you've got a classic hindsight thing of everyone is very good at identifying peer-to-peer combats in hindsight, and which ones really matters. But you can't. If you could do it at the time, you'd be laughing.
Yeah, and it's like the Franco-Prussian War. That's some people try and go, well, that shows all the forerunner of the First World War. And you sit there and go, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't. The Franco-Prussian War is the last gasp of Napoleonic warfare. It really is. In sort of Napoleonic-style warfare. And frankly, that's more lessons coming from the American Civil War, where they are actually having a lot of these weapons and a lot of mechanization of warfare going on. But there are officers who keep trying to implement Napoleonic warfare and getting absolutely pantsed because of it. And the
ability of the German army in the run-up to World War One, and arguably in the run-up to World War Two, is it's very good at getting 70% of the lessons right. So what they're better at doing than others is going, actually, we have correctly identified at least some of the things we should be learning. And I'd argue the percentage of learning on that drops as you go across different nations. And you get the US who just goes, we're not going to bother learning anything because we've got such an industrial might that the moment it all kicks off, we're far enough away that by the time we get around to joining, we can just crib off of everyone else. So you get those, how much that translates into modern terms in terms of which forces still have the right way to look at things, I don't know. You'll probably be better on that than me, Alex, but certainly it's the biggest strength of the German army ahead of both world wars, is that it correctly identifies more of the important things that are coming tactically than its opponents do. Not all of them, but more of them.
It's very good at studying what other people are talking about and taking their ideas which will actually work. And letting other people do the initial legwork. It's like with a lot of the stuff on Blitzkrieg, it takes a lot of the thinking from some of the early British writing, especially because the British early process in mechanization, and takes it on. But that also leads to one of the things they miss, because the British start off in a position where they're going, okay, fine, we can be mechanized, then we can have we can still have the horse infantry. And by the time they get to 1939, they have basically they've long into the pass of, no, if we have horse-drawn logistics for the infantry, then it's going to absolutely cripple our armour, so we can't do this.
And also the big lesson that, Blitzkrieg is to a certain extent a thing that the Germans create in retrospect.
Yeah.
Because they go, holy crap, that really worked well, we should formalise this into a doctrine. And it's kind of worth remembering that, again, they get 60 to 70% of that right. But what they really rely on, again, as we were talking about earlier, is what they do really get right is how they deal with their captain, colonel level kind of command structure to give people the freedom to innovate when they spot that certain things are working and certain things aren't. And that so Blitzkrieg effectively evolves as a tactic over that initial campaign, rather than enters that campaign as a fully formed tactic. But what the Germans are very good at after the fact is turning around and going, yeah, lads, that was our idea all along. That was definitely our plan all along. Honestly, don't look too deep. That was definitely our plan.
Oh, but they are great at the post-World War II claiming of supremacy in their write-ups. And
even during World War II, they claim Blitzkrieg effectively as a tactical doctrine after it's proved its work. And that's good. That's not what you're meant to do, because you want your troops to have confidence that this was your plan all along.
Yeah.
But it really isn't. There's no real evidence for it.
And here's a fun one from Ramol. How would Haig fare in World War II, North Africa or Italy if he filled Monty's shoes? Is he going to plan a market garden kind of operation like Monty did?
No, I mean, this is what we come back to earlier.
I don't think Haig would necessarily get into the ego battle with the American commanders that Monty did.
No, I mean, Monty's a horrific. One of my favourite stories about Monty during that campaign is there's a point where he jokes. I forget who he jokes about it with. About if he gets a certain target by a certain date, they should give him his own personal B-17. And the American general takes it as a massive joke. And when Monty achieves his objective, he's like, "Where's my B-17?" And the guy's like, "Mate, it was a joke." And Monty gets really, really, really worked up over it, to the point where Eisenhower has to intervene and give him a personal B-17 to get him to fricking shut up about it and get back on with fighting a war. And I think that's a very good example of Monty as a character. He was very talented in various ways, an incredible motivator of troops, but actually he was not a perfect commander. He was different in many ways.
And there's a fun one coming for you, Gareth, from Jonathan Moon. If you're not able to play Pirates of the Bering Sea that much anymore, can you hand a leadership role to me? This is from Jonathan Moon. Because they've built up a absolutely massive warship, and there's a whole group of first rates now wandering around.
Yeah, no, I absolutely should log in and cede control of the beast I have accidentally created over. Because let's be honest, I'm not getting out of EU5 anytime soon.
I do it every Saturday night, and I'm probably going to do it a couple of nights in this week, in this thing, in the evenings during this day. So sorry, fun, because they really do enjoy it. And I sit there and I turn up and I play like once or twice a week. They're playing it almost every day, and they are now in first rates, and there's me going around in my little fourth rate frigate going, "Hello, I'm cute."
That's the thing. Is ultimately like my life is taken up with my streaming. Obviously, is Crusader Kings 3 at the moment, and Valkyria Chronicles 4, and then off stream it's like Europa Universalis 5 is dominating my life, and I'm trying to paint up a Hospitaller Warhammer army. So it's like once I've ticked off all of those boxes and done some actual work and/or history, suddenly there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, it's the actual history which is fun. The actual history is fun. How you doing, Gloom?
Which army are you building?
So I'm taking a Death Watch kill team and effectively kit bashing them into a Knights Hospitaller chapter unit. So I'll stick photos up on Blue Sky and Discord as I get through it. They were originally going to be Dark Kraken, but I'm not happy with the 3D printing quality of the alternate heads I've used. So I'm doing a frantic reskin into Hospitallers, mostly because I'm a masochist and thought painting a white color scheme would be a good idea.
It never is, but
I can.
Yeah,
Runon that way.
Runon does a lot of painting strings and really does good painting. But I'm just going to quickly answer Channel's question of, give Haig a destroyer flotilla, how well does he do, assuming that he was trained by the Navy? No, Haig would actually, I can tell you where Haig would end up if he was in the Navy. He'd end up with cruisers. He is not insane enough to be a destroyer commander.
Oh, he's very much a cruiser guy. You can absolutely see him running around in cruisers.
Cruisers, he'd be perfect for. The diplomacy, all that stuff, he'd do. The time on station, all those missions, he'd be perfect for. He is not insane enough for destroyers in any world war.
You whack him out and you give him command somewhere out in the Far East, and he just absolutely runs that shit.
Oh, him and Harwood would be, that's the sort of thing he'd be doing. He should be doing, running a cruiser squadron in South America and basically bossing everyone around down there. He'd have a great time. I have a Jonathan Moon, you're now reminding me I have a 5th rate, not a 4th rate. That's not kind, okay? Let me have my dream as a 4th rate.
I still have the brig. Okay. I still have the brig, so...
Yeah.
I'm banned from MMOs at the moment. I have a bad habit of falling far too deep into them and not being able to get out for a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm rapidly running through Conviction and we'll be out of that series soon-ish.
Then there's Evasion, which leads on from the first book.
The thing I'm hearing, which is apparently very absorbing for British gamers, and this is what I am going to pass on as a warning to Garius, is the Space Factory game.
Oh no, it's too much
Real?
spreadsheets in space for me. I prefer my spreadsheets to be Renaissance, so that's why it's EU5. Or frankly, I'm training a lot of anime horse girls at the moment in Uma Musume, which has no right to be as good a racing simulator as it actually is.
Oh, also, small point of order, Glenn. I'm like halfway through the third book right now.
When you finish the Conviction series, the Evasion series comes off from the first book of Conviction.
Huh.
And this is one interesting one from Joel Fredericks. This is for, in your opinion, is there a limit of mission command for the People's Liberation Army before 1991? If you were a battalion commander, you could just ignore orders. The USSR had a more centralized command, which is better. It isn't necessarily. It depends on what you're going to do. Again, this is the experience which goes back to World War One. It goes into World War Two. If your forces is for flexible, if you're talking about flexibility. If you need flexibility, you want the commanders to be able to ignore orders, as long as they are going with objectives. If you're the Royal Navy, you will be used to something called objective command, whereby you are given a list of objectives, and you have to achieve that objective. How you achieve that objective, they don't really care. As long as it's legal and you don't lose your ship doing it, you achieve that objective, they are on the schedule they request, they don't really care. Because the Royal Navy isn't going to sit down and go, okay, you need to go 10 degrees here, 5 degrees to starboard here, and you need to keep a straight line for this one in terms of a chart. They're going to go, you need to get yourself through this island chain. You then need to take out that, and take out that. And then you need to get back. You work it out. That's what we pay you for. So it's very much an objective command structure. And one of the things you find is that if you're talking about a command structure which is going to rely on less communication, you're going to have to give more independence to lower command. If you're talking about a command, the Russians have a very centralized command structure during the Cold War, but that's also because in many ways, the Russian army goes through purges where people who are competent are actively weeded out. I think that's fair to say. They had one prior to World War II. They have another. They have a couple others. It's actively weeded out. I think we can say that quite fairly. And hello, Foxo, and hello, Dragon.
There's a question in your chat about the most neglected naval theatre of World War II, and I'm going to narrow it down further and say actually it's not so much a neglected theatre, but it really is absolutely underestimated how important the Malta convoys were.
Yes.
Like as a sub theatre, they were almost a sub theatre in their own right. The level of logistical organisation and fret and worry over them, from London to the US right through to Alexandria and beyond,
well, this is
almost made them a theatre, a mini theatre in their own right.
This is why this is one of the thickest books in this series. The Mediterranean convoy battles, 41 to 42, between hostile shores. It's from the Britannia Naval Histories of World War II, and it has the official histories in here. The official exercises and reviews of the operations by the Royal Navy. And you just sit there and go, okay, the selected convoys, the Naval Staff History, Second World War battle summaries, numbers 18 and 32. And you go through and go, oh, there are like 6 operations in here. Oh, 7 operations, 8 operations. Yeah, that's a very full book. That's very much worth a read, but that is very much... the Mediterranean theatre is one of those things which gets forgotten at certain points of the actual combat which is taking place.
I think it's also just generally treated as the Mediterranean theatre.
Yes.
And of all the theatres, it has the most diverse range of action within it, and therefore really is more a series of small theatres in a trench coat. It's not a single giant theatre.
Oh, it's 6 kobolds in a trench coat pretending to be a ogre.
And pretending to play golf with Cunningham.
Yeah. And that's the thing, as I try and explain with Cunningham, is that as a commander, he liked to have lots of simple operations going on rather than a very complex operation. He didn't want a complex operation. He wanted lots of simple operations. So it looks complex, But when you look at the parts which everyone's playing, they're very simple, so it's very difficult for them to go wrong individually. You know, you think about the attacks on Taranto, etc., and all the stuff that's going on there. He has convoys going from point A to point B. He has one convoy doing a point A to point B to point C, and he has a covering force which is covering them, and then they go off into the Adriatic and come out. And you sit there and go, that can look complicated when you're looking at a map, but when you look at each individual one, each force is actually doing a simple operation. But the thing is, the effect of them on the map is that the Italians are looking at it going, what the frigate is he doing? There are forces here. What the frick's going on?
In a similar way, I'd argue that actually, if you look within the wider campaign, one of the biggest underestimated bits is actually the naval invasion of Sicily. I mean, you don't get Normandy without Sicily.
No, you don't. It's a pretty important operation. It gives them a lot of experience and a lot of capabilities, but it's more a testing of the capabilities because, again, it's going to be a very different one of the interesting things is when you get into the concept of the discussions of people going, well, why is it not the same as the island operations invading Normandy? And I go, well, it is the same technically from a logistics perspective, because you're bringing the ships are bringing the supplies, everything there. But in an island operation, you can cut off that island with your ships. You can encircle it. You can provide fire support on all angles. That's not the same as on a landing operation where you only have maybe one direction of fire. And you have to secure where your ships are, where your beachhead is coming, and all these things from enemy attacks. And that's a lot of experience they get from carrying out, not to extent Torch, because Torch there isn't really prepared forces, but Husky, they have a lot of experience dealing with, okay, what are the threats we're likely to feel? And that's where they sort of start to adjust the forces that are going to be around D-Day, going to be around Overlord. And you get things like the 10th Flotilla being basically given god powers, where you have the commander of 10th Destroyer Flotilla can literally order admirals to get out of his frigating way, because his job is to make sure no one interferes with the landing operations, no one interferes with the ship operations, and it's basically ordered that you can do everything up to and including ramming your destroyers into the enemy if that's necessary to stop them.
I've got exactly about 5 minutes left before my curry is prepared. So if there's anyone else that wants to ask me a question or anything else, dive it in now.
I have a question for both of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at what point, in terms of becoming a strategist, does it cease to matter whether you come up from the Army or Navy, or is it always going to, in terms of what instructions and what authority you'd have compared to, because like you're always going to have your bias, but if you've come up through as a general and you're commanding the entire southern Japanese advance, are you still really being treated as a general or an admiral, or are you just being treated as the commander of the front?
I mean, my glib answer on that would be the moment that your job involves doing politics, not strategy. And so it's effectively, once you are at a level where your job is really providing cover to everyone below you to do the actions they need to do and to ensure resources are allocated appropriately, it stops mattering so much what branch you came from, as long as you have authority. So Eisenhower is a very good example of that. It's why Eisenhower is incredibly good at his job, is because it's very obvious very early that he can be that layer that sits above strategy and between politics. And at that point is the point where actually it doesn't really matter whether you're Air Force or anything else. If you want a close-ish equivalent in the German army in World War II, or German forces in World War II, Kesselring. Kesselring is very similar. But that would be my glib answer, is it's the moment your job is managing up, not managing down.
Yeah, I would say it's the moment your job is managing up, but also resolving disputes down. So making sure the commanders below you are working harmoniously between the different services.
If 30% of your job is stopping Montgomery from being an idiot, it doesn't really matter which branch you came out of.
No. And let's be honest, at certain points that was shared between Cunningham and Eisenhower. who basically would do a tag team. It was almost, in some meetings, it was literally Eisenhower would go, "I'm tired. Tag, Cunningham, you're in." And Cunningham would go, "Right then, Monty, what is your latest stupidity?"
And to be fair, it applied to Patton as well.
Yes.
There was idiocy spread across all the forces.
But the thing is, when it came to Patton, they just all they did was avoid mentioning and bringing Bradley involved, because Bradley and Patton, despite the various movies, absolutely hated each other and were like oil and water on regular occasions. They were, the amounts of reports I have. It's quite funny because the movie which Bradley advised on, he's portrayed as being friendly with Patton and Montgomery's the enemy, and actually Montgomery got on better with Patton than Patton got on with Bradley in actual history. Because they both
did get a lot of good
basically Patton and Montgomery both thought Bradley was the nerd and they were the cool kids.
The problem is I know too much about
Both
Monty and Patton's appearances to...
Neither of them was the cool kid. Neither was the cool kid. They believed it, though, fundamentally.
Yeah, but
Patton had
I think...
Monty was 50 pounds soaking wet.
Well, Monty proposed to the woman he wanted to be his wife, despite her being way younger than him, by effectively drawing his preferred tank tactics on the beach in the sand and telling her that's how he'd repel a German force, and she politely declined.
What you're saying is that Monty was significantly
autistic. That didn't win her heart.
Maybe. Well, I mean, the thing it's often taught as is that didn't win her heart because he was a nerd, and I like to come down and think on it in a different way and think that actually it might well have been just because she was better at tank tactics than he was, and she just looked at his plan and thought it was crap. But I mean,
could have been it.
You know,
could have been it.
I think Monty very clearly he was not a good communicator, and that was why he was very good at reading the soldiers and knowing what to say to them. He was very bad at reading his colleagues and knowing what to say to them.
And didn't understand that he wasn't going to get a personal B-17.
Well, he did.
Why would you even want a personal B-17?
Well, because the same way he wanted his own tank. He wanted something he could move around in. But the irony is, the crew crashed it about a month after it was given to him, and so he had to go back to Eisenhower and say, "Can I have some parts for my personal B-17?" And Eisenhower said no, because the bet didn't involve spare parts.
I just don't know why you want a B-17 as a personal transport.
No,
get a C-47.
I don't know why you'd want a B-17 in general.
It's Monty.
Monty.
It's Monty. Okay, that's the answer we just put in. It's Monty.
Also, I'm mildly concerned at the implication that Dr. Clarke knows about 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Nicest way. You really are surprised that anyone in this group has played D&D?
No, I'm more concerned that you potentially know about the song of the same title.
Again, I have talked about my mother. Do you have any surprise that I know about the song?
So what you're saying is that at some point I'm going to get dragooned into a game?
What I'm saying is at some point, my mum likes to claim that she was one of the first players, not only of Warhammer 30k and 40k, but also of D&D in the UK.
It's also worth pointing out that Glyn actually tried to run a game with me, Alex, and Drac once, and it went unbelievably badly in the exact way you'd imagine, because you can't have 3 people like us in a party and expect us to work together, unless you've got Eisenhower involved, and Eisenhower is dead.
We did work well together. It's just I was on recon mode, and
the problem was that we were
kept trying to find me, and I was way ahead of you all, just going off merrily on my own.
The problem was running an online game with a map with Fog of War and not finding a way to lock control of Alex's character token.
Because Alex is just going, "Ooh, I can do this. I can disappear off down here, and I'm one of those people who's a completionist when it comes to a level, so I will go everywhere in the dungeon. I will do everything."
So his token was on the other side of 3 traps and a monster that would have killed him on his own, because I hadn't realized he'd taken his token over there.
What tabletop were you using?
think that was me testing Foundry.
And I
Yeah, it
think
was
I
a
did.
standard.
I think I did give Glyn grey hair in that scenario. I will try and be better if we ever play it again. If we do it again, I will try and be better. I will
Right,
try and
gents,
be better.
I've got to go.
Take
I
care.
have a curry to eat. But yeah, I mean, genuinely, if there's interest in even in like the World War One bits and all of that, for those who aren't aware, I have spent a lot of time crawling around tunnels beneath the Western Front, and I have lots of photos of them. And I'm more than happy to share them on the channel if we do it as a thing where we do a fireside, and we can even do it as a bit of a if your charity thing hits a certain level, we'll do that. Or silly, Hospitallers. But it has been a pleasant and unexpected surprise to participate.
Very enjoyed it. Thank you.
But yeah,
Enjoy your curry.
Yeah, I will go eat my curry.
Is it one of
and,
your curry in the
catch you
boxes box things you get, or is it something else?
No,
I know
this is just a generic one I learned how to make ages ago. It's it's a Goan one. It's a very fiery Goan kind of curry, which my wife is going to stick like half a pot of yogurt in. But I won't. But yeah, I will chat you all soon, and I will be lurking in chat, obviously, and carrying on watching.
Thank you.
But yeah,
Take
see you
care.
later all.
If strange noises come through from my speaker, it's because I am currently in a room in the new house with both cats, and Freya is very much not enthused with this, and is rotating between trying to dig her way under the door to explore the rest of the house, or most recently, testing if she fits in the drink pocket of my laptop backpack.
That is
Well,
adorable.
you know, she has style.
She does have style. She has also used her carrier to launch at least one full deck strike with both her and her sister on the closed door, and managed to escape via clever tactics.
Okay, again, you have a tactical genius in your house. It's on you.
Cats are
I have
smart enough to be.
It's the cat.
I have a corgi who's a Hulk. Who literally, I was at 6 a.m. in the forge, doing the, I would call it the rough work on 2 iron gates, and I've done the gates, but the locking mechanisms, the hinges, the basically the bits which I would call the fancy bits of finishing touches, my friend is going to do. So I managed to.
You realize you're gonna have to,
Huh?
You realize you're going to have to heat treat and harden that steel to stop that corgi, right?
It is wrought iron gates.
Yes.
They will be. They are going to be very, very. He has got. My friend does full forging. It's a little forge in Cornwall. Of course, where I live, but you know, it's not far from here, and it's got how do I put this? This is a person who's retired from the IT business, came back, took over his father's blacksmithy. He'd already spent years always helping him on weekends, but he earned his money in IT, and has basically poured enough money into there, enough gadgetry to that place. You can do full, authentic, original stuff, or you can also program it into a computer to get it to be heated and cooled to make it fire hardened.
Yeah.
And all sorts of stuff. It's good. Look, the corgi's not going to get through an iron gate. Probably.
Could we start a pool on that?
Huh?
Yes. Let's. What do you think? Buy-ins. What do you think is a good buy-in? 50 cents.
Sure.
Look, my corgi will be disappointed if the buy-in is less than $5.
Let's
with him
go with
declared as the house for his biscuit supply.
Just so it's at least within spitting distance of the pound.
Mm-hmm. 9681. If all 12 Dingwan class ironclads have been built, what name would have been followed the names Dingwan, Zhengyan, and Union? No idea. That's Chinese naming at that time, and honestly, it could be anything.
Could it be a bird or a plane?
Potentially. But
There was a question earlier which was definitely a Foxo and Dragon question, and I made sure to put a yellow smiley face by it because...
It's not a Foxo one.
Uh,
I'm not sure she'll even know what it is.
I'm just getting back to it. There's one. It's really early on in the day. Really early on in the day. No, that's far too far back.
Yeah, I know. It was the one talking about a character from Data Live. In particular, their ability is that if they write in their book, because it's one of the various angels, basically you can change reality. And the whole point of it was, if you have this power, and I think it was, you can raise a person from time.
I need to run. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care.
Bye for now.
Yeah. It's a fun thing if you have that ability. I'm not sure whether it's a viable ability. I think it might end up getting very complicated for you.
Reality?
Yeah, the trouble is if you have the power to warp reality, you could very quickly warp it too far.
Well, it's warped to what you desire, so...
Yes, but the trouble is the kind of reality I might desire, when you have the power to keep changing little bits to make it better and closer to what you desire, you end up going down endless and endless revisions, which will have endless and endless ongoing consequences elsewhere within it, because everything you change is going to have consequences of changing other things as well.
So what you're saying is that you cannot give reality warping powers to a perfectionist.
No, you can't give it to anyone, because anybody who gets it is going to eventually become a perfectionist because of it, because they've got the power to change things. So imagine if you think you've got a power to, I can change it so I can never stub my toe, or I never walk on Lego. Okay, well, how's it changed it? How does it change it? Does it get rid of Lego completely? What does that do to the world's engineering systems? What does that do to the world around you? If you get rid of Lego.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm going to say I find it humorous to state that removing Lego will actually have a noticeable effect on engineering systems.
It will do. Imagine how many engineers and scientists and how many people start off their understanding of materials technology and strengths and forces by building Lego structures. How many architects start off with Lego?
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's very funny to hear somebody say it out loud.
I know. Poseidon thinks the Corgi will take the wall out next. I'm reinforcing the wall, don't worry, it's not getting that far. It's getting concrete poured into it. And
like I said, the buy for bed pool is 50 Americans. 1/2 of $1 American due.
The other question was, did I want the iron bars to have cross hatching, or did I want them just to be sort of vertical? And I went, they have to be just vertical. Why? Because if they have crossbars, he will climb it.
I'm sure he'll find a way.
Yeah. In Knights Historiophon, if a World of Warships Tier 10 Republic class, what the French would build post Alsace class? Can someone remind me what the Republic are?
2 quad 17-inch guns, 1 fore, 1 aft.
No.
Basically, bigger Gascon.
No, they wouldn't do that. They'd want more guns than that. Joe Frederick. Somehow, by some miracle, oil fields suddenly appear in 1939 Saxony, enough to fuel the entire Axis powers. How does solving Germany's fuel problem change things?
In Saxony.
Yeah, in Saxony.
Where?
Well,
I know it's in Europe.
Yeah, I was Saxony. I was actually thinking which part of Germany it's in. It appears in Saxony, which is yes, that's the eastern. That's Leipzig, Dresden area. Unfortunately, Leipzig and Dresden are both well in range of British bomber forces.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy doesn't push a force into. That's going to be the Baltic, right?
No, they're way south of the Baltic. They're on the coast with Czechia. They're closer to Prague than they are to Berlin, realistically. Actually, no, yeah, they are closer to Prague than they are to Berlin, and Berlin is further north of them. So Navy's not going to do it, but they are well within bombing range.
Yeah, that's going to be priority target number 0.
Yeah, that's going to be oil fields in. Yeah, that's not going to be a good place. That appears in 1939. It takes a while to get production built and up and running. That's not enough time, and they will get slammed.
Yeah, and Germany, I guess they could pull it out of Romania. But correct me if I'm wrong, Germany does not have that big of a petroleum industry in the run-up to World War II.
Yeah.
Like, natively. So I guess they could pull out of Romania, maybe try and draft the Russians in to it.
Yeah, it's not going to be quick, and it's going to be bombed heavily.
Yeah, but even
that's
it would be interesting if you have
the main reason
if you have Russian.
Their synthetic or fuel supplies did as well as they did was because they were dispersed enough that the British mounting a bombing campaign against them was considered, to an extent, not viable. Because they were so displaced about, but they still went after them when they could. They thought they could.
Although I would say it's interesting if Russia has loaned non-negligible amounts of petroleum extraction technology, personnel, hardware, support to develop those fields, and those assets and people start getting killed or destroyed, how that alters the diplomatic games going to 40 and 41.
It would have an interesting impact. Nice different. As the Ding 1 class ironclads were supposed to be a class of 3, how much do finances play if the third ship is not being built? Not as much, but, you know, you are supposed to have a third ship to have availability. They weren't, if I remember correctly. They only 6 ships. Rune von Bismarck, how was the People's Liberation Army able to mobilize so many troops for the Korean War just 5 years after World War II ended? I heard the perception that previous Chinese governments had major issues with conscription. Yeah, previous governments did. The Communist Army didn't, but the Communist Army was also a mass mobilization force. It had been from its conception. It was not necessarily the most advanced doctrinally force. It was a mass mobilization force. It was always about massive amounts of people.
And it's not to say that they remobilized for the Korean War.
Yes.
It's better to say they didn't demobilize.
Yeah.
They didn't demobilize till the 70s and 80s.
Which wheeled amphibious vehicle in World War II is better? The USS Duck, a US Duck, or the UK Terrapin? I personally go with a Duck, because having tried to do maintenance on both and as heritage vehicles, the Duck was a lot easier, but I will let the panel speak.
Depends what you're doing with them.
I'm not actually that familiar with them.
I know you two are purely hanging out because at a certain point I turn on UAD, and then you're going to be torturing me with ideas, aren't you?
Oh no, the main reason I turned up was because I heard because I was listening in and heard the 40k talk.
Yeah.
And I know Glyn supports the Unforgiven.
Yes. And Garius is taking his Hospitallers and Templars into space. Again.
Yes, and Glenn stopped writing the written English equivalent of crack. Yesterday, I'll say this again. I'm very glad his books are available on Kindle Unlimited.
Yes, it does. It does make life a little bit cheaper.
Okay, I think my brother's girlfriend has figured out the one food I'll actually eat regularly without being prompted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the third time this week she's got to me fried duck.
Yeah. Chinese fried duck.
Yep.
Stab. I'm going to be the cause of tomorrow's safety brief.
In the nicest way, when I'm in Newcastle, I will introduce, if a dragon meets me there, I will introduce him to the good Chinese. So when you come to look at your research to work out exactly how big a guns Elswick were building at certain points, so you can plan your ships appropriately, Foxo, he will know where to take you.
Make the do good duck count me in.
Yes, they do very good duck.
Don't know why only Chinese places seem to do duck in the UK.
Mostly because of demand is how I was told about it. Apparently it's expected in a Chinese place, but in other places when they do it, it gets iffy. It's kind of like veal and venison. There are very few pubs down here. There are pubs down here in Cornwall which do them, but usually they're the pubs which are a little bit out of the way and won't have as many of what's known as the London tourist crowd turn up. Steve, this is Joel Fredericks. It's a one Shikai doesn't do something stupid, I declare himself emperor. If he had sent an expeditionary corps to France, could he justify taking Shandong instead of the Japanese? I'm presuming you're meaning Qingdao, aka Tsingtao. That if he could get there first before the Japanese could, but the Japanese were literally, in the nicest way, the moment the Japanese saw the way the world was going, they were loading up the troops and they were getting everything over there. They wanted it fast. So he'd have to get there first. Answered that campaign from Knight. What is your opinion? This is from a microphone. What's your opinion of this idea me and Petch have come up with? It'd be consisting of using a fleet submarine and some unique mines. Then, when the enemy under the enemy ship, you would release them to float up to the keel of said ship, if a warship or merchant ship, and they would explode into the keel using either magnetic or impact trigger.
Don't we have that already at Cap and Fox?
Yeah, usually just use a torpedo. If you want to, that sounds like a very complicated, high-risk way of doing something when you could do it a lot easier with just a torpedo. It's an idea, but you'll want to look at the X-craft and the big explosives they dropped under Tirpitz to try and break its back. That's sort of what you're talking about, but with a floating mechanism.
It sounds an actual thing, wasn't it? With, I think, the buoyant mine? Or the buoyancy bomb? But you drop it in the water, it would sink, then rise back up beneath the keel of an enemy ship.
Yeah. Night Secret, as the British would have been better off building 14 battleships and 5 battlecruisers with 30.5-inch guns, why was it not a good idea to build that many? Okay, this is one of those questions where you obviously have a question in mind, but you have missed out half the context. Because I'm presuming before the sentence, as the British would have been better off, there is a bit of an explanation there. Knight. Because, can I just clarify, can anyone work out what that question is referring to? Is it the jump to 15-inch guns? I'm not sure, but then they're building quite a lot of 15-inch guns. They technically are signed up to build 14 15-inch gun ships and 14 15-inch gun ships, battleships. And then eventually they would have been building the 4 admirals, so it would have been 18 15-inch gun ships. So I'm not sure what what the options are. And Leslie does apparently Leslie does good duck. They roast it for 7 hours at 130 degrees centigrade.
Whack.
And Paul Amos has got about enough iron brew for about a couple of days because he's got 12 2-litre bottles delivered.
Hey, question. Would it be racist to assume a fox likes to eat duck?
Do foxes like to eat duck?
Would it be racist to assume a fox likes to eat a duck?
No. Foxes tend to like small fowl of all kinds, chicken and duck. So, you know, they like it's a hearty piece of diet for them taking at it. It's rare they can get it, but it's a massive treat if they can.
That's
Often they go for duck eggs. Joel Fred.
Duck and chicken.
Yeah. Joel Fredericks, how do you define a defeat in a war? Some people have argued that the sign of Vietnamese war was never about completely capitulating Vietnam. Therefore, it's not really a major defeat. In a nicest way, you can rewrite everything. But if you go into a war and your war aims are to humble your opponent, and you do not humble your opponent, you lost. If your war aim is to conquer your opponent and you do not conquer your opponent, you have lost. If your war aim is to conquer the entirety of your opponent's territory and you do not conquer your entirety in his territory, you have lost. Basically, you start off with your war aim. If you don't achieve it, you've probably lost. Is usually the starting point. Now then, there are, of course, context and nuance amongst that. Have you reason you've not achieved a full total domination of your enemy's territory because someone else came in and took the rest of the territory? They're still being annihilated. Okay. It's annoying, but it's life. But with the Sino-Vietnamese War, I would say that the objective of the Chinese forces was regime capitulation, or potentially regime change, i.e. getting a regime which would be more pro the Chinese way of thinking than necessarily the Russian way of thinking, or pursuing a third way. They didn't achieve that. Therefore they lost.
Same thing with the Americans.
Yep. Channel, how would Haig have fared in Rift War in Franco's place? In the Rift War.
I think General Haig.
Yes, General Haig.
Probably very well.
Considering his background in India and various other places in the Boer War, probably wouldn't have done necessarily too bad. But yeah, the British weren't involved in that one. It was the Franco-Spanish forces versus the Republic of the Rif. And surprisingly, the Franco-Spanish forces won. We are surprised. When a total of 260,000 soldiers with over 200 aircraft and all sorts of other things march in, they managed to win. At great cost themselves, but they do win. Well, no. As I said, I don't think they'd go for a Tier 10 Republic because I don't think they'd want 8 guns. 2 quadruple turrets. Okay, let's put this simply.
if you have only 2 quad turrets, 3 quad turrets you might do. 2 quad turrets, 1 fore, 1 aft. You lose a turret, what have you lost? 50% of your firepower. That's gonna put you in trouble. It's 1 turret gone with 1 gun. In this way, you can make it a case for it if you're shrinking the ship down, you're putting them both forward and condensing everything to. But if you're already splitting them up over the ship, you are basically losing that argument. So you're going to end up going for more than 2 gut turrets. Quadruple turrets make sense as long as they decide they want to go for quadruple turrets, basically. As long as they want to have the maximum number of guns. Channel, how do the Alsumas landings inform the landings of Torch, Husky, Avalanche, and Overlord? Not a lot. In fact, I don't think in any way, shape, or form. I've got a book here called The Development of British Amphibious Operations 1882 to 1914. One of the things you realise very quickly when you study this, and when you read through a lot of studies in World War II and World War I by the British and various allies, they are incredibly bad at studying other people's operations because they don't have accounts of other people's operations to study. They don't send observers. You might have sent observers to the Battle of Tsushima. You don't send observers to someone else's amphibious operation. So you don't have the information to really study and learn from it. Nice second. So what would the Americans and Washington need to offer the British to see the last Orion, the 3 1911 King George V's, the 4 Iron Dukes and Tiger get scrapped under the treaty? They'd need to offer them the ability to build more ships. Ooh, I got food. Thank you.
You want more barbecue sauce?
Where we asking?
I will want more barbecue sauce. Yes.
Yeah, where we asking them?
How many?
YouTube or Twitch.
How many?
Yes. You can, or you can just ask in the chat. You're here. You can. You're live. You can just torture me.
Don't say that. She will.
To answer that, for this one is, what would the Americans and Washington? For them to do that, they'd have to. Oh, thank you, sister. They would have to allow the British to build more ships. So basically, you would have to be building. For the British, it would be a case of it would have to be allowed to build 4 Nell rods and 2 F3s, let's say, 2 battlecruiser style ships. She's given me fresh sausages from the oven, and she hasn't given me a fork. Do I have a fork around here? I thought I had one. When do I have this fork from? It's got barbecue sauce on it, so it should be probably okay. Can't be that. It's not that long ago, so probably. Ooh. Oh, probably it's one of the beef Wellington forks. So yeah, that's okay. That's clean. That didn't go on the floor or anything. That just sat there after because I had multiple forks for the beef Wellingtons. I didn't use them all. Yeah, so basically they'd have to offer the British the ability to at least build 2 more Nell rods and probably build 2 F3 style battlecruisers at least, maybe 4 F3s, because the British will be looking at going, you want us to get rid of 9 ships? Yeah, that's going to be a big drop in combat capability and presence around the world. That's going to look bad for us. So yeah, they'll probably be asking for at least 6 ships. Poseidon, if Britain worked the grey area even harder in the KGB time, would the 3 14-inch guns be possible? Yes, and yes, 30 knots. And to make it that much heavier, we'd be talking about another 4,000 to 5,000 tons probably to get it to 30 knots and to get it to 3 14-inch guns. Because of stabilisation, especially the weight. And Obviously, Mitchell. FY, entering toward the Chinese army crossed the the People's Volunteer Army, crossed the Yellow River into North Korea in late October 1950, initially numbering around 250,000 troops. Decision to intervene was based on concerns of the AUN forces would invade China. People's Volunteer Army grew to over 1 million personnel at the height of the war. Ouch. That's a lot of troops. Let's hear him for Dragon of Foxo. Which date A-level angel would you want that is not Razel?
Data alive or data live. As I said, I don't think Fox actually knows this series, but on what I've said. Which one did it say not? Just to
not Razel.
Which one? Razel. I think it's Razel. Zafkiel. I'm sorry, the ability to manipulate time is incredibly useful. Plus, then the ability to create clones. It's just Zafkiel is just an incredibly useful one. Slow down time, speed up time, go back in time, go forward in time. On that Sandalphon's decent, but more destruction than necessarily anything else. So, yeah, Zafkiel.
I don't really have one. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
I was gonna say, because you're not that familiar with it, are you?
Not really. As I said, not my circus, not my monkeys.
Okay. I will have to start looking up if young Master Knight is asking these questions.
I'm assuming it's because it's getting a collab with Azure Lane, which is why they're asking. Which means they're probably going to get a warship version.
That could be interesting. Yes, as well, I mean, Himika Yoshino, a light carrier which has ice powers, the very thing aircraft hate.
Honestly, yeah, the Yamai sisters probably would have made better carriers.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're Spirits of Tempest and Wind, effectively.
Yep. Redeemed, highlighted messages, clip the halls. Midnight Shade, question. Which design is better, HMS Dreadnought or US South Carolina? HMS Dreadnought.
Yeah, no, it ain't South Carolina.
Look,
Dreadnought worked.
Look, the USS South Carolina is not bad, but it's how do I put this politely? BB-26 has a top speed of 18.5 knots on a good day. Dreadnought is a top speed of 21 knots every day. Carolina has triple expansion engines, which are reliable, but they can't maintain the high speed and the design they have, because they are cruising triple expansion engines. She has 8 12-inch guns, which gives her the same broadside as Dreadnought. But realistically, Carolina is a slightly upgraded pre-Dread HMS Dreadnought as a Dreadnought. And you can tell that in a difference in their sort of overall length, because one's 138 meters overall and one is 160 meters overall. There's a big difference going on there. A big difference.
Apologies, I was rudely called away to do the job I'm so handsomely paid for.
You decided you're handsomely paid now.
My last paycheck was about a month's salary.
That's nice.
So, yes.
Too bad it's slowly draining your sanity.
But
You can't drain what wasn't there in the first place.
It's topping up a bank account. Now, Foxo, do you think modern NATO without America could pull off a combined campaign like Desert Storm? And how far down the list of non-European powers would you have to go for it to be reasonably possible? Look, if you get Canada involved, you can provide definitely the combat arms and the combat elements of Desert Storm. And even the air power of Desert Storm. Especially if you consider the Turks and the Poles and the large forces they can bring. And you've got Sweden and Finland added in as well. However, logistically, and the force movement elements, that is more difficult. That is much more difficult, and that is to an extent unlikely. You cannot fulfill that in until you get a lot further down the list of potential allies. You're basically drawing in quite a large chunk of the Commonwealth, and even then, they're only able to provide realistically trucks, not the kind of fleets of transport aircraft and the logistics ships and maritime preposition ships which the Americans can bring in. You are probably having to basically commission Maersk as a navy to do it.
Also, on a serious note, your casualty rates are going to be higher. Or at least your fatality rates will be higher, because you are not going to be able to, this soldier, sailor, marine, airman is injured beyond what the field hospitals can provide. We can just airlift them back to Germany.
The British and the Germans can do that, and that's kind of French.
They don't have the same bandwidth.
Yeah,
to do that.
Pretty much.
Plus all the air transport demands.
It's going to sound strange, but that's part of the issue, is that you would have to move a lot more to the Maersk fleet to maintain the air transport commands. But also, the aircraft flying back are not going to be heavily loaded. The aircraft flying there are going to be.
Fair enough.
And it's one of the few things which those powers got good to because of Afghanistan. Our British government are rapidly selling it off, so it won't be there for long. I'm talking about it at the right moment, but they're rapidly trying to. The British government is, as always, rapidly trying to demonstrate itself of anything which is an effective part of our armed forces.
Well, yes, that's expensive, and there's no need to keep it up if we're not going to go to war unless we want to, right?
Stop rubbing it in.
Hey, we're doing the same thing over here.
I know. Each microwatt. The idea for the mines was to attach them behind a submarine tower, so when a Sagado went under the Yamato, it could release 4 into the keel.
This sounds
Why do you want to
incredibly dangerous?
Again, you have torpedoes.
Yes. I mean, your submarine has got to penetrate that deeply inside the ASW screen, which, granted, for Japan is, well, it's a nice thought, but then also
too, you're going. You start getting the sort of distances where you can look over the side and go, "That's a submarine."
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're also going to be setting off multiple high-capacity torpedo warheads, functionally, within spitting distance of your submarine's pressure hull. I mean, I can think of more certain ways to commit crew-scale suicide.
Well,
not many, but
here's the wackiest idea which I have heard last week.
Oh god!
And this might have made me feel slightly mildly lose the will to live.
Oh god!
So, You know, drones can't really do the presence mission. Because whilst they're visible, they are expendable, and everyone knows they're expendable. Someone had a great idea. To make them more presence, you would have on hovering drones, you would have a little screen which would flop down, and a person would come into view. But someone had another perspective on that one and went, but if we did that, that could lead to that person being personally targeted. And we don't like that. So the idea was, you would have a screen cut down, and whoever was operating it would appear, and they would have a tailor-made for whichever group you're dealing with, virtual avatar, aka VTuber costume, they would be wearing to talk through to the person on the other side.
Can I find this person and just give them a... Can I give this person a hug using only my hand?
And don't worry.
This is a weapon to depart Metal Gear.
In the nicest way. And the proposal for this, to fund the research and study to see if this was viable, because they wanted to do this, they estimated it costing £120 million.
Okay, I'm gonna complete my earlier statement. I just need to find this person so that I can give them a hug tightly around their neck with my hands. And when they turn a funny reddish purple color, that's when you know it's working.
No, that was when I realised their boss had hired me to shoot down their ideas. Because their boss's response to that was, you know, you've been coming to this idea of me for the last 3 weeks. Yes. And you wanted to introduce it to the consultant. Yes. Because you thought he'd like it. Yes. Alex, you're off the leash. Enjoy.
So how do you like being corporate Britain's personal attack dog?
This may or may not have been corporate Britain. But either way, yeah. If I saved the world, saved a chunk of money and a whole load of researchers having a lot of stress, it's good.
I'm sorry, Doc, but in my own personal experience, past a certain level of government and a certain size of organization, it's a distinction without a difference.
Mm-hmm. So, Canon, that was the wackiest idea. Yes. I've got to set up my website shortly, so I can start actually advertising for projects and stuff, because the consultancies I've been doing, which have been sort of carried on from the previous work, they are going to start to run to an end in a bit. So I need to start accounting for new ones. Back in a second. Sorry, just got to go blow my nose. Believe it or not, working in a attic in the mornings to put it down insulation and put out boards, it's very dusty. What's the next question coming?
I don't know. I'm not on my computer.
Give me a moment. Come over to it.
Thank you, Dragon.
So far, there isn't any in Brewship's Q&A.
You have access to the
One
archive,
from
right?
Seneca Nazera. Exclamation mark question. What is the wackiest idea that was seriously considered that you have heard about?
I thought we just did that one, but yeah. We've also got the one from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Hang on.
PDA.
Radio.
Oh, both of you have access to
the bot's not currently working, Runon. The bot is currently Paul.
Yes, okay, so the next... how's the new house plan?
Denizens of the chat, if you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Actually, that's a game we should get Clarke to play.
If the queue is paused,
Rock and stone.
yes.
Do you think we could drag Dr. Clarke
So this
to
means
Hogshea's rune on?
Yes, we probably could. Hey,
Yes.
you, both of you
Listen.
have actually good internet right now. Go onto YouTube or Twitch
Da.
and type !open. You're both mods. You should be
Done.
able to reopen the queue.
Capital O or lowercase
See,
o?
did it work? I do all up. I do all uppercase.
But I think it's alright. These wouldn't end up being diplomatic YouTubers. This is how you get stuff like Loshi. An
Who's the-
AI pretending to be a VTuber.
They would not be diplomatic. No, they would not be.
No rune on it. Does not appear to have done anything from we can tell.
Although my suggestion
YouTube
was,
Minecraft Watcher's most recent question. Thank you.
if they wanted a diplomatic VTuber, there's a very easy option. Go to Vedal and have him spin off another one of the girls.
Funny,
That sounds wrong on so many levels.
funny you should bring up Beetle. Because recently
anyone
he's
doesn't-
turned down a ludicrous amount of money from OpenAI for access to what Neurosama code.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Neurosama is Neurosama and Evil are AI VTubers. They're completely open and honest about being it, and they are probably some of the most successful AIs on the planet in terms of actually providing you with occasionally human responses.
Yeah. And
Okay.
they very much have the
I'm
same
gonna get-
energy as recently a VR chat furry pushed forward the neurological understanding of the brain by about 15 years because they wanted to have dynamic ears in VR chat. So they figured out a way to translate
Yeah, that sounds on.
brainwaves into VR chat and train themselves to operate in-game ears.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's on brand for furries. Can I? Do I have
And
permission
actually,
to perform a high fleet risk maneuver here
I'm
on
presuming
YouTube Minecraft Watcher's question?
I'm presuming that you can do in a second, but I'm presuming that how do I put this politely? That at a certain point, Iron Mouse will probably get hold of that technology. Because I could just
also,
imagine the
when is
costume
your-
she produced
when-
with it.
When is the great Mrs. Clarke's debut going to be occurring?
She's
Bring
declared.
it up. We thought she'd forgotten about it.
She's declared. It's going to be when I have a sofa for her to sit on. So when the garage is done, probably by about time, it's probably going to end up being around my birthday next year. Because we'll have all the garage done, we'll have all the stuff out of here, I'll have this finely commissioned, I'll have the sofa beds in. Because basically, I'm under orders from from Dr. Dan and and Boom Boom Dan to have 2 sofa beds in this space. So when they come down to Cornwall, one can stay upstairs, one can stay down here.
When is your birthday again?
March.
August, right?
March.
Oh, that's convenient. Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Was there any lessons learned from fighting cowboys, outlaws, and other?
No.
Cowboys never really progressed anything beyond, at worst, an insurgency, and a very minor one at that.
They're a
And they weren't even.
It's
They're-
mostly
they're-
in
they're
a
a
nice way.
nuisance
Dealing
group.
for doing with cowboys was more of a police action than a military operation.
How does
Yeah, and even then,
And usually the answer was things like the Texas Rangers, where basically you take
yeah,
where you take the cowboys who have a modicum of ethics and morality, and preferably a huge amount of guts and ability to shoot, and you give them a badge and a regular paycheck, and you tell them, instead of you having to do the life of an outlaw, you can do the life of a lawman and get a lot of respect, money, power out of it, and all you have to do is hunt down these people. And we'll give you a catchy
And
phrase
a
like
pension.
one ranger, one riot.
yeah, that is one of the questions of all times. So your mother is intending to start VTubing/streaming from a couch.
No, she's planning to start streaming. She'll come visit me in real. She's not going to tell you what her VTuber thing is going to be when she goes live. She's going to see if you find her.
That takes effort,
Not
though.
unreasonable.
Oh, the thing is,
I think that's the idea.
I'm kind of scared because her idea for a VTuber model, it will either be very obscure niche, or it will go massive very quickly. She will either be perpetually stuck below me in terms of numbers of subscribers, or she will rocket past Drac and probably end up being another Rin Penrose scenario. Because she wants to do shorts on a specific theme.
Oh God.
Or everyone's all in danger.
She's gonna be worse than a VTuber. She's gonna become a TikToker.
She'll be everywhere. She's planning multi-system domination. She's already setting up the accounts. Is what I know.
Wow.
Okay,
We're doomed. We're doomed.
so did you know paracetamol can go mouldy?
Yes.
A lot. Most things can, Foxo.
If you leave it in a damp place, paracetamol can go moldy. This is why you leave it in the packs and you make sure it's in a dry place.
This is also true for most medications will degrade to one effect or to one level or another if they are not stored in a cool, dry place, preferably away from direct sunlight. Just as general rules.
Knights everyone, as the British could have had one more King Edward VII and the Royal Sovereign class of pre-dreads, given the 54 pre-dreads, would it have made all that much of a difference to have 2 extra pre-dreads? Not really. But honestly, for the Royal Navy, it wouldn't have been that bad, because let's be honest, in wartime force generation, that means you pretty much guarantee you're going to have, at that point, you're going to have a force availability somewhere in the region of 3 squadrons and a flagship and a deputy flagship. So 26 vessels available at all times. Probably 27, probably closer to 28. Bowman Boy. What doohickey could replace the torpedo for destroyers carried anti-capital ship weapon firepower in the early 20th century? I'm thinking advanced version of Vesuvius guns.
That's a
No.
strangely niche thing.
Look, If the torpedoes hadn't worked, the other thing they were working on at the time was rocket-propelled explosives. Believe it or not, if you don't get working torpedoes, you could have got working rocket ships. Point, shoot rockets. Big ones.
Well, they were basically ship-mounted land mattress. That's what we're working on.
To an extent, yes.
Why did you have to encourage her?
And could this they
Because
have
it
that
tortured-
working by World War One?
Okay, they didn't do much development, but then in about the 1880s, 1890s, they're working on a 12-inch rocket.
Well, that's a big rocket.
And some of the early missile designs actually come from the later rocket development and ideas. I've seen designs for a 21-inch and even a 24-inch rocket.
You have a name for these.
I think they're just rocket projectile systems. They're incredibly generically named in Greenwich Museum in Greenwich. Paul, what has this is from Paul? What has Foxo had to
I
eat
think there's an
today?
attempt to murder go.
I think Foxo might have had some duck.
How about a third of a duck? At least 2 legs and a wing. It was very nice.
So, if all 12 Dingo class ironclads were built, how much of an advantage would it honestly give the Chinese, really? And it depends. Are they still as corrupt, and do they manage to get actually all 12 operational at the same time? Do they manage to supply them decent ammunition? Do they manage to train them to work in formation and utility? If you have all those things, then maybe they manage to win against the Japanese. Probably they don't.
The bot should be functioning now, by the way.
Is it functioning on YouTube?
I don't know. I can't load YouTube up. I have exactly one gnome to shuffle my internet packets.
Well, I have a way to check. Because the question is, does it recognize this episode exists?
I don't even understand what that question is asking, but here we are.
No. For some reason, it doesn't recognize... It only recognizes the part 7 of 8 of the Historiophon and part 8 of 8 of the Historiophon, and doesn't have the ones before that on its list of recognized lives scheduled to go.
Yes, I know quality is unavailable. I don't even want to stream it. I just want to open up the freaking...
What lessons would we say were learnt from last year of the American Civil War, Grant's battles? Logistics. 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 Grant doesn't so much win battles as accounts them. You know, he suffers reverses, he suffers losses. And it's a case of, oh yes, I've lost a brigade. Okay, here's another 2 divisions. And the Southern are just going, Confederates are just going, how you got all these guns and all this ammunition? Well, I've got accountants. They keep track of my supplies.
Peter Dawson, be nice to the mod team.
Who's being nasty to my mod team?
Peter Dawson told Fox, I'm pretty certain it wasn't a joke, but said, Desert Fox, oh, shut.
Mm-hmm.
I did see that and was not
Where was that
sure
said?
what to make of it.
Where was that
It
said?
was when Runo asked us to test if we can open or close the bot.
Okay.
I'm reasonably certain that was meant as a meme.
Oh, so that's how you get
Okay,
these.
because as we all know, I have very low tolerance for people being rude to my mods. I'm allowed to wind you all up.
That Nightbot, I don't care about Nightbot.
Nightbot is happy.
Did YouTube break their API hooks again?
Possibly.
But do you really put it past them to not to do so? I wouldn't.
The API interface between it and StreamerBot have been really weird for the past couple of months.
A couple of people are just
so
telling me to go back and check 754. So I presume when I wasn't in the room.
Yes, it was like 30 seconds after you had walked out.
Yes, Peter Dawson. Seeing as he's one of the people who actually sent me the link to the timestamp, I'm going to judge it was meant as a joke.
Yeah.
Yes, I assume. Yeah, Cloudflare may be impacting that. The API
yeah,
because I would
Cloudflare
imagine
went down today.
Cloudflare might have gone down, and in the nicest way, for quite a while, StreamerBot wouldn't actually start today because of the issues with YouTube. It's only started later on today. It only started after the talk on World War One, etc. Night Historiophon, if the BN class are built with 15, 13.8 inch guns, how much improvement is that over the 12-inch gun ships? It's 15, 13.8 inch gun ships. It's a massive improvement over the broadside of the 12-inch gun ships. It's not the same status as building a 15-inch ship, but it's enough firepower that pretty much everyone's going to be sitting there going, Bajinga. You've built a machine gun battleship. Because think about it, if you fire if you can fire 2 rounds a minute from your gun, and you have 15 guns, that means you can fire 30 rounds a minute. Which means basically you're firing around equivalent of firing around every other second. So yeah, that's for a 13.8-inch gun, that's a machine gun battleship. Thank you, Eddie Rolf. Glad you enjoyed the stuff.
Or you could show up to Vickers with a fully functioning 6-inch rotary cannon prototype and fire multiple 6-inch shells every second.
Alright, Poseidon, 737. What is the panel's favourite takeout?
Are you talking about times I've ordered it or what I actually like to eat?
I'd say
those are two
both.
different things.
Both. Because my favourite is Chinese, but the thing I order most often is Subway.
If I'm feeling fat, it's Five Guys. If I'm feeling financially responsible and fat, it's Domino's. If I'm actually getting what I want, a little mom and pop shop between Williamsburg and Jamestown, which I can't go to anymore because I am now like 2 hours away.
That's terrible.
And then after that,
your rule is that you don't go 2 hours for the good takeaway.
We don't have Asda. And I'm not spending $2,000 on airfare just to get takeaway from the UK.
Understandable. Shame, but understandable.
I am not yet Taylor Swift levels of rich.
The fact that at times it is actually cheaper to buy flights to Italy and buy a pizza in Italy than it is to get takeout in the UK.
How expensive is your pizza?
No, the flights.
Well, it's more the fact that
the flights to Italy are sometimes as low as £6 both ways return, and the convergence of
Why are they even?
pounds to euro is fairly strong at the moment. So you can literally go out there and you can buy a full meal for about £30 at the moment. So you could buy it for £42 and feed 2 people out there.
How are the flight only £6?
They can sometimes do really stupidly good deals.
Well, not only that, all of the flights in the European Union have to be pre-chartered.
Mm-hmm.
So the flights have to be booked well in advance and have to be on a timetable like a bus. Which means that the prices drop like a rock. They're not actually able to sell any seats on the plane. Which is why you get stuff like the Interest EasyJet £1 flights.
Yeah.
Because they just want people on the plane. Because if people on the plane, they can write it off as a loss on their taxes. If nobody's on the plane, they can't write it off as a loss.
Yeah.
Your tactics confuse and frighten me, you dang dirty Europeans.
We have lots of fun things.
Yes.
It's very difficult to cancel flights in the European Union. Very difficult. Very expensive.
As a passenger or as an airline?
The airliner, usually.
As the airline. The passenger usually can get away with it quite easy. YouTube Micro, do you have any duck or pheasant recipes you recommend? I want to surprise my mother with it. Black cherry duck is usually a pretty good one. Which is ducks cooked in a black cherry sauce. And basically surrounded by black cherries and just, a lot of black cherries. There are multiple recipes for it online. Most of them are okay.
Black Betty.
Eddie Rudolph, what would happen if the US Navy built a 10-10 plan? 10 field battleships and 10 coastal battleships in the 1890s, I think. Well, they probably don't get anything in the 1900s. And honestly, Congress is currently debating whether they need to respond to the dreadnought threat till about 1920. Because in a nice way, Congress will either fund them at one point or they'll fund them at the other point. If Congress funded them then, they would not be funding them later. How did the French counter the Bayern class if it had 13.8 guns? They look at the Royal Navy and go, that's your job, right? And the Royal Navy go, yep. And for the British, would 8 15-inch guns not be seen as enough to overmatch? Nope. Because you're asking for basically 15 14-inch versus 8 15-inch. That's not enough firepower advantage. So the British will be looking at it going, okay, we need a 12 15-inch gun ship. At the least. Potentially, they try for a 28-knot 15-inch gun version of the Admiral class. With as a fast battleship, not a battlecruiser. So 28 knots. And watch the world cry at that point. Carol 151. To all, what food should Runon try when she arrives in the UK? Marion is going to York and getting curd cakes. The National Rail Museum is also there. Okay. What did chat think Runon should try if she comes to the UK? In terms of food and panel, what do we think she should try? Runon should try when she comes to the UK?
Greg's.
Curd cakes just sounds cruel.
What, lemon curd, probably?
Yeah, it's lemon curd cakes. Lemon curd cake. It's quite nice. It's a sugary lemon sort of icing sauce. It's quite nice. It's sweet with a little bit of tart.
I feel like I'm being punked.
Nope.
Genuine. Does say not lemon curd, but like that's usually the most common one.
Yeah. You can get a clementine curd and raspberry curd.
It's sort of a cheesecake with currants.
Is it me, and this is just a random question whilst the things are coming in, but does Dr. Dan's hair slowly through the trip in Japan get slowly more and more insane? It starts off vaguely normal at the beginning one, and by the end he's looking full nutty professor with it all sticking up going, ah!
I mean, he did have to deal with multiple drive-by bleedings.
Yes, that was torturing for him.
And he's probably worrying, does this trigger his mandatory reporter requirements, or?
Yeah, he has issues on those things.
I would imagine that the UK has a mandatory reporting law, right?
We do. Basically for child safety, all police officers, social workers, health and social service board social workers, and most health professionals and most educational professionals have some sort of mandatory responsibility to report if they suspect child abuse.
Does the same cover for elder abuse?
It's interesting. I do know in the several universities I've worked in, they've had rules about how we have to, if we suspect our students are being mistreated in some way, we have to alert the university authorities that we have that suspicion. My only experience of dealing with it, I didn't really have to be suspicious. I got a upfront and personal experience. As a young gentleman decided to wander into the class to try and pull what he felt was his girlfriend, what she honestly didn't think was anything more than the fact that he had met her a couple of times in the library relationship and bumped into her out of my class, because apparently she didn't need to learn about war because that was going to impinge on her angelic beauty. And,
I feel like the most relevant question to ask here is, when he left your classroom, did he make use of the hinges of the door, or were the hinges rendered surplus to requirements?
Well, he had an accident in me when he fell over, and then there happened to be some gentlemen from in the class who happened to be how do I put it? They belong to a couple of branches of different nations organizations which both have the same word in their force naming, and who he also had some accidents in front of until security arrived, who then took him out. It was the damnedest thing. He kept falling down on perfectly flat surfaces, and no one saw a thing.
It must have been this. It's got to be something around Marines, because I'm remembering a story of a Marine doing Toys for Tots who was unfortunately mugged And well, his fellow he was stabbed, to be perfectly clear, and well, his fellow Marines were nearby, and they had to help the poor guy who stabbed him up from being slightly pasted into the pavement.
Mm.
He just kept falling down between the 5 meters between the entry to the store where they were fundraising and the curb.
Yeah, but you get some interesting. This was years ago. This was well over a decade and a half ago. I haven't had problems since.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
But it was yeah, some people get really strange. They really do. Yeah, nicest way. Good advice was, if you want to walk in and start shouting at places, don't walk into the class which is titled Psychological Warfare. This is not a good one to go into. But yeah. It's always the first years who seem to get into the issues. I do not know why at universities. It always seems to be the first years. I think it's because it's their first time away from home and they're getting used to the world. And also, the world is getting used to them, if that makes sense. Timu has a question for Glenn, but Runos has appeared. And let's see, are there any other questions in the chats that I've popped in that I haven't managed to pick up? Any questions coming in? Lots of suggestions on food for Runon, but she's disappeared off.
Gee, I think I know what's happened here. Nope, that's not what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, audio cut out for a minute there.
Audio cut out. So, Senator, was he still alive? Yes. Yes, he was. He was taken out by security and was dealt with. That's all I ever needed to know about it. I never asked any more questions, and I never needed to know any more answers.
Dealt with. Sure, ominous way to phrase that.
I'm fairly sure it probably involved the police, but I didn't bother to inquire. All I know is that the young lady didn't feel the need to stop attending university and did complete her course.
Woohoo!
So I presume whatever happened was resolved in a manner which meant she felt safe. She actually did. Yeah, she was the one who I attended. I've attended some of my students' weddings over the years, and she ended up getting married to one of the gentlemen who'd been in the front row a few years later. I've not stalked them on Facebook or anything like that, so I don't know how they're doing. But I haven't heard anything bad through the alumni association, which is usually you hear bad things come through the alumni association, far better than good things. You know, someone's had kids and living a happy life, or has got the job of their dreams. No, that doesn't come through the alumni association. Someone's got divorced. It's a bitter custody feud. All this, that'll come through an alumni association. It's just humans. We are just designed to transport bad news.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Nightarian, if the Dutch ordered a G3 battlecruiser, would the Dutch be forced in the treaty system? If they ordered it before the treaty was signed, probably not.
But if they're ordering a G3,
Yeah, if they're ordering a G3 at the same time the British are building them, then they're ordering it before the treaty's signed, so they can probably get away with it.
But here's a question: does that impact the UK signing on to the treaty? Because
Well,
if
it
they've
might.
got if the G3s are cost effective enough for the Dutch to buy them and start off World War II 20 years early, then does that mean that Britain has committed to ordering enough of them to bring the per unit cost down?
Well, the thing is that the per unit cost was never the problem with the G3s. It was the treaties. But also the thing is, if the Dutch are building one and building it, then the British can make the claim that actually no, we have to have this is our limits, because otherwise there's someone who's got a more powerful ship than all the treaty signatories. Especially if it's, how do I put this thing? Let's say it's being built in the Netherlands under license, then the British can't stop it. And so the British have a very good reason to basically go, sorry, we can't sign up to the treaty as is. It needs to be this sort of. It needs to be a system which allows us to build G3 equivalent ships.
And I'm certain the British would never do anything so underhanded as that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Never. Thank you, Paul. Poseidon 737. In 1938, mysteriously all Japanese capital ships built or in final fitting out become powered by reliable nuclear power plants with trained crews. How does this change future events? They possibly have the capital ships with them at Pearl Harbor. In fact, I don't see why they wouldn't, because you might as well take the escort with you. And that's going to change Pearl Harbor, because you're going to have quite a hefty force there. So you might well launch the multiple waves. More waves, because, well, it doesn't matter if people come out. You've got the entire Japanese battle fleet with you.
They got about 3 years. Ish.
I got something.
41, they're going to start seeing performance hits, and probably by 42, 43, they're going to have a lot of harbor queens.
What, for nuclear power plants?
Yeah, depending upon when they're going to need refueling, and then parts are going to be a problem.
It's not going to be 3 years. If they're reliable nuclear power plants, I'm taking it as their 20-year refuel models. That's what most warships are built to a standard today. That if they've mysteriously all Japanese capital ships built or in final fitting become powered by reliable nuclear power plants, those are going to be 20-year modules.
How often do commercial nuke plants get refueled?
I don't think they use the same grade of fuel as tend to the naval ones use, because of the cost differential.
Cost.
It basically let's be honest. How often do you want a nuclear powered aircraft carrier out of service for years while it gets refueled? Because de facto, that is
it my carrier or my carrier?
You have to take it. You basically have to take it apart, take the reactors apart, refill it, and then you have to bring it back into service. And you have to, for bringing it back into service, you have to do all sorts of operations to it.
Care about what's that?
Anyway, how many more questions do we have? Remember, tonight we are raising money for HMCS Haida, and so far we have raised, according to the analytics, nothing.
$350.
We'll see what comes in. Last night we got most of our money when we were playing the computer games for some reason. And I have a feeling when we start doing UAD, because I'm going to be giving preference to, as traditional when we're doing UAD designs, to the Super Chat UAD designs, that it is probably going to end up being that case. How accurate is it Franco had never become the Spanish dictator in the 1930s? Would we even remember him? No. No one outside of Spain would remember him. He's just a random general fighting for Spain at that point.
It's kind of the same thing with Hitler.
Oh, no. He's even less remembered. Let's be honest. Franco probably at least has a Wikipedia entry. Who's going to put a Wikipedia entry for a failed painter?
A wallpaper hanger.
Yeah. A man who is continually the case of, he tried so hard.
He tried so hard and got so far.
Please don't. I am so surprised Foxo didn't speak up at that point, but, you know, I'm presuming she's in a nice mood because of her duck.
Sorry, I was thinking, Doc. What's the question?
Runon was singing.
Yeah, probably explain why I was blocking her out then.
Yeah.
Nope.
Can we call the Russian nuclear icebreakers civilian? No other civilian nuclear propulsion comes into mind. There are some... Well, the Americans have tried some merchant ships. The Chinese are once again trying, apparently, for nuclear-powered merchant ships. But yes, we can technically call the Russian nuclear icebreakers civilian, because they are technically civilian-run and civilian-owned. But, yeah,
it's
they
not
are...
like there's not civilian-owned nuclear reactors on land.
No, there are. You know, it's one of those things
I'm
of...
sitting about 50 meters away from you.
I mean, just look at Tokamak.
Yeah. Runon is currently getting fried to the level at which she will have FLKs if she ever reproduces. But leaving that to one side.
There's about 30 meters of concrete between me and that thing right now, so no, but okay.
Yeah, you think that counts. I know the only thing that works on radiation is 150 meters of seawater.
Willing to bet 150 meters of lead would do it.
It would, but
I mean,
that's
if you
incredibly
must-
expensive, whereas seawater is quite cheap. You can literally find it in the sea.
All relevant samples for that particular purpose were collected prior to me taking either this job or the one at Surrey.
Mhm.
So,
Phone boy.
also, it's not like they can look any birds.
What if Charles Gordon had evacuated Khartoum as a door of solitude and instead of staying and getting killed? The British Empire doesn't have an idiot to its name who managed to get himself killed in a perfectly defensible position. In the nicest way, Charles Gordon is a really inspiring gentleman. He's also a gentleman who probably managed to make every single worst decision he could make about securing Khartoum. He could have pulled forces back, he could have withdrawn further, which he was under orders to. He could have also better secured Khartoum itself. He didn't. He did everything he could to force Britain's hand to come and save him. And they were actually coming to save him because, frankly, no one wanted to prat on their conscience. Unfortunately, by the time they got there, he managed to prat it up.
So what you're saying is nothing of value was lost.
Yeah. Which does get me into trouble occasionally, people, because they go, but it was Gordon of Khartoum. And I go, yes. That doesn't mean he wasn't a prat. It just means he's a famous prat.
but if he's famous, he must be good, right?
No. In this way, I will give you the example of Glyn's books. How many of the famous people in his books are actually good at what they do?
Which series?
Any of them.
Because that answers. Well, you've got Castle.
Federation? Okay, yes. Walking
Yes.
Stick is one of the most famous officers there. Think about how many times Walking Stick manages to F up his own plans by making them too complicated and look too perfect on paper, but actually the execution is terrible.
As I remember, actually, considering I'm currently rereading it, most of Walking Stick's plans work.
No, they usually failed in the final stage of execution. They come across as grandiose and mystique at the beginning, and he has all these big convoluted things, and has his traditional convoluted plans. At a certain point, they start to collapse under their own inertia.
Also, well, Stellar Fox is both famous and competent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the problem is he's also fighting an opponent who is very good.
I think his Haig gets a degree of notoriety. And
He
he's
does before he
competent.
dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, I don't like to be reminded that he died.
Yeah, I prefer if he didn't, but oh well. Apparently, not everyone in that series is allowed the happy ending.
No, again,
Most did, but
it's real life. Not everyone gets this
Glenn is,
happening.
Glenn is fairly happy to kill people.
Mm-hmm. He is one of the nicest people I know. He is incredibly bloodthirsty when it comes to his characters.
Also, I meant to ask him, and then I didn't actually do it. I need to see if he's okay with me stealing his character names for D&D games.
He won't mind. He'll consider it an homage.
Normally, I just take the names, but given the fact that I actually have the ability to directly ask the possessor of the IP, I figure it's polite.
Yeah. Bone Boy, what if Kyrgyzstan had never partitioned Bengal? How does this affect the politics of the Raj going forward? You have a lot more issues in Bengal. One of the reasons it was partitioned was to try and make its administration easier, but also try and make dealing with the different politics and local politics more straightforward, because the local politics were starting to cause serious headaches and fluctuations. And honestly, it was one of those scenarios where, frankly, as I try to explain to people, an empire is basically a dictatorship. It will not respond in the same way a democracy does. It might be a monocracy, i.e., part democracy, part monarchy back home, but it's a dictatorship abroad. In terms of its colonies, and you have to understand that's how it's going to respond. It is a might makes might right organisation when it's not in the UK.
Estanza's pretty competent.
Sansa?
Mirrors. I think I said that right. Yeah. The captain of conviction.
Yes.
Is pretty competent.
Yes. So is Henry Wong, and he gets famous by the end of it, but he's not. He's more infamous to begin with. But also there are usually about another dozen famous characters who are frankly prats, because the reality is some people are just famous because they look good, and some people are famous because they do good, and some famous because they can actually do what they do good.
I need to reread Wong's story to refresh myself on the exact details of his notoriety.
Well, his fame in his own navy comes from surviving the Red Wings campaign, where basically all the pilots died, and his fame in the wider universe comes from being the last person to kill a Canary hive ship. mothership, basically a hive ship, where they had their breeding pods
The
on.
bird.
Yeah,
You keep saying Wong, and I keep thinking the engineer that what's called Carl keeps getting in Castle Federation, who's also pretty
Yes.
famous because he's basically the Scotty of that world. Yes, I've somehow managed to do this. Don't ask me to do it again, please.
yes. I don't know how I did this. I don't want to know how I did this. Please stop annoying me by asking me how I did it. Approach
But
the face.
by the end of that series, he does have his own set of demonstrably positive achievements that he can ascribe to his name and fame.
Yeah. That's nice to have. It is nice to have that demonstratively positive achievements.
Somebody shut the door on the brake trailer.
So,
I am
next
quite concerned about how much the structure shakes.
Next question. In 1939, all the 1939 KG-5 turned into Russian Tier 10 Jellicoe, or QE, Nelson and Renown and Hood modernized. How much of a curb stomp is this? Russia's
into
Tier
Russian
10 Jellicoe?
Right, it refers to the Leicester servers, Tier 10 British battleship Jellicoe.
And why is it Russia?
Because World of Warship split into two. You've got the
Okay.
Russian branch, aka Leicester, and then you've got the Western branch, which is just wargaming.
Okay.
Ho, ho, ho. I have a heavy bolter now.
Only
Okay.
one?
Who's that Runon go play with Space Marine 2? Why do I have a feeling she's
I'm not
prepping for when we could be doing this joint later on in the weekend?
Oh.
It's going to cause me trouble.
It will be indeed glorious. And no, she ain't getting a heavy bolter, that's mine.
A good idea.
And
To
that's
start playing space.
All three of us can't be using heavy bolters.
Want to bet?
Well, unless we mod it, yeah.
I'm playing bolt gun because it is single player and does not require an internet connection. And I have like one internet gnome right now, and that poor little guy is just running his stubby little legs off as fast as he can, trying to maintain this conversation. So I'm cruel, but I'm not that cruel.
You have one internet gnome.
Yes, because currently I have a giant source of electromagnetic radiation between me and the nearest 5G tower.
Why aren't you feeding them more carrots?
Because carrots help with night vision, according to, the big Winston man.
Okay.
I don't need them to see it. I just need them to run faster.
Hear me out. Have you considered giving him a shotgun, a balaclava mask, and telling him to take the internet bandwidth by force?
The problem isn't internet bandwidth. The problem is signal strength and clarity.
Exactly.
The bandwidth is wrong, but the signal is shit.
Surprising.
Oh, sorry.
No, surprising, but yeah. Linguistics, my friend. Linguistics.
I'm still partially in work mode.
Why are you wasting time not telling me to go payday gang on it?
Because Wait, why would Kate Jameson be involved in a payday gang?
Ache. A friend of me and Fox.
Oh.
You've talked to them on occasion.
Yes.
You think they're
I
insane.
now
Kate Jameson
I think
plays
we-
all sorts of weird games, so which one are we talking about again?
payday.
Payday
Yeah.
2.
I think she might actually play that. I'm not sure.
Wouldn't
I
surprise me if most people have
I
at some point.
do know I think I did once catch her out in a game because someone was talking and I'm sure it was her. But she claims she wasn't there, but the voice was so like her it was disturbing. If it wasn't her, then she's got a voice doppelganger out there who's 100% accurate.
Did you decide to spare her this year by not inviting her to the festivities?
Yes, because that does normally cause problems for her.
Yes.
Something tends to go wrong.
If I'm going to try and get her on 2 historians, but that is just going to be her and me chatting, and that's usually fine.
Okay, so prepare for your dog to die or something.
Yeah,
okay.
but so what is this Russian tier 10 Jellicoe? We kind of got distracted by it with all
So
things.
it is a 3x3 18-inch armed ship that is quote-unquote KGV hull. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can find you an image.
If it has that kind of capability, so it's a KGV with 9 18-inch guns, then and they get turned in 1939, then I think probably the Germans start to cry, because Bismarck is not going to be able to deal with that. That is the sort of thing which turns up and goes, oh, we're at long range. Oh, I've got radar fire control, 18-inch guns, I can pop you at long range, and you've got long range, but my range is going to be longer than yours. So, yes. That's not nice. That is not nice at all. Fun, but not nice. Bowman Boy, what if the Sinai Peninsula, and we'll get back do a little bit more about Night's Question once we've got a picture, what if the Sinai Peninsula, ignoring effects on the climate, ceases to exist in 1869? How does it affect Egypt and British policy towards it? If the Sinai Peninsula ceases to exist, then I think probably Egypt gets disconnected from Asia, while still connected to Africa, and I think potentially you end up with a open at both ends Mediterranean, which, if it ceases to exist in 1869, means the Royal Navy is going to go nuts, because now the way to India is not able to be controlled by the Suez Canal.
I found it and posted it in the stage channel.
Mm-hmm.
It is apparently based off a Vanguard hull.
Why?
Well, if you look at it, you'll know. I don't think that's quite true either.
No, that's a KGV hull. The lines are KGV, not a Vanguard.
But yeah, it's 3x3, 457.
It's got
standard
a Vanguard-style superstructure.
In particular, it's notable that they're using the turrets from N3.
Okay.
They're just the same turrets, which is a bit odd, but hey.
So that's an 18-inch 45, therefore, at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Also, it's 32 knots.
Okay, at that point, then I think probably everyone else is just giving up in the world. At that point, there is not much time and chance in fighting it. If it's doing 32 knots,
with 918s, it's also got a full radar AA as well.
it can basically hang at whatever range it wants and engage at whatever it wants. That's the point of it. Poseidon. The entirety of the Eastern Fleet, Somerville's full Eastern force, turns up in Singapore during December the 10th, 1941. How might this change the opening throes of the Pacific Campaign? Well, he's now got 2 carriers there. There's a whole dispute over who's the fleet commander, because technically a certain person outranks him. But he's got 2 carriers. He's got Warspite. There's Warspite. There's a whole mess of other ships. So basically, they probably end up letting Repulse go hunting on her own, to an extent. She's able to do reconnaissance. They have the R's doing the backstop duties, and they have Warspite and Prince of Wales forming the core pair, with operating with 2 carriers. With the cruisers and destroyers they've got with them, that's quite a fighting force, and that means that A, that airstrike is not going to work, and B, in the nicest way, the Japanese, to defeat this force, are going to have to turn up heavy. It's not the kind of force you turn up and go, you know what, I'm going to defeat that with 2 carriers because my individual carriers have greater air group than theirs do. You don't do that kind of game. I know you might do that online when you're a computer game and you're not going to die if you make it go wrong, but in real life you're not going to do that. They're going to turn up with the full Kido Butai to guard that, and to get the Kido Butai ready is going to be a few weeks, if not months, it's sort of to be available. So that's going to give them time to adapt things, and probably mean that other forces are built up around them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if other forces are built up around them, sort of thing, if the... Potentially the Americans send a 3rd carrier, and potentially get some more American forces being built up around it as part of the carrier's escort. Does that all make sense? As for the changing of the Pacific campaign, just basically start off with my video about what happens if a carrier deploys a Force Z, and work out from there, because you have 2 carriers and all the L4 start structure there. By the way, what stuff would be out in the open on the aft section of an early 20th century cargo ship? Things that weren't expected to rust or decay in salt water spray. So, canvas. I'm trying to think. What doesn't decay in salt water?
Gold? Gold doesn't, as far as I'm aware, but that might
you're not going to put gold on deck. It's
No,
too
yeah.
heavy. It's too heavy. It's too dense a material. Wood maybe. On the aft deck, you're not going to put cars. They go in the hold. Yeah, that's an interesting question. What does go in there? I think it's mostly wood, canvas, inert items which you carry in bulk, which are relatively light.
Wood over black.
I think someone's tired.
I think she enjoyed her. Duck.
Duck.
Quack.
Quackity quack.
Just made me want to play duck game.
Isn't that
Ducks running around with shotguns is amazing.
Isn't it Duck Duck Goose?
No, there's a thing called duck game, which is just pure insanity.
Okay.
It's a very fun.
I thought that was the Goose game where you went around and tormented people. What is the difference between the 1939 KG-5 Lion and Vanguard superstructure? The Lion and King George V structure is not really that different. It's slightly more built up, has slightly more space internally, but it's not really that bigger. The Vanguard is more narrow and slightly higher. But yeah, that hull we were looking at earlier was a King George V hull and a Vanguard style bridge. It was a KGV hull. It's all fun. Okay, what's the next question? Hey, sorry, I will now date myself and say duck hunt. Haze Grey, Haze Grey.
That's another good one.
Oh, it's a good one, but I'm sorry for that. I really am. Did it hurt? How was it when the dinosaurs died?
What? Okay, what am I being insulted with now? I had to go talk to coworkers to figure out what's going on
It actually
in my
wasn't
nature.
It actually wasn't referring to you, but you're so used to it now.
From
What was
Foxo.
it like for the dinosaurs to disappear? I know they were your friends and everything, so how did it feel?
Their taste profile still exists in alligators and chickens, so I'm okay, honestly.
Oh.
Hey, look, in the nicest
Alice.
way, having a pet you can both love and enjoy the taste of is a benefit.
Yeah, why do you think we keep guinea pigs?
No, they just like to jump downstairs.
No, those. Well, I mean that might also be guinea pigs, but that's predominantly gerbils.
And
Possibly the most suicidal of all pets.
I would love to say you're wrong, but I have met too many gerbil owners to be able to say that.
Ho ho ho! I have a heavy bolter now.
Right.
Again, I can't believe Foxo's. I can't believe Bruno's being allowed a heavy bolter, and I'm not. This feels
Hey,
cruel.
you can pick up bolt and
This
start
feels
playing.
this feels wrong for some reason. No, because I'm live and chatting to people. Even though I am simultaneously live chatting to people and also trying to sort out the stuff for tomorrow, sort out some of the stuff for tomorrow. Any more questions? Or do I need to start the UAD early? Because this is going to be very, very early if I start the UAD early.
I mean, there's no reason you couldn't take questions while also doing UAD.
Oh, I will be doing that. If war held off long enough, would Chile buy 1 or 2 Vanguard-class battleships to race Alman's Tour? No. I don't think they had the budget in the 1930s and 1940s to buy such things. I really don't think they do.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
Don't tell that to Fleet, would ya?
Huh?
Because he thinks they would have the budget. All of the South American countries would have the budget.
In the 1940s, if war held off, where are they getting the money from?
In the 30s.
Where are they getting the money from?
Apparently, South America ain't as poor at this point as we think it is.
Where are they getting the money from?
It's fleet. Okay, I got a question for you.
Does feet believe water grows on trees? Yes, I think he does.
Water falls from the sky. It doesn't need to grow from trees.
Only when it wants to, not when he commanded to.
Oh, was that the cause of their downturn in a series of droughts?
No. Lack of money was, but the droughts weren't helpful. Chile buying in Vanguard nearly in the 1960s is very different than Chile buying two brand new ships in the 1930s or 1940s. That is a very different cost profile. Buying something second-hand versus brand new at a peak of its power versus second-hand when it's a second-line asset. Yeah, that's a very different world. A very, very different world.
I will submit a question, albeit verbally.
Okay.
Go on.
What happens if, in, let's say, January 1st, 42, all of the USN fighters get replaced with Bearcats and their variety of bombers get replaced with Sky Raiders?
Japan is going to be having a very nasty experience in a very short amount of time.
Can the Essexes take those two airframes?
They can certainly take the F-8. I think they can take the Sky Raider with a little bit of work. In the case of, in that period, it's worthwhile enough doing it, and I'm fairly sure the Yorktowns can.
Oh yeah, that was actually the bigger question. Can the Yorktowns take those aircraft?
The Essexes are under construction. If they can't take it, they will by the time they're built.
Yeah, Essex is easy because Essex is still more or less on the slips.
Yep. You can do a lot of modifications when a ship is on the slips.
Oh, I'm down to my most important hit point.
You have a most important hit point?
The last hit.
Yeah, it's the last one.
Okay.
Your second most important hit point is whichever one brackets you, and then your most important hit point is the last one in your hit point levels. How do you not know this?
Probably because it's a relatively niche term.
Because usually I don't try and get myself down that low.
Neither do I, but it's sometimes, things happen. We all lose ourselves in the heat of passion from time to time, Jimbo.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable discovering that you lose yourself in the throes of passion with a computer game, because that's just you're doing things with a computer game, which frankly I don't do, but okay, you be you.
Heavy Bolter is mid. No. Heavy Bolter is glorious.
It depends upon what game you're playing and what you're attempting to achieve in that game.
For what the Heavy Bolter is meant to be, the Heavy Bolter is glorious.
In Bolt Gun, the Heavy Bolter is glorious. In Space Marine, the Heavy Bolter is useful, but not necessarily my favorite. Although that probably has more to do with the fact that Space Marine 2 is very much an ammo restricted game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was better in Space Marine 1.
I need to see if I can get Space Marine 1 to run on my Steam Deck.
Pretty sure it's just compatible. But it's now more expensive because they up the price.
Yes.
All games go to... should be W, I think. Yeah, it's W.
Yeah, Anniversary Edition.
I have non-anniversary edition, but they may not.
You have the Anniversary Edition now.
It is questionably compatible with Steam Deck.
Mostly because the reason why you have Anniversary Edition now is anyone who didn't have it previously. When the Anniversary Edition came out, they made everyone have the Anniversary Edition.
Yeah. So, in other words,
nice
the hardware can run it, but the game is not really set up for running on Steam Deck.
Potentially. Now, smiling flip-flops, how effective would a pre-dreadnought battleship be on the Great Lakes if Canada built several in the 1900s? Well, it's nice to have, but where are you going with them? What are you doing with them?
I'm also going to point out that by the time you get to the especially the late pre-dreadnought period, Great Lake shipbuilding is very much an anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, and so if you build them, the Americans are going to build some, and then it's just going to be the Treaty of 1812 is broken, and then goodness gracious me. And that's the main thing I was going to bring up. Basically, you're breaking the Great Lakes Treaty by having such a powerful warship. By having any warship. They had to get permission to have Haida where Haida is, and the Americans had to get permission to have Little Rock, etc., where they are.
And honestly, in the nicest way, if you are throttling the Canadians to what can be built on the lakes, I'm putting money on U.S. industry, even in this time period, to just outmass them. Assuming the same limitation of you can only build using Great Lakes shipyards.
Yeah.
That's not a fight Canada's going to win.
That's not a fight which Canada really wants to win. But they want to have that expense.
Yeah, and honestly, worst case scenario, if you can't push something down the St. Lawrence Seaway, you just push it up the Mississippi.
Yeah.
The Mississippi is navigable for quite a surprising ways. And you could get something a lot nastier than what you would want to build on the Great Lakes up the Mississippi. if you're willing to make it featherweight and then rail all the heavy stuff or have barges coming in behind it.
Boomer, what does the panel think about the following layout for a cargo ship? Unfortunately, Boomer Boy, we only have the question. We don't have the layout. Sorry.
Yeah, are you finally dead now? Thank you.
Potentially.
I'm never quite sure
Only
I'm
on
alive.
inside.
You know, I've been around a long
I
time.
don't-
I don't sleep. There are possibilities there.
Wait, does that mean that Dr. Clarke is now in some level of undeath?
Probably.
I am concerned.
I believe it or not, I eat food. So you know, I still
Always proof positive.
Yeah, I like the taste of food more than I like human brains.
Would Dr. Clarke be a leech, or a vampire?
Lich, do you mean? Not leech.
Yeah, brain's not braining very well right now. Don't bully me. I'm small.
I'm still worried that you claim that your brain never brained, but okay.
I mean, I got my master's license, so it had
Yeah.
to brain at some point.
It brained when it could.
Yes, I see you, Chaos.
It's in cyclic
champion.
requested texting while chatting. Cyclic requested texting while chatting. Okay, let's go to that. Ba-ba-da. This is your merchant ship. That looks like it's been made in Minecraft, and yeah, it looks okay for a merchant ship.
The children, they yearn for the mines.
Will you stop
Bloody
saying
hell,
that?
You yearn for the Minecraft.
I don't know
What
why
do
you
you
would want me to stop speaking the truth, Doc.
Nice way. There's the fact that the other week there was actually a school talk at local school here, and it was someone talking about going to work for South Crofty Mines, the local tin mine, and basically they said who would like. They did start off with who would like to do real world Minecraft, and I was
Let me
going,
guess,
that is such false
presentation.
advertisement. Yes.
Yes. But yet you want me to go work in the mines.
That's because it's a well-paying job, and you'd have fun, and you get to both use a lot of electricity for a lot of cool stuff, and to blow stuff up. I think you'd enjoy this as a career progression.
I don't think they're going to let me have me hands on the plunger.
Mm-hmm. Nice figure from one. If the F6F design became the F4F, and the F6F was the F8F, what becomes the F8F? Honestly, why didn't I think of this idea sooner? Probably the Tiger Cat. Isn't that the one with the two engines? To go really fast.
Sounds about right. But part of me wants to say that Tiger Cat was an early jet.
No, that's got two props.
F8F's the bear cat.
Yeah, I think it's Tiger Cat.
I think you're right. Yes, it is. F7F Tiger Cat.
I'm just surprised they
if Japan. What if Japan gets documentation of Habakkuk in 1935? They probably try and build the frigating thing.
Oh god, Japan with Habakkuk.
That'd be like a colony of bombers turning up off your port, off your. You know, the attack on Pearl Harbor would be, hello, here come all the Bettys.
Though I do feel something of Habakkuk's scale is perhaps a bit harder to miss.
It's an iceberg. It's floating through.
Also, at that point, hopefully, with that many bombers and such, the radar would be able to go, maybe we should report that.
Hopefully.
No,
there's always a
never
possibility. There is always a chance. There's always a chance that they actually do report it.
I
Yes,
reckon
but
it'll be worse. Like, obviously that many bombers is a mistake and it's actually a glitch in the radar. Because Japan
Yeah.
could never have that many bombers.
And do
Yeah.
you really want to wake up your CO over a radar glitch?
Yeah, do you? You don't, do you?
It's like
No one wants to do
several
that.
times nuclear war has been stopped by people going, "That's a radar glitch."
Yes, and once or twice we've come close to it because of radar glitches.
I feel like those instances would be one and the same. Also, I would like to know why Zinch and Nurgle are working together right now.
They're
Because
probably not.
why
They're
wouldn't
just
they?
in the same area.
And because, how else are they supposed to reproduce together?
Oh, why did you put that image in my head? Oh God, why?
It's two
Why?
gods. They're coming
Oh.
together. They're coming together to birth a new demon prince.
Lola, God, please stop.
It's a well-known historiography, according to my family, that the demons reproduce by coming together to produce new demon princes. That's
You're
why.
on
That is why they were so desperate to get the sons of the anathema of the emperor, because that meant they didn't have to trust each other or get that close to each other to get new sons.
Why? What did I do to deserve this? All I did was build a question and answer bot.
It could be worse. I could be giving you the full PowerPoint presentation my mother has on the subject.
I'm sorry. But the Great Clean One is what happens when a demon is Zinch and a Great Unclean One come together and decide to make a change.
Yes.
And that change is embracing personal hygiene.
I hate you all so much right now.
Yeah.
Like, imagine a Great Unclean One without the boils or the horns or anything. That's just smooth, average American fat person skin.
Okay.
That's just neckbeards at my local game store.
Here's a fun question from Night Zero Front. So, original timeline Dauntless and Devastator become the SB2C Helldiver and the TVF Avenger. Is this better? Yes.
Oh.
Of course it's better. They're literal next generation aircraft in service.
It's better once you fix the, 300 pages of design changes that the Helldiver needs for it to not be an ensign eliminator?
Well, it is, yes, but, it's in this period, it's still going to be a fairly good dive bomber.
Okay, I guess here's a better way to say that. If it's early Helldiver, if it's mature Helldiver, then it's excellent, yes.
Yes. I'm going with the mature designs.
Not going to say it, not going to say it, not going to say it.
Hey, look, in the nicest way, I'm fairly sure I'm the oldest person in this chat. So, yes. And we all know the rule.
Depends.
It's -7 divided by 2, isn't it? Or divide by 2 minus 7. I'm trying to think.
That doesn't sound right at all, but okay. Anyway. You people confuse, concern, and...
Well, there is apparently a formula for working out what's the lowest age group, lowest age you can date.
It should be divide by 2 minus 7, because otherwise, if it's -7 divided by 2, that results in somebody substantially younger than you are.
Yeah, I think it probably is. So it's divide by 2 minus 7. Or plus 7, is it? I think it's divide by 2 and plus 7.
That is better.
Because mine is because I know mine is theoretically 26, but I was looking at that number when my cousin worked it out and thinking, me and the average 26-year-old, I don't think we'd be a good mix. I think most of my jokes might go whistling over their head. Poseidon. For some cursed reason,
just the right flavor of neurodivergence, and you'll be fine.
that'd be impossible. For some cursed reason, you are required to design a seaplane tender to launch and recover, so resupply 10 Sunderlands at sea. How might you go about doing this cursed vessel? Pack something with a lot of fuel. Give it a relatively low freeboard on the back so that they can dock with me in safe weather, and I can just offload directly onto them. Or they can jump up on a ramp on the back as well. And, just basically organize things so I have plenty of stores and I can support them when I need to, wherever I need to. Probably have to have a lighter or two so I can pick them up if they're in trouble and bring them back to the ship to be maintained and repaired. And that's probably going to have to be a lighter which can, to an extent, it has a ramp structure so it can pull the Sunderland up onto it. Oh, good lord. I think I might have bashed my head this morning somehow, because I've got a really weird headache, come on.
Did you concuss yourself?
No, I don't think I did that far. I did at one point try burning myself without realising, because I didn't feel the pain, but we'll leave that to one side.
That's a mildly concerning statement.
I didn't realise one of the other forges had also been turned on, and I almost sat down on it before I was going. My bum is getting very warm going down here. I think I'm not going to sit here. Runon, don't worry, you're okay. I think it's alright for Leslie to date you.
Yeah. 203.
Judging by the Leslie's put the age limit in their age limit in the chat.
Why are you like this?
Why am I like what?
Just this. You could be any other way, and yet you choose to be like this.
I don't know what you're saying. I was being perfectly friendly.
Yeah. Error code 404 runon.exe has crashed.
Oh, well, any more questions coming in? And I say this because there's part of me going with my head going, I'm worrying I'm going to end up cutting this short and end up having to extend one of the other ones to make up for it. Because, yeah, I'm not going to push myself too hard and then not be able to do the rest of them this week.
That's sensible. That's what you need to do.
That's sensible, but it's not what I hope to do, because I want to get to 96 hours this week, so it's going to be... It's not something I want to do by a long margin.
I mean, just start the UAD and continue to take questions, no?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I will be back semi-momentarily, or will I?
Yeah, you will. We all know you, Runon. We know you, Runon. So, if I go to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought and make sure it's working, play, Twitch, go. And game capture.
Also,
It's supposed to be auto,
they're
but
just
no,
gonna-
does it?
No patch. The autocannon in Space Marine 1 is not far better than the heavy bolter in Space Marine 1, because the autocannon isn't in Space Marine 1 without mods. And even then, the autocannon's actually really kind of meh in that mod.
Mm-hmm.
Useful against heavier armored targets, but
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily make it useful.
That makes it a niche. It makes it a niche capability if you're dealing with heavier armored threats.
yeah. Yeah, in the campaign. It's not a weapon you can normally access.
If the Dutch built 15 to 7 Provincian class anti-aircraft warfare and command and control guided missile frigates, how much more capability do the Dutch have? A massive amount of extra capability. But also, then they have to crew them and keep them going. They have a great capability, but they have to. They're going to have the full structure of what do they need them for. Now that's working. And let's go to custom battle setup. See what comes in and what come in. What's your opinion of the Fuso class and how do they compare to the Germans' more armor philosophy for fighting a large navy? The Germans are planning on dealing with, and this is very important to point out, the North Sea and the Baltic. Not areas where you have a lot of room for maneuverability. The Japanese are planning on dealing with the Pacific, where you do have room for maneuverability. That's the difference. Wow. Both games decided, both systems decided to turn off at one point then. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, it's working. That's the do. And I'm going to put an S into this quickly.
Auto cannon?
There you go.
When do you get an auto cannon in Space Marine?
I've checked. It pops up in a single chapter for a short duration.
Okay, Space Marine 1. That's why I am looking at Petch like he has grown yet another
And
head.
it's why I said it's not a standard weapon, because you don't really pick it up much. Like, from what I'm finding, it's literally only in chapter 16. So it's hard to say it's better than a weapon that you can normally use in all other modes, considering it's not usable anywhere but that one mission.
It's a power fantasy weapon that you have for a brief period of time, but before the flaws in the weapon can become known.
Pretty much.
Also, I'm pleased to announce that I have dealt even more psychic damage against my coworkers.
Okay, and how have we done this?
Steam username.
That'll do it.
Why can I not get 15-inch guns on my British battleship in 1916?
Because
UAD says no.
Dragon,
Because UAD
because
is trying
Dragon is
It's greatly disappointing.
to... It's...
How limited UAD is. The slight hot miking rune on, just as a heads up.
Yeah, just a tad going on.
Rune on. There you go.
Yep. We need a main tower. That's far too big. Let's see, what do we got to in terms of length? They're 15-inch 41s, 42s, 44s, 45s, which is what we designed them to be. They're working on bigger, but we'll go with 45s. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. Let's do that. And we are basically I'm building the response of the Royal Navy to that lovely ship which our good friend Knight keeps bringing up.
I have returned. Or have I?
I'm worried. I think Runon might be imbibing of the Devil's Lettuce or something this evening.
I have been trapped in a hotel for over a month. Working 6/12s.
Hey, it could be worse.
Working 6/12. Haven't been home for more than 24 hours in over a month. Oh no, about a month now.
Again, it could be worse.
It could always be worse, but when will it get better? They
When
told
you finish your
me it
contract.
would get better.
Who told you it would get better, and why did they make such baseless claims to you?
Better yet, why did you believe
Plot
them?
twist. Plot twist, my contract technically never ends.
Yes,
It is indefinite.
yes. It's a contract with nuclear
Until
people.
they
They're always indefinite.
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Let's see here. We have more questions.
Do we have more questions
Or
coming
do
in?
I need to generate questions?
It would be quite nice to have questions.
Questions. Oh. We got paint. Did we answer the Fuso class question?
Yes. Why do they do it compared to Germans? Basically, it's gonna sound strange, but you don't need that capability for those. If you're the Japanese, you have the ability to maneuver.
The only question I have in my rank is one that I know I've asked before. Maybe I asked it on fleets. I think I may have asked it on ramblings, but not cruise ships.
Okay.
Stop me if this sounds familiar. You can make one change to a fundamental rule or mechanic from one tabletop game of your choice.
Yep.
Up to and
Yep.
yes, I know because okay, I have SS100. Okay, good. I still maintain that when they went to 10th Ed, they should have changed it to D12s instead of D6s.
Because
Yes.
remember, Foxo got very annoyed about her Necron rules. And
Yeah.
I think it was actually said on fleets, but all of us were there, and because fleet was like, no, stop it, and like, Foxo just kept going because, again, like trying to cut off
Say
questions.
chain lightning.
Yeah, basically.
Basically, they removed the one emperor damn thing that made Tesla weapons actually a useful alternative over Gauss weapons, because Tesla weapons used to have a lower strength rating than Gauss weapons. However, they had some really good stratagems, including the ability for chain lightning to hit models that were part of the same unit that did not have line of sight. And if you rolled damage on the model you hit, all models that were hit by the chain lightning, as defined by the D6, would immediately take one wound. They didn't get to save against it. Which meant that it was your only way of dealing with units behind cover. They then got rid of that. And just made...
That is cruel of them, Foxo. I agree.
That was
And
also
they
kind
just
of
made
overpowered.
Tesla weapons a worse version of Gauss weapons. It's like, oh, the issue with Tesla weapons was you actually had to do damage with the first shot.
There's a bit of hot mic room on.
Because the usual ones on the Immortals were strength 4.
It's cruelty of them, I do agree. It is cruelty.
It's not like taking warriors or Immortals now. When Necron destroys or a thing.
Oh, I'm gonna go for that. Because, yeah, I can. So, yeah, this is the British response to what the Germans have produced, potentially. It's not got much...
15-45, yikes.
Yeah. And they, of course, have their 13.4s.
Okay, here's a follow-up question to my earlier bright idea regarding rotary 6-inch cannons.
Oh God, yes, carry on.
Hey, I would, if I had Jeff Bezos money, I'd start a development team on a rotary 16-inch cannon, so it could be so much worse.
Because beat you to that.
Yeah, don't get.
I'm not.
They're more working.
Rotary?
Well,
16-inch.
But they probably had ideas.
They had
I'm talking.
They had all sorts of things.
I'm talking a macro bolter to the Gao 8 Avenger.
A Vulcan Mega Bolter.
Yeah, pretty much. Would the weapon system like that still use 2-piece ammo, or would it go cased?
It's going to have to go cased.
Cool. Cased 6-inch shells. God help you when you're reloading.
13.4s. And I'm presuming they're 50s. So that's 50s. So this is the German counterpart. And the speed is going to be 22. They're going to be semi-oil. They're going to also have fairly decent armor. They are from a period earlier than they're being listed as in this thing, so please note that is why they have the stats they do. Stereoscopic, acoustics they didn't bother with for their ships, RDF. They were even shorter range than British ones. We need to put in their secondaries. Probably some single 4.7s, honestly. That's done, that's done. I need to fix the rail, I need to fix the other things about it. Oh, good lord, its ammunition is terrible. Hang on, I'll take up to 4.10, roughly. And belt them up as well. They have poor sectors of fire. Okay, engine efficiency 70.9%. So if I take that down to 21 knots, engine efficiency now at
Do Space Marines,
Huh?
do Space Marines use shotguns?
Well, they should be able to, but I don't know if they can.
Do Space Marines use what, sorry?
Shotguns.
Yeah. Like, quite aggressively, they quite aggressively do. Scatterbolters. There's also just Astartes bolt shotguns. They're most famously used by breacher squads, where massive power shield with a slot where you can put in bolt rifle or bolt shotgun and just charge towards the enemy and keep shooting them. They're lesser seen these days, but they do still exist. Let's say scouts and old tac squads used to get them.
Okay, ship is overweight. Let's take that up to that. And now we've got a whole lot of roll to deal with.
Good evening, Raptorat.
Hi, Raptorat. I'm trying to build what Knight 681's been torturing me with all evening. These ships. Wow, it's heavy. It's very heavy. Let's do that. that's looking somewhat good, but pitch is going to be enormous, and I'm going to need to do something about its weight. Where am I going to put the weight to fix it? Belt again? Belt again is probably going to have to be the place where I'm going to stick 1,000 tons of displacement to fix it. And main deck. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Four weight is incredibly top, so full weight is starting to look better. And we can up the main deck a bit. More. That's now 11-inch box there. Pitch and stability are still very, very low. Pitch is now at 25.8%. Okay. And that's that. So I've got a very high range, but there we go, take that down, and pitches now at that, so I can do more interesting things with my, basically my armor scheme. I can put that up to 13 inches. And now I've got that at, that's okay, that's now stable. Let's see what this is like. This is, yeah, this is the British answer. These guns have a range of 22,500 meters. And... oh god, stay there. And this has these guns have a range of 30,000 meters. Oh, frigate. 13.450s. They are really quite cute. Now, them to properly 45, and they still go to 22,500 meters. I'm not sure why they. What happens if I put them all the way to 12? Still 25,000 meters maximum range. Nothing too fancy about that. Only 160 tons overweight. If I put them up to 45, 46s. Not worth it. Just not worth it. I got 28 knots of speed. That's usually useful. Yeah. Let's go see what we can do, shall we? Mod warships tier 8 animal has layout 2 forward and 3 aft. Yep, that's what I went with. Did the Germans actually have a 13.8-inch triple base turret design? I think they had some turret designs. They might not have used them because they preferred to go with the double 15s. Okay, this should neutralize their enhanced range. I'm going to slow down to that speed. And I'm going to do this. Right, I need to go northeast because that's where smoke's been detected. Okay. Their one is possibly gonna win this fight because I managed to get the first hit in, and that really did whack into the thing. Known range. And we actually adapted our target towards the previous one's hit, so that shouldn't have hit us. That should not have hit us. This is why sometimes this game is annoying, but, you know. I got such a fast rate of fire compared to me. I got enhanced rate of fire and everything else as well. Ooh, that's fun. So, we're now hitting it with 6-inch fire. It's hitting us with 4.7-inch fire. 6-inch fire is fairly deadly. I think the damage it's doing is mostly through deck penetration at long range. So coming in closer should have cut that down. Should have made it more difficult for them to hit us at longer range and hit us and get an angled shot into the deck structure. But yeah, this is basically what I could see the British doing something like. 9 guns forward, 6 guns aft. But this is a fair fight, which of course the British really don't like to do. But you can see the advantage of German vessel with having that number of guns, because that's quite a potent amount of firepower. Now this is called the Rhineland. And it's doing quite well. The UAD does quite well in these fights, but it's the rate of fire which is really helping it in this fight. The rate of fire is... Even my normal turning towards the fire is not managing to really duck it out. It's buying me time, but not enough. Not enough time at the moment. Yeah. Thank you, Spoonmark5599. Thank you. When the Germans consider a quadruple 12 turret, they considered all sorts of things at various points. They have a lot of very smart engineers, and they're trying to work out problems to give them better solutions. Which navy during World War II is the most underrated? Probably one of the minor navies. Probably the Australians, honestly. Might be the Canadians tend to get talked about in terms of the Battle Atlantic. The Australians, because they turn up and assist in the Pacific, tend to get completely kind of ignored because they're basically the lone Aussie with a whole American task group or things like that. And some of their stuff, which they did early in the war, gets forgotten completely. Yeah, I think we're going to lose this one.
Which is getting lucky with some of its shots.
It is getting incredibly lucky in this fog with its shots. The fire control is definitely very, very lucky. Medley has a far better secondary turret than I do. I have I went for the biggest primary turret, so my secondary turret is tiny and terrible. Yeah, I should be hitting more. I think it's the secondaries. I think it's the secondary turret. Also, possibly I didn't adjust the veterancy of the crew, so... Did I, by any chance, give the Germans a veteran crew and myself a crappy crew?
This is plausible.
This is possible. This is a plausible scenario for this one. Yeah, because we lost that. Let's go to rebuild ship and check it. Okay, now what kind of crew did I give it? Oh, crew. Ah! That would explain some things. That would explain some things. Yeah. And let's also add a little bit more main deck armor. Half weight offset. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Yeah, let's try this again. We've actually a decent crew. Thank you, everyone. Maximum Daka, 6-inch armed ship. Make an orc cry tears of joy. Oh, good lord.
Good thing we've got quad 6-inch now.
You've got quad 6-inch. Yes, you have got quad 6-inch, but goodness gracious me.
I regret nothing.
You regret nothing, no. We regret everything.
It reminds me of one of the NPC nations designs, which is a 8-inch coastal defense cruiser concept.
Why would you do that to yourself? Why do you want to deal with that?
Reasons. That's all I can say. Surely no logical thought went into that.
It's possible there was some logical thought, but it wasn't much. It was not much. It was certainly not much logical thought. Why haven't I spotted you far? Oh yeah, the other thing, I forgot to fix the other thing, didn't I? I forgot to fix the other thing. Yeah, that's my rear tower. You see, that's a problem. Secondary tower. And I need to put something there which is going to work. will stick this up here, and this up here, and this here. This here. This back here. That's not a lot of room for that to be for that to have the firepower it wants to have. It needs to have. Yes, yes, yes. No thanks. I want that to feel far forward. Although, no, the British wouldn't go that nuts. The British are going to go nuts, but not that nuts. Monta enhance main tower. If I do that, I go then back to that. That still dot. Why does it go so weird when it goes there? That'll do. That'll do. That'll do, broadly speaking. And funnel. Oh, I've got 500 tons left over. Twin 6 inches. That. Some guns have a poor sector of fire. Which ones? That one can fire all the way around, that one can fire all the way around, that one can fire all the way around, that one can do all that, that one can do all that, so I can't fire forwards, that's annoying. Oh, what else can I do to fix that problem? If I can go to that, and I can stick that, and then I can stick that, and this is taking a lot longer to build than it should have done, but it's life sometimes. That's what all the people say anyway. It's life. That's what all the people say. Right, some guns have poor sectors of fire. That doesn't. No, that's all pretty good. Secondaries. Twin 6 inch. Ship's now overweight. That was annoying, and why did you do that, you stupid system? That's not got. That's not. That. That's an even more terrible system. More historically accurate for the period, though. And that's not right. No. Offset 2.4%, 3.5%. let's go with the 3.5%, shall we? And we will stick this here. Then we'll go have a conversation with the other system. And let's have a check at their aiming, because their aiming seems to be on superpower. So, advanced dreadnought. Oh, yeah, that's probably why. And standard one of these, and that goes that, and that goes, well, no. That goes that. And when did I add in all the 4-inch 30? I must have added them in at some point. Let's add in a load of 4-inch secondaries. Oh, that's why. I remember adding them in. And anything else? I've got a great stereoscopic rangefinder. They've got standard reloading rather than enhanced because they are German. They've got standard shells. Should try to check those. Standard ratio, yes, increased. For their secondary, that's more like it. That's more like it. Tube powder again, and suddenly their range is down to is still at 30,000 meters. It's because they are 13.4-inch 50s. They're getting pretty good darn range on them. And I think that's their big advantage. When you sit there and go, okay, I have 50-inch 45s that have a maximum range of 22,500 meters for some reason. Even if I give them cordite, they go up to 30,000. So that's probably what I have to do. Which I don't necessarily want to do, but you know. That doesn't really bother me. And then after this, we'll build the maximum Dakar 6-inch cannon ship.
And then I have the horror of the littoral combat cruiser to possibly show you.
That's
bonus
worrying.
Points if you can paint it red.
That's worrying to me.
It's called a littoral combat cruiser. It really doesn't deserve that title, but...
Who coined that phrase for it? Who coined that phrase for it, and why do I think it was Foxo?
Should be wrong. It is Leia, a friend of ours.
So, yeah, how close is your relationship to Leia?
Leia.
By any chance, are you siblings from another mister, or sisters from another mister, or something like that?
No, he's a US Marine, so I sort of had to teach him how to not eat crayons. And he's just sort of
so he is
like a baby duck.
He is a sister from another mister. Okay, he's a US Marine.
Technically, he's US Air Force, but
definitely. Yeah. Okay,
Sorry, I taught him a little bit about escalation. Now he's following me around like a lost duck when it comes to anything naval.
I would like to disavow myself from Foxo for conflating the U.S. Marines with the United States Air Force.
No, it's more just a joke against them that's used a lot.
Look, the Chair Force is an important part of the U.S. military infrastructure.
Literally a weather boy.
In which case, he has a very cool mission in a Tom Clancy book.
It was called, I believe it was coined a littoral combat cruiser because its main purpose is to fight between basically the Straits of Gibraltar style situation. Which doesn't really fulfill what most people think littoral are, but
Basically, it was designed to fight in a mixture of Norwegian fjords and the Straits of Gibraltar.
it's got a 6-meter draft.
And its job is to carry enough Dakar that it doesn't matter.
That does tend to help. If you can carry enough Dakar, it doesn't matter. The fact that I'm firing 6-inch guns at them now does kind of help me. Because it means that they are... the targeting information is pretty darn accurate. If I'm getting consistency... basically, the secondaries on the battleships in this period are kind of like your confirmation of range. They're hitting. Okay, we have all of the information we need. And my armor keeps blocking their hits, so yeah, I'm done pretty well this time. But yeah, their machine gun battleship will do a lot of damage. This is why you don't do one-on-one fights, you do fleet-on-fleet fights. I have to say, getting Fleet to clone himself though, so you can have a fleet-on-fleet fight is very difficult. He doesn't agree to it often.
Fair fights are for suckers.
Look, the one thing I can't do in UAD is conflict deterrence and conflict management. I have to do the actual conflict. The game is set up for the fight. Otherwise, all my ships will be built around conflict deterrence. Basically, every port in the world would have a small ship sitting next to it going, "Hello, we're your friend." And a large ship locally going around going, "Hello, we're the friend of your friend. And if you're on our side, we're on your side. If you're not on our side, we'll annihilate you." And the Rhineland is gone. So basically, yeah, there is a way to fix it, but it's tough on limits of technology at the time, but you can do it. A 15-inch gunship, armed with 15-inch 45s, some 6-inch secondaries, able to blast its way through pretty much any threat, and do it at roughly 28 knots. And now there's going to be discussion as to whether or not I sunk it, or whether its crew sunk it. It's sunk it, isn't it? After all, there was flooding going on, so you know they could have opened the seacocks.
Regardless, if they scuttle because you've damaged them enough that they're going to sink anyway, I'm going to class that as a sink, not a scuttle.
Right then.
Scuttled, but they were still sunk.
So we want a light cruiser. And we want it from 1947, let's say. Because we've got to put as many 6-inch guns on a ship as physically possible. Okay, so that's 15,000. That's cute. Right then, I want to have this maximum weight. Maximum draft. Minimum beam, because I don't need much beam for this. I need it to be big and long. And I need the crew to be veterans. If they're going to make this work at all, it's got to be a lot of veterans.
So. Nope. And that's the secondary tower, isn't it? Yeah. And that's the funnel. All three. Gas turbines. I don't even need a one that big. I can get away with that size. There you go. Right then, so we want 6-inch. Quad. 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 Da, 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 17,500 tons. We want to push that out, just to make that. Okay. Sometimes you literally, if you've got a target of 17,500 tons, you just go, I'm going to achieve it exactly. Yep. And 6-inch guns. So. Now, I think that's got 24, 46-inch guns, but you should probably do more. We can probably do more. And honestly, we really should do more. We should always do more. Let's see, 3.5% gun range. Technically, that one, 2.5% gun range. Modern. We want this vessel to be as interesting as possible. And we will sort out the highly dubious, and I do mean highly dubious weight scenario, because We don't need that much fuel. So,
Anaheim.
what are you looking at? You submitted your literal combat ship design.
Oh no, Foxer's just posted it in. I can post that one anytime. It's more the Vanaheim awaits, which is concerning.
Vanaheim awaits.
Yeah, Vanaheim's the name of some of our battle cruisers, as I recall.
Oh, she does like battle cruisers. I knew she was a lady of good taste.
Look, I'm gonna say it. I go with 2 triple turret and 12-inch 56s.
Okay. All right. We can have some fun with this. Get rid of those. Now, let's see. What can we do about the displacement to sort things out? Let's see what I need to get to get that sorted out. As a cruiser. I can't have that. So, that's...
You only got rid of one of the wing turrets. That wing turret's still on the other side.
I know. Oh, that's annoying. I hate it when a UAD does that.
Seven, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, please.
Is that rune on?
I may have just walked into a turnstile because I forgot to tap my badge.
Okay.
We will not speak of this.
Yeah, and we apparently also just had a countdown.
Yes.
Had a countdown to, well, whatever was going to happen to poor Runon.
Yes, either I would be assessed as clean or I would be purged in holy fire.
I just thought I was.
You really are tired today, aren't you?
I think she is.
I think I know the reason why as well, so...
I'll
make sure she get to bed at semi-early.
Yeah, this wasn't because of staying up so late with me, was it? Last night?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, good. Just checking, because
I see.
I'm assuming it's due to various health issues. That may or may not be present.
It could be, but I was sitting there going, I did keep you guys up pretty late last night. That
wasn't that late.
So.
Yeah.
Hello.
There you go. So that's my light cruiser. And let's go see what the enemy can produce, just so we have something to kill it with. Why is it set up to be a modern battleship? Did I forget to change the battleship design? Okay. Got mine. Good. There. Oh, yeah, of course, it's the German light cruiser. Let's just do this and see what let's see what UAD comes up with to fight me. Let's see what it is. Oh, they haven't moved any of the training around, which is always good. Ask Dragon for literal combat cruiser submitted from Spring Sharp.
Put it in Cyclic.
Okay. It's always a disturbing part in the UAD. It's basically a case of what's it going to build, and then what do I need to do to fix it.
So how did the 6-inch maximum DACA cruiser come out?
It's just about to be involved in combat.
Oh, yes. Yes. Glorious combat.
The Emperor
Don't
will
worry.
be pleased.
It's only got, like... 24 6-inch guns, I think.
Nice. Autoloaders?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, anyone else think that Runon's been stuck in a turbine hole a bit too long lately?
It's more so that I really haven't had any downtime for the last 2 weeks. Because when I get home, I'm too flippin' tired to do anything.
Now I'm assuming it's due to being in the turbine hole and getting radiation.
It's not radiation. I work in a zero radiation environment on this work order.
That's what
Basically,
you
if I'm exposed to radiation, something has gone badly wrong.
think. Okay, so this is basically they've gone for the maximum torpedo scenario.
I feel like Leslie should be able to back me up on this one.
Yeah, Leslie will back you up, but we'll see.
Are you saying you don't trust Leslie, international man of mystery,
I trust
to be
Leslie.
truthful in his dealings?
I trust Leslie. I don't know if I trust his threat assessments.
You don't know if you trust his threat assessments.
Of personal injury, yeah.
Let's see. What has it done with the audio? This is a good question. Audio check.
We can hear you.
Good, and I can hear you. Blessed be the ability to be heard.
Praise the Omnissiah.
Yes, now, here's a question. At what point do you add so many guns to a ship that it stops being a temple to the God Emperor and the Omnissiah and starts being a temple to Gork and Mork?
Well, basically, if you don't look like you've got about 4 USS Texases strung along next to you, clubbed into one ship, then you're fine. The moment it looks like it's 4 Texases combined, then you've got problems.
What if it's 5 end-of-war Texases combined?
Then you probably have gone a bit Gork and Mork. But in a good way.
What if we go for 6?
It might no longer be a good way depending on how it looks. I think it's trying to get close to torpedo me.
Luckily, you can literally sink it by literal weight of fire.
That's pretty much my policy. I'm going broadside and I am just...
cruiser with single guns.
Yes, this is a German-built cruiser, so to be honest, I'm not so surprised. It's just basically at this moment being pelted with a lot of 6-inch shot fire. 6-inch auto as well. So it's and that was its attempt to kill me. The torpedoes that went past me at range. Currently this vessel is being encouraged to feel the venerable 6-inch.
Good.
And the love of the venerable 6-inch. And even more fun, it does, if you get really close, have the love of the 3-inch auto. Because why not? Considering it has radar and all the best fire controls, I'd expect to be getting more hits in. But this is what could have happened if you had one of the German large destroyer small cruisers actually get onto the get built and get on the world surface, because if they built actually one of those, it probably would come out looking not too far dissimilar to this target. Maybe slightly better guns, but not much. It's amazing what happens when you open up all 20 guns you can fire in one direction. The accuracy shoots way up for some reason. I can't think why. When you've got 20 guns coming in and you're just basically going, yes, we are firing in your general direction and we should hit something. You might have a smoke screen up. That would be lovely, but it's not. It's a smoke screen which will, frankly, not be much of a problem. And yeah, I'm guessing torpedoes are inbound. I will just do a slight course change. And they should all go past me.
I have thought of a question.
Yes?
So, we know that, as a general rule,
that ship is on a lot of fire.
The naval aviation component of an armed forces to the land-based or army aviation component of your armed forces is generally a bad idea.
Yes. Because generally the two forces have a very different approach to aviation.
Yeah.
One is all about aviation as a method of war fighting. One is as a tool of waging conflict. And basically one is, it's all built around aviation. Aviation is the capability. Whereas one is, the aviation is a tool that allows us to deliver the capability. And it's a subtle difference, but it has a big impact on how they approach things.
What if the United States makes the same decision to put the carrier-based air power underneath Army control post-World War I?
Why? The question becomes, why does someone hate the carrier aviation that much? And also, what happened to the US Navy's political powers? Okay. Let's expand this. Okay.
I would say Billy Mitchell won the argument, but then there would be no more armies, so...
Yeah, if Billy Mitchell won the argument, they're just not... Is that 6 4.5-inch guns?
That's just the centre line.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the centre line.
Hello, there's a corgi coming to join me.
Corgi.
I'm really just coming to see if there's any biscuits.
There's sausages. Would you like a sausage, Mighty Fluff? Would you like a bit of this sausage? Sausage?
I think it might be too spicy for him, Alex. He probably would like it, but...
It's not spicy. Do you want
Sid?
it?
Good boy. Good boy. Who's a good boy?
You're a very good boy. No, you can't mug me for the rest.
No.
The fact that you're now sat down and probably gripping your paws into the floor and going, I will go nowhere. I will go nowhere. I'm never leaving this room. Gorgeous boy. Don't worry. Take care.
For some reason of late, I have been desirous of a rough collie.
You have been desirous that there are many collies around me. I'm not sure why
This is a bad idea. Let me just put that right out there. This is a bad idea.
Why is that a bad idea?
Because I cannot properly take care of that type of dog right now. I'm living out of a hotel.
Okay. Why do you feel this is a bad idea? Living out of a hotel is, never a bad idea. You can survive. I could take that one.
And cannot properly stimulate and exercise a working dog. Or a dog descended from working dog stock. It's not fair for me, not fair for the dog. It's why I don't have a dog now.
Okay.
I may be a dog person.
Why is that
But
room
my
I'm living in the
lifestyle.
hotel? Work.
Yes.
Yes.
This is why we
I may
need
be
to
a
find
dog
you.
person,
This is
but
why
I
we
have
need to find you a better method of income.
I guess I could sell my feet on the internet.
I considered it for a while. Unfortunately, I worked out very quickly the corgi's paws would earn more than mine would.
So then sell the corgi's feet on the internet.
I have honestly considered it at certain points.
Honestly, I
you do not want to know how much people pay for pictures of cute dog paws. I don't want to ask why they do. I just know they do.
Nope. I don't want it. I don't know. I don't want to know, and I don't need to know.
Yeah, that's my policy. I am just going okay. The world is a little bit stranger than I thought it was.
Which is impressive because the world's pretty dang strange.
Yeah. So we want a lot of twin 4.5s on the strip.
I wonder what Night Shift is going to do tonight.
Nothing. Night Shift never does anything. I know. As a functioning insomniac, I regularly get called in to inspect night shifts and go, "Hello, what are you up to?"
Well,
what's more dangerous, Night Shift not doing anything, or Night Shift actually doing something?
Given that we've had to fix a non-zero amount of the work that Night Shift has actually done, I'm going to go with the latter.
Yeah.
Or, well, whichever one is Night Shift doing something. Which is quite annoying because I know the foreman who's on nights, and he's a reasonably competent individual. Then again, he has been saddled with the two super right-wing conspiracy theorists and
Hello, Patchington. I'm glad you've been subscribed for 26 months. Yeah, that happens.
But I say that because, well, the engineers had a bright idea. Then they had a brighter idea. Then they realized that idea might be too much like right. So they turned that light bulb off and went to the original bright idea, which we knew was not a good idea, but a bright one. And are now surprised Pikachu face that their bright idea is not working the way that they expected it to work, and which I could have told them was a interesting suggestion.
You're nicer than me. You realise this? It wouldn't be a case of could have told them it was an interesting suggestion if it was me. It would have been a case of, so, dweebs, my fellow morons, what the friggin' have you been up to today?
Well, see, they put some very large drop-in anchors into the sides of an underground concrete vault to hold a pulley to help conduct our wire appropriately through this underground J-box. I know that the civil engineers have their charts and their tables and their research and all these nice and shiny
documents,
professional tools.
Yes.
Yes, that can tell them exactly how much tensile load you can put on a given bolt of a given diameter in a given depth of concrete.
Okay.
I personally do not like putting a tensile load on any anchor in concrete which is not mechanically secured into the concrete, i.e. it is an L bolt or a J bolt. I know that they make all sorts of pieces of hardware and epoxy that have shown quite good promise both in theoretical and practical situations. That doesn't mean I like it. I'll do it, but that doesn't mean I like it. So I have a sneaking suspicion that when they put 2,000 pounds of force onto the pulling rope, it began to rip the bolt out of the wall.
And this sneaking suspicion, has it reached the level of bone-deep certainty?
Given that I do not work on the outside where this underground vault is, it's not bone deep certainty yet. When I see the general foreman, I'll ask him. Apparently, the engineer was spooked and called a stop to work until they can, so that they can reassess the pulling methodology and readapt it. The problem is most of the top flight engineering staff has gone home for the day.
Oh, that's nice.
And when I say top flight, I mean top flight by rank, not necessarily by capability.
Or top flight by ability to actually do maths.
Yes, I don't know the relative ability of being able to do their jobs because I haven't met any of them, but they do need to sign off on it. So, yeah, I'm not certain if the people that need to sign off on this are even still in the facility.
Okay.
As for the armament patch, since you've asked, from what I was told of the initial design, basically this is meant to be a ship that can go in against 5 or 6 destroyers and come out on top in about 1910.
In about 1910.
Which is why they're using 4.5-inch guns, because it's a case of that gives you very fast rate of fire potentially for them. Whereas
Okay, 1910. I can just about see that in 1910 because destroyers are very teensy.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to be testing that theory.
You know, neither would I.
It's something that sounds very June Ecole in the this will work perfectly. Until you start to realize that even if those destroyers are only carrying 5 or 6 torpedoes at the most, they can still split off and launch a multi-vector attack.
Right. It might be you might I don't look at what is in your ID the smallest battle cruiser.
Yeah, I'm thinking might do that as well. Battlecruiser?
A recent patch. That's not got my nation's name on it.
The smallest battlecruiser hull you can get in 1910 is Battlecruiser 1.
Yeah, but wouldn't the force only be available as what's called secondary mounts? Still with the big guns.
Yeah. Hello, Big Fluff. Hello, you came in. You came in and went straight for the sausages.
You gave my brother sausage.
Do you want sausage?
Hey, it's a dog with a plan.
Yes, it's a poodle with a plan. There's sausage.
Okay. Question.
Okay. This begs the question. You tell more jokes about the corgi getting violent when its feeding is interrupted.
Yes.
But of the two, which one is more food motivated?
That is an impossible answer to give because both are very food motivated. Both are incredibly food motivated.
One you didn't used to be.
Then he had various other things. No, that's not going to be weight. I think I might go for smallest heavy cruiser. Let me go to this design ship. See if I can get something for 9,900 tons.
You're torturing me.
I would never torture you, Big Fluff.
You are torturing me. There is more sausage.
There is more sausage, but it's my sausage.
I'm not my brother. I'm not leaving without it.
I would like to point out that as much as the panel here has been insinuating that I'm either high off my mind or insane or have finally lost it due to overwork and/or radiation exposure.
Mostly radiation exposure.
Garden.
which I haven't gotten any dose, so.
That you know of? No.
Uh,
That's mine. But because you're good and you did stop when you're supposed to.
I am still not the person
Paul.
who is having a conversation with myself
Paul.
as my dog.
Look, in a nice way, having a conversation with your dog, yes, he's giving me the paw. He knows who gives him the food.
Exactly.
He knows who loves him.
If I've given you 2 paws.
Yes, he gave me a full hug. Go on. Go to the garden. Stop the one poodle reign of destruction. Garden. Go on.
I
Go
can't tell if that is Dr. Clarke
Go,
Engineering Edition in the background, Foxo, or Dr. Clarke History Edition putting on a Raleigh book.
No, it was Dr. Clarke Engineering Edition.
Okay.
It was Dr. Clarke Engineering Edition, and let's see, it's... So the limit we've got is 9,900 tons. That's the limit we're going for. We want semi-oil. We want turbines. We want forced that, and electrohydraulic.
Oh, I have the semi-oil prompts yet another question.
What is a semi-oil question or prompt for you? Don't need that.
Did coal-fired warships ever get to a point with their rate of consumption where the boilers could not be fed? Or let's put it this way, you could not design an efficient enough boiler that could also be fed by humans. E.g., the boiler dimensions would be such that you couldn't shovel enough coal in there, or to be able to shove enough coal in there to feed it and keep the fire roughly well distributed inside the grates or inside the firebox. Your boiler would be physically too small to produce the necessary steam pressure.
There are some interesting capabilities out there. You tend to... That's when you start to sort of build in things like automatic systems. So basically the idea is this thing's going to be festooned with 4.5-inch guns.
That does it, yes.
Okay.
Basically, a cruiser but a ratting dog instead of a cruiser.
Oh, there are a few like that built in history.
That just sounds like the Arethusa's.
There are lots of these produced in various points in history. The idea being, okay, well, we can't take enough destroyers with us, so let's take something with us that's going to fight the enemy destroyers. And the trouble is, it's cruiser sized, because other cruisers go, oh, you must be our threat, so we will engage you. And then it's a case of, oh, fudge.
Why are people in the service?
This is the character I'm thinking you're referring to.
It's a horror guy with a pyramid for a head.
As far as that's the only name I've ever heard him by.
Wow, that is...
Apparently it has something to do with being foggy in Australia.
certainly.
He's one of the main villains / monsters from Silent Hill.
Was it Silent Hill? I thought it was Resident Evil, but fair.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 to Silent Hill.
I was going to say, they're close enough to the same thing, right?
Okay, it's finding the hull to build this. Okay, let's go back to this one. I was actually getting a hull which was working on this one.
Also, Ramal's got a few questions.
Okay, Ramal, please put it on
Question one. Question one. What is your opinion on the? Oh, sorry, go on, Foxo.
Well, is it best to try to pick out the German hulls to try and get a blue car?
Not really.
Not the worst ideas, but
not the worst idea, but it's kind of going against the spirit of the question, which is to do it on the British shells.
What is your opinion on the IJN destroyers having ASW shells for their main guns? Do you think it can hit deep diving subs or subs at periscope depth?
Potentially.
I mean, yeah, we're kind of doing that now-ish, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Off of similar caliber guns. But they're more like a really long-range anti-submarine mortar style shell than they are a pointy bit at the end, fuse in the back shell.
Well, they're more like a depth charge than a shell, really, in how they work. But, you know.
I thought they would still be going contact fuse.
Oh, no. They are really fun.
Is that something that you can explain, or is it still not publicly explained?
They've done a few websites about them. Mostly go to the BAE website, and that's where you'll find the details. That's where you will find details.
You mean we'll find the claims of the Vickers 14-inch arm salesman?
The BAE salesman. Even scarier.
I think you're underselling the Vickers arm salesman.
No.
Do you think the USN having a nuclear attack sub before any other country changed the whole ASW tactics for other countries, since SSNs can be submerged almost indefinitely at higher speeds?
Yes and no. You see, the thing is, the USN got it first, but there are so many others working on a similar concept at the same time. It's more a case of, yay, you got there first. We already had this sort of concept of operations coming in because of the fact that we were already expecting the Russians to produce these deep-diving, fast SSK subs based off what we theorized was the German information they managed to crack off at the end of the war, and instead of go, maybe they got that information, maybe they didn't. We don't know.
I mean, also too, because I don't think, what was it? It wasn't Thresher was the first. What was the first SSN commission?
I'm trying to remember.
Wasn't Thresher? It wasn't Sturgeon. I don't think it was Sturgeon. But regardless, I don't think there was that much of a time gap between the USN getting its SSNs fielded and everybody else. So it's one of those things of, okay, cool. Now we have the same or materially the same capability. We'll test our anti-submarine warfare tactics against it.
Yep, that's pretty much what happens.
And if we don't have the same capability, we're likely allied with one or the other. And we can do joint exercises and get the same.
That's pretty much
came
what
before
what it was sort of worked itself out as.
What came before the Trafalgars?
That's the
For
S
the-
class for the British Swifters.
Okay.
Before then, we have what I call the selections of. We're honestly not modelling them after our dreadnoughts. We're not honestly not doing that in naming practices. We're honestly not going for dreadnought weights and dreadnought designs.
And now we're going for the literal dreadnought class.
Yeah, for the SSBN.
Yep. Hotel, sweet hotel.
Fancy job of saying Nautilus.
Thank you.
And there's Knight as well. First SSN was Nautilus. Yep. Mal's third one. Do you think Ikara is the best surface ship launched ASW weapon in the Cold War?
Ikara?
You know what it is.
Ikara, yeah.
No, not for dealing with submarines. There are slightly better ones. Asrock, Stardust and Subrock. Were probably better. What shall we... So 4-weight offset is my problem at the moment. 4 belt, take it down to 1.
What would you say is the best, or at least your favorite example of a Navy or institution not asking the right question?
Oh God. Quite a few navies didn't ask the right question in the run-up to World War One in terms of what is our going to be our methodology of merchant marine protection. Oh, Steve, you're going to pop to... It's glad you're going to pop to the stage for a UAD challenge for me, but can that be after I've launched this and checked if it works? Right, let's do this.
Should we be concerned that it's making Dr. Clarke actually lock in?
Yes.
Because you wanted it built in 1910. That was the problem. I could build it easy enough later on, but this was a case of, okay, right then, I'm going to lock in and build this properly.
I just love the fact that you're getting Dr. Clarke to build an LCS.
Not a...
This is
It is
the
a
World
ship-
War One LCS. It's too fast. It's too heavily armed, and it's surprisingly heavily armored.
Yeah, my version's slightly more heavily armored than yours because of stability issues.
Are you saying that Foxo's version is unstable?
Well, actually,
Yes, technically it's Slayer's version, but I know what I can do to...
It's not even technically Slayer's version, but... in terms of stability, it's actually not doing too badly.
Doesn't UAD
overall seaboat quality of 1.05, with the average being 1, so it's ever so slightly above norm. Roll period of 12.3 seconds.
Northeast.
Got as usual for ships of this period. Ship tends to be wet forward during weather.
There might be 4 destroyers out here, but there is one Caradoc, and she's gonna be mighty. She has multiple 4.5-inch guns. She has multiple 3-inch guns. They couldn't fit 4-inch casemates in this period because they apparently don't allow you to fit 4-inch casemates on a cruiser in this period.
Ooh, here's a scary thought. Henderson, but with a modern Cray supercomputing cluster and the people necessary to use it for various hydrodynamic and stability calculations and simulations.
Oh, the destroyers are splitting up, so I'm going to get torpedo bracketed. But I'm going fast enough I might well destroy them.
Destroy them.
They're within range of my 3.9-inch guns. They are getting casemates. They are getting splattered.
Why have I been added? Who added me?
Knight?
Who dared?
I think it's
You just asked why even put casemates on a cruiser.
in this period. It's
Far
the
better
thing.
they were than not the norm, right?
They're the norm, so that's what they do in this period.
Yes, look at Olympia. In 1910, Olympia is still quite close to the norm in terms of general design features.
Yeah. And you, the little smoke pattern, is trying to do something clever. Haha. I spotted you're trying to do something clever. I'm not letting you do anything clever. I also have smoke. And yeah.
Here's a question.
I think I might actually be using a torpedo to destroy another yeah, I managed to thread their torpedoes quite well. And that's problematic for this ship, because that means I can close. And me closing is really not something they want to have happening, because my firepower is far more scary than their firepower. So I think, yes, that would work. That's just basically pummeled that to death. And there are 4 more of these ships around, and there's one back there which has also got rid of all its torpedoes. That was a mistake. That was a mistake by you.
Because, Knight, in the era of the armored cruiser and the protected cruiser.
Casemates were a good way of protecting your gun crews.
Yeah.
And therefore
Most
providing
of these
the
ships-
ability to fire.
Especially for the smaller cruisers, didn't have barbette or conventional turrets even at times.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I've seen for the difference between what makes an armored cruiser and an armored cruiser at times is, does it actually have a barbette and turret?
To an extent, yes.
And also, too, in this time frame, you don't have the designed engineering capacity. I don't know what the best term here is, to make a rapidly slewing turret, which is what you need for your close-in weapons, which is your casemates. But your casemates are a lot lighter, so they can rapidly slew and lay on target, versus a turret. Now, once you can field turrets, turrets are far more efficient because they have much larger arcs of fire and usually can be set up in such a way as to have direct access to the ship's magazines. But until you get to that point, casemates are a pretty good solution.
Yeah, pretty much.
How prevalent was the casemate deck when it came to cruiser designs?
Fairly common. You
Olympia
usually
had one.
most cruisers have something like it. The British are a bit in some of their some of their pre-World War I cruiser designs are kind of a bit weird because they get rid of it because but that's because usually the British are designing open deck cruisers because of what they expect them to do and the operations they expect them to carry out on. And basically they're raising the guns up a deck anyway.
Okay, 'cause it just seems inconsistent if they actually have a consistent, dedicated casemate deck.
Yeah.
Like, quite a few I found that are just the guns mounted here in the casemate, aside from that it's a conventional deck.
Right then, I have 2 down and 2 more to go, and then I will take Steve's interesting question, which he wishes to jump up and tell us about.
Well, I wonder how much of that is due to the fact that almost by definition, cruisers are very narrow beam warships. So the amidships area tends to be mostly engine space.
Yeah.
Or engineering space. Because you don't have as deep a draft as you do on a battleship.
Alright, Knight. Firstly, a lot of cruisers of this period still have casemates, because aside from dreadnought battleships, basically every other ship has casemates. Casemates are the standard that is broken by the dreadnoughts, not the other way around.
Yes.
And even then...
some designs keep to the casemates, and let's be honest, a lot of the first generation dreadnoughts returned to casemates for their secondaries.
Yeah, first, second,
and
even generation all have.
Even Dreadnought herself has some 3-inch casemates. I think, from memory. I think she has 3-inch casemates. I think some 3-inch.
They're in the superstructure. I don't think they're in casemate.
They're in, well, that's superstructure casemates. That is a form of casemate. It's not. It's superstructure, yes. So it's not pure traditional casemate, but it is a form of casemate.
Neptune who returns to the hull-mounted casemate, if I remember correctly.
Because the famous example of cruisers with casemates is the Omahas.
Yeah. Related question. How did Dreadnought turn her turrets? Was it steam, electrical motors?
Hydraulic.
Hydraulics driven off of a steam motor?
Pretty much. But it could be hand cranked.
Here's hoping the engineers balance the turret correctly. If you have 4 slops, they got to hand crank it.
Oh yeah.
Correctly, that was one of the teething issues of the Invincibles. Our turrets weren't balanced properly. Which combined with the fact that they used early electrical turrets with a habit of failing on people. Went to an absolute nightmare to use.
Because surprise, the enemy of an electric motor is heat. And the more impure your copper is, the more heat you're going to generate.
Yeah. Which is why Hornby engines used to always have problems versus Bachmann. Because Hornby had a traditional copper supplier, whereas Bachmann went with whichever company was offering the best deal. But Hornby were devoted. Eventually, they had a conversation, and their copper supplier said, "Oh yeah, we can do a better version. We just didn't think you wanted it because you'd always order the same thing."
Because there's a thin layer of, I don't think it's resin, I think it's rosin. That, and Oxo will know this better than I do, because it's getting into an area that heavily over. I may have to see somebody about this. That overlaps with her area of experience.
And expertise?
Yes. I'm more worried about experience, although.
I can call it expertise.
You would or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
Oh, she's an
Okay.
expert. She just doesn't. She doesn't like to herself for that.
You're still
I mean,
smarter than I am.
I know
And-
the modern stuff. I don't know the earlier stuff.
Yeah, but this is something which has stayed consistent throughout. The windings of an electric motor are bare copper covered in a layer of rosin. Memory serves, and the problem is when they get that rosin is rated to maintain its physical properties under a certain amount of heat. And when you overheat the windings, the rosin melts, and then you short the windings together. When you short the windings together, you can no longer create the desired magnetic field, which means your motor dies. And in ye old days, probably takes a not inconsiderable amount of the ship's electrical network with it.
Well, certainly
Because,
against the period-appropriate German vessels with destroyer-like, aka their torpedo boats. Yeah, this has proved an effective killing machine.
But did it live?
It took on 4, it's killed 4 and been barely damaged.
Drats.
Admittedly, I did a little more manual control than I normally do, but I thought, well, I'll be a creative commander. Instead of just letting the computer duke it out and see what happens. Because I know how this thing should be fought. And that is that. Done. Steve, what's your request?
Okay, here goes.
Okay.
Fox and Dragon. You are now 2 directors of naval construction. Dr. Clarke will design a ship for each of you. Which one of you wishes to go first? Because the second one will gain an advantage. Because the second one the first one will gain an advantage because the second one gets to see what you're designing. You see what I mean here?
Well, I think
so. The player 2, basically, the second person gets the advantage. I want to say ladies first, but
she's going to kill you if she doesn't get the advantage.
Well, also it's polite to give them the advantage.
Okay.
Not that I think she'd need it.
What are we building?
The design of what exactly? Is to clarify.
Okay, it is treaty cruisers.
Light or heavy?
That's you see. This is where choices will happen.
Oh. So this is Washington, where cruisers are just under 10,000 tons and no more than 8 ones.
Yep.
8s or 8 ones for Washington.
I think it's described in metric, isn't it?
Yep.
203
Alex.
Sure, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 8.1.
Yeah, because I think the French had 155s. Sorry,
I'm more
205s or something.
203s, yeah.
I think more the What was the British ship that was considered the template?
Hawkins.
That was the Hawkins class.
Well, the Hawkins had 8 ones.
So yes, it is treaty cruisers. Effectively.
Okay.
So you get to pick your nations. So the person going first will pick their nation. The person going second will pick their nation.
Okay. Do you want to go? I will offer the choice to you. Do you want to have the first pick or second?
Second.
Right. So Foxel would like the advantage. Okay. Right, Dragon, you get to pick your nation first.
I have to give her Britain, so I'll go Japan.
Okay.
Okay, Foxel, you get your choice of nation.
I went for Japan.
I'll go for. Does it have to be a major power?
Has to be a signatory of the treaties.
That's what's available.
In UAD, it's France, Britain, Germany, United States, Soviet Union, Italians, Austro-Hungarian, Spanish, China.
France.
Okay.
Isn't she?
You did that deliberately, didn't you, Foxo?
Do you want to go UK for UK Dragon? As you originally were going to go UK, but then you thought Fox would want to go UK, so you went to Japan.
Then yeah, I'll stick with Japan.
Okay.
I mean, my
Okay, so Dragon, you design your ship, and then I will tell Foxo where she gets their advantage.
Oh, good lord. So, you've got a modern heavy cruiser. What do you fancy? Do you want it to be as big as possibly can be?
Well, it would make sense to put up to 10,000 tons, wouldn't it?
Japanese 10,000 tons?
As much as I want to say yes, I feel that is not within the remaining of the question.
It's a Japanese 10,000 tons.
Yeah, but you know what you would say if I did that.
It's a Japanese. You've gone Japanese in it. We are keeping this authentic and historical.
Let it be known, Fox, I am not the one encouraging cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'm going historically accurate Japanese 10,000 ton design.
I'd say see if we can.
That's its fully loaded weight. That's its fully that's its fully loaded with all its water on weight.
What, 12?
Yeah, 12.
Okay, that's actually. Sorry to interrupt, but why didn't any?
I think basically you can roughly add on sort of a third to account for basically full load.
Yeah.
So it's really 13,000 tons is what you're building on.
I'd say aim for 12,500.
Right.
So.
Okay. Yeah, but we're the Japanese, so
Then maybe try.
Alex, come on, let's because Foxo is the one that gets to cheat here, not Dragon.
Okay. All right.
So.
I thought you chose French.
Why did
it? No, can you explain this from the top because I'm lost a little bit. So from the top.
Basically, I design a ship. Then you design a ship.
Yeah. But because you get to chose second, Fox, so you get a slight advantage because Dragon went first.
I forgot the Japanese cruiser ones are just basically the battleship scaled down, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, I have a question that's probably going to answer in a they did or nobody was dumb enough to try that. Why didn't any of the signatory powers of the treaties just design a ship that was overweight, but then claim that they were sailing around everywhere with a full combat?
Japan.
Yeah.
Did they claim that they were sailing around everywhere with a full combat load?
Anytime anyone asked them, both them and Italy did about the same thing.
Okay.
So, what are we going for? What size guns?
I would say 8-inch. Try and get 12 of them, preferably in 4 triples.
Okay.
As much as I'd love to do something cursed, if that makes sense. Back in a moment.
Okay, if I take that now. Oh yeah, we can cut that down in range quite dramatically. We can also take that down to a double and add that up to 5. Mm-hmm. That's on the best shells by that point. Let's go. Oh god, don't want to go that. That's that. That's that. Ooh. See, increased. So heavy. That's good. So one. Ooh. So we're now 300 tons over. Down to 8. That down to 8. And that down to 6. We need some secondaries. Let's go for the 4-inch twins.
Don't the Japanese traditionally choose the 100mm?
That's why I went for the 4-inch.
Well, that's 102, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking it'd be 3.9 if it was a traditional Japanese gun.
I could go that, but that in nicest way, the 3-inch ones don't look Japanese. Does that make sense? Whereas
That's fair.
The 4-inch ones do.
Whereas these do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the Dragon's going to fit torpedoes. Of course I'd want torpedoes. Torpedoes are just needed.
On a Japanese cruiser in this time frame, yeah.
It has torpedoes.
Just in general, my personal philosophy for cruisers is they always have at least one set of torpedo launchers. Just because they're useful.
Okay.
If nothing else, they make a great target marker when I hit you with my machine gun 6-inch cruiser.
You potentially get that if if I'm very nice, you do. I'm about 1,000 tons over at the moment, so gonna have to start reducing weight. Reducing
Alex
some.
Lyons has piled the question in for you.
Okay, Lyons.
How would a working and functional sliding/falling breech block gun design affect an Age of Sail warship design?
You wouldn't have to keep rolling the guns in and out to reload them and fire them, which is always an advantage.
Is Lyons talking about something like a lever action?
It just says functioning sliding or falling breech block design.
Oh, falling breech block. Okay, sorry, I misparsed that.
Yeah, so you could create something like a Remington rolling block, couldn't you?
Yeah. I've got to drop by 200 tons.
Biggest issue with that is you need the metallurgy. I don't think you can cast a component like that. I think it has to be forged steel.
I'm not saying you can or you can't. I'm just saying he's talking about a a functional sliding or falling breech block design, and you could classify a Remington rolling block as a functioning breech block design.
What do you think?
We are hand waving it into existence.
Yeah, I think that's looking pretty decent.
And that is a conversion of a muzzle loader. So that's actually quite a reasonable thought.
I would like to add some more 4-inch guns on it, but it's just they're not available.
Just don't have the munitions.
They won't fit. I think you're going to end up having the tiny 25 mils everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I at least thought they would fit on that mount where there's the almost searchlight looking bit, but apparently
not.
Yeah,
they don't. It's going to be just 25 mils, and it's just they're just
that'll be that'll be a 1.1 inch if it's a 25 mil.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look too bad either. And I get an awful feeling I know where this is going to go.
Well, There we go.
If only UAD's multiplayer actually was somewhat decent.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah.
My friend has said they might give me permission to actually use it at some point over the Christmas period. Their adaptions. Right then, Foxo. French
All right,
time.
Foxo, you get a choice. You get a choice of one of two things. One, you can have 9.2-inch guns. Two, you can have a 5-year tech boost.
I'll get the 5-year tech boost, please.
So you're gonna have to drop out the designer, Alex, and add 5 years onto Foxo's tech allowance.
Okay.
So she goes from 1935, not 1930.
You know, that sounds like this. Maybe we should have cheated harder. But I am a man of honor.
Well, you did set the range at 50,000 meters. That one will also go. The Japanese one will also go up, so you'll have to knock it down.
Now, out of 100, how baguette did I go? How
So
French?
you are hard fixed to the tonnage, Foxo.
I know, but I meant more just in design principle. How far baguette do I go?
Well, you got quad turrets.
On a scale of 1 to 100, where 100 is the most French, you can go to Hoche.
Because you could genuinely go with like quad 8-inch guns.
Thing is,
Well, she should have better steam plants. I've got to be brutally honest.
N. We
Oh,
need
No.
7.8-inch guns, please.
I can hear Dr. Clarke dying on the inside while Dragon dies on the outside.
So what's the
Surely
layout?
it's French, and therefore it's 7.95. No, sorry, it's yeah. Okay.
So what's
But
the layout?
unfortunately, you can't do 8.7. Oh, sorry, you can't do 7.87.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
it's all right, Foxo. We're just taking the mickey out of you.
I just saw Clarke's reaction and it really sums it up.
What do you want?
I was thinking, okay, do we go for the 4 turrets or 3 turrets with 10 guns?
Oh, I've given you 16 guns.
Oh no!
No. We are French. Give me.
No, what do you what
Give me gun layout.
What did you say? What did you want again in 7.8? Did you say?
A 7.8-inch gun in a KGV style loadout.
Okay.
4.24.
It's
Yeah.
better than one I've seen, which was a 4.34.
Okay.
Good lord, Fox. So at least flip the man a quarter for his troubles.
She did it earlier. She gave what? Like 20 quarters.
Okay.
Quarters as much as I think it equals.
All right.
Right? Secondary battery, we need to take our best destroyer guns. So 5.5-inch secondaries, please.
Okay. So 5.5-inch secondaries. In what number are duals or triples?
Triple.
Okay. How many do you want?
If Dragon's really unlucky, it'll be quads.
Dr. Clarke has the vocal affect of a
9
man
side
being
if you can.
asked
I don't
of a
think the
man
quads will
being
fit.
asked to pick his funeral suit or his burial suit and his coffin.
Look, I can get this to work, and don't worry.
And feel free to drop the speed.
Oh,
The baguette boats don't need to be that far.
all right. That will save me a lot of tonnage.
Also, yeah. Just
What
this
dragon?
You know what you've done.
I thought of something
The
worse.
only reason you are not getting punished later is because you did not do the accursed layout.
She also likes the punishment.
No,
But,
not this type of. Not when I start talking about a random topic she has no interest in. Like, I just need to pin her down and start talking about Lego's history to her.
Oh, that's fine.
Whatever
Fine for me
gets
and
you
you.
there.
But
Did you enjoy the piracy era? The old pirate style ships.
actually were pretty interesting, but
Yeah.
it wasn't quite my era.
So, Dr. Clarke,
Yes.
you're a rather mercenary chap.
Yes, that is my reputation.
How much would you really like to get out of me if I asked you to design the Hoche, but 1945 edition?
That exists. It's called a it's a German destroyer.
Yes. Mhm.
I feel like in order for it to be the Hoche, it must be French.
Oh, where did the extra turret come from on Dr. Clarke's?
To try and get you the what's called 5.5s you were after.
Yeah. So you've got
the extra turret, the second turret.
yeah. So basically, you've got an you've got a half socket. You've got 2 wing turrets forward, so you've got a hell of a lot fire forward, and the let's try and give you some.
You can always go down to a 3.7 inch secondary gun.
You've got an awful lot.
We're going to be going for.
It's got an awful lot of space for torps.
Yeah, there's going to be an awful lot of space for torps. Yes.
She doesn't normally like torpedoes, apart from that one torpedo battlecruiser concept.
Normally.
Loki is fair and balanced. They're only 24-inch torpedoes.
I forgot they do this.
It's only 50.
I forgot they did this.
Oh?
Oh, good lord. Okay.
Were they double-stacked guns?
Yeah.
A lot of because remember the French have the twin barrels offset with their 37mm. Which is why I've seen the really cursed one, where it's the quad, where it's basically 2 of those stacked on top of each other for quad
And I'm
guns.
going to presume that Foxo is going to want torpedoes.
I'm thinking one launcher either side, but the biggest French torpedoes you can get, but only 2 of them in twin mounts.
You want only twins, not a quintuple? Because I can get you a quintuple.
A quintuple, but French, so...
Yep.
Okay, how many republics does France had?
Many. At least.
Officially 5.
Yes.
Okay, 5 torpedoes either side.
How many functioning republics has France had? Is more the question. And the answer to that question is none.
0. I've said. Well, you've certainly got a laugh out of Foxer, which at least pleases me no matter what happens. I know she's been in pain.
That's good. That is what we want to hear. We want to hear the Foxo's been laughing.
I feel like Foxer's been in pain. Good.
No, no. Jeez.
And the secondary guns again, we will get these sorted out so that they have another set of these, because really it should have.
This is the Frenchest ship I've ever seen. I love it.
Louisa County needs to extend its deer season.
Oh?
Right then, so we take that down, we take that down. And we are stable, balanced, and ready to roll, apparently.
Either that or the state needs to extend those seasons.
So you have to call her the baguette.
Okay.
The baguette.
Le baguette.
But Foxo, be nice to Dr. Clarke. He has a Russian escape artist corgi.
I think it would be L apostrophe baguette.
Wait, no, but it's female to be La Baguette. La.
No, that's not necessarily true, because even though all ships are female, a lot of their ships use le such as le terrible.
Terrible is a male characteristic in the French language.
No, but like all of their ships most basically begin with le, apart from I think le glaçonnière.
It's a La Glaçonnière, though.
French is weird. French. I once again advocate for the destruction of France.
I once again advocate for the removal of gendered languages.
So
why?
La
What do you
baguette.
think of this beautiful La Baguette?
Is it bad?
I have no intention.
Comrade Corgi has
of
worked out
engaging-
that his papa is the one who usually has sausages somewhere in
Bruno.
the house.
Bruno,
That's one of his
you
ways.
can thank Geoffrey Chaucer for getting rid of that house of English.
Finally, Brit, I can agree with.
Oh,
But,
good. No,
I have
Runon,
no-
Runon, no, you do not want to start agreeing with Chaucer. You and Chaucer, if you start agreeing, will go down a very dark rabbit hole. Because once you start, you think it's bad at reading Glynn's book, start reading Chaucer's, you will find yourself completely wrapped up in a very, very funny hole, but you will never get out of that.
Alright, okay, now, me and Dragon aren't advocating for genocide, we're advocating for harmony.
We're advocating for the destroy. Also, I don't know. You might not actually know the meme, Knight, but the Cato the Elder, I think it was in particular, of he would always end his speeches with "Catego delenda est." I once again advocate for the destruction of Carthage. He continued saying this after they actually did destroy Carthage.
He was doing this 200 years after the destruction of Carthage.
Yes.
I would like to point out that my table does not need a gender. I do not need to know my table's gender. I am not intending to engage in relations with my table. Why does my table need a gender?
Why are you not intending to engage in relations with your table? Surely, if you're using your table as part of the adult Congress, you are also engaging in relations with it as well as your partner on top on it.
Why is
I saw that
not
sign on
firing?
Reddit.
Why is La Baguette not firing?
Maybe it's not in range yet.
Doc,
Yes.
the table cannot pass the Harkness test. Therefore, you cannot the table.
It's
Oh,
firing.
there you go, Foxo. La Baguette just fired.
That-
Then again, the Japanese, my ship's not exactly got the best gunnery at the moment.
Yeah.
Table is not capable of giving consent.
One ship.
Therefore, you cannot the table.
One ship got auto gunnery. One ship got veteran gunners.
The world has always been insane.
Is Knight now just learning about gendered languages?
First blood. It was incredibly minor damage, but still. That would get me a point in it if this was Warhammer.
Why is La Baguette not closing? Her advantage is when she closes.
She is closing.
What version of Warhammer are you playing where you get points for first blood?
As in, 10th ed, depending on how you've got your thing set up, first blood gets you a CP.
A CP, okay.
And I think it also
very different.
gets you points at the end of a game.
I have never seen a mission in 10th ed that gives you points for first blood. Now, maybe an army rule, okay, fair enough.
It does depend. I think it does depend on specific armies. There are specific Marine chapters which get it, from memory.
That's a dog good. The dogs are slightly less stupid than the deer.
I seem to remember Wolf and affiliated chapters got it. And let's go see what this is doing.
I don't like how much damage
Right?
that seems to be taking.
Yeah, that's taking a lot of damage.
In on Dragon's ship, Alex.
Yeah, that.
If I do decide to go to the UK this summer, I wonder if I can give me enough time to put together that prep.
Dragon, that ship does not look healthy. You're being beaten up by a Frenchman.
But
I can tell you why. I think one of its turrets detonated.
Yeah, I think you got a lucky hit on an aft turret early on, so I think that's
And
what's
it just
happened.
Detonated the rear of the ship.
Yeah. Literally lucky hit for almost first round we actually fired at. It got the lucky hit on the turret.
Advocate for rerunning the simulation to remove the golden beam.
And I say you will not take a Labaguette's victory away from her. She's the best designed armored cruiser in the war period.
No, to me, it's just a case of that dispersion difference as well. It's horrific.
Yeah, that's got four turrets all the same, but that's dispersing massively. This has got Gen 3 radar, that's got Gen 2 radar. I'm not sure that's having much of a difference.
It should have an effect, but not
that much. It helps long range fire. It helps long range fire within the game.
Yeah.
But
because it gives you better range finding.
It also doesn't help that the French get access to Gen 3 quads very quickly, which will have the same buff and debuff as the Japanese triples.
Yeah.
So because it's more shots, they'll be more accurate. And they'll dial in range quicker.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot tell this one. I think it not only detonated the turret, I think it also detonated the aft torpedo launchers. I think that's the thing. That's where the fires started. And Baguette is just carrying on, going, hello. Yep, she's sunk.
Isn't controlling La Baguette.
Yeah, I am.
You can definitely. He's controlling its course a bit, but he's
not directing its fire.
It.
I'm not microing its firepower or anything like that. I am literally just controlling its course, because otherwise, in this game, if you leave them auto... Unfortunately, UAD updated the auto, so now the ships, instead of charging towards each other, will literally sail past each other like two ships in a night if you don't do something.
And it's also two ships in the same weight class will quite happily run away from each other because they don't think they can win the fight.
Yeah, I don't mind the outcome. Like,
question.
All hail La Baguette.
It makes her happy.
Hang on, a box up. What is the downside to the French method of quad turrets, where they take two twins and put it in the same wrapper?
Is it really?
There isn't really one. Weight is the downside to it mainly.
And now this is where my signal decides to drop out. Fantastic.
Polemus,
Hold that thought. I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Stafford, as the new SSBNs are Dreadnought class, would that mean the new SKs, BDR class, or the Admiral class? We're building SSNs are next. They're going to be the AUKUSes. And there's a whole discussion about them, what they could possibly be, because, of course, AUKUS is a Anglo-American-Australian project. There is a discussion as to whether or not they might be a tribal class, or they might be alternatively a B class to go after the astute A's. So there's a little discussion going on there.
Yeah, you won't be naming it an R class because you've kind of only really just got rid of an R class, haven't you?
The R class were the SSBNs before.
Yeah.
The ones before the ones before the Vanguards.
Yeah.
Have returned.
Mm-hmm.
Google has never seen a back road it did not want me to drive down. What was the answer
Could
to
we
the
have-
downside on 2 twins in a wrapper?
Wait.
It's heavier.
Okay, thank you.
Because you've got 2 sets of trunnions, haven't you, hanging around in the turret, so it'll weigh more.
Mm.
No,
And,
I'm just wondering whether they'd name...
have 4 sets of trunnions?
and Knight 681, how likely do you see the British adopting the T7 Red Hawk? It's a potential option, at the moment, but there's too much up in the air. There's all sorts of discussions going place, and currently this government is proving the most lurching government I've dealt with in years, in terms of jumping from one track operations to a different track operations. You sit there and go, I have no idea what you're going to do next. I really don't.
I'll piggyback a question off of, I think that was Knight's question. Yes?
Yeah.
No, maybe?
Yeah.
Aren't... Okay, that shouldn't be an art question. Our question. Are fighter / strike aircraft trainers, which I think is what the T7 is,
Mm-hmm.
are they a good vehicle for rebuilding domestic fighter infrastructure?
Potentially for the US Air Force, and potentially for the US, they're quite a good thing for setting it up. It depends how many are ordered. It depends how many are used. But the reason why I say it's not necessarily sensible for the British is because look at the companies involved. They're Boeing and Saab. And whilst there is some BAE stuff in there, the reason why we are what we're looking for is, honestly, we are looking for something which is probably going to be built by, BAE. Now, as interestingly enough, BAE Bruff, where they used to build this, has closed down, of course. And that closed down. But, and I do say this is an interesting one, BAE does have other sites in the UK which they have been looking at developing. And BAE Systems, well, they have their own trainer.
So what I'm hearing is that there'll be more electrician applications for BAE to reject me with in the not too extremely distant future.
Well, the interesting thing is, BAE the reason I'm talking about the Red Hawk still with the BAE in mind is that BAE have suggested that they might like to take on the Red Hawk and modify it for British needs and build a custom version UK to British requirements. So we could end up getting a BAE version of basically the Saab design which was built by Boeing, which is the Red Hawk.
So it's either going to be fantastic or a turd.
That's about, yes, pretty much. But the thing is, BAE want to get involved in it because the other advantage of them getting involved in it is that they will put an engine in it which is suitable for what the British want in it. Because the British don't just want an aircraft which is going to train their pilots. They want an aircraft which they can use for training other parts of our operating force. And pretty much, if they keep using American-made engines, that's going to cause problems for Rolls-Royce. So the critical thing is it's going to have to operate on a Rolls-Royce engine. And this is nothing unusual because there is already a planned version which is going to be domestically produced by Mitsubishi for the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force.
So why don't they just buy the Japanese version?
The British? Because that wouldn't employ British workers, that would employ Japanese workers. And you have to remember, look, in my experience, okay, different parties evaluate defence programmes through different prisms. In my experience, Labour usually, depending on whether they're up in the polls or down in the polls, will evaluate it by cost or by jobs. If they're down in the polls, they evaluate every order by jobs in the UK it creates. And they will start singing that. If they're up in the polls, they worry about costs, because they want to save money for their core, for whatever projects they think are going to keep them up in the polls. Whenever they go down in the polls, they revert to core Labour thing of, we're building jobs. Okay? It's not being political, this is what the parties do. The Conservatives are rather similar as well. They have a thing of, if they are down in the polls, they want it to be built in Britain, because then they wrap themselves in the flag and show their patriotism and all that stuff. And when they're up in the polls, again, they're all about the cost, because they want to save money so they can give tax cuts, which is how they believe they can get re-elected normally. Okay? At the moment, both Labour and the Conservatives are rock bottom in the polls. And then we have the party which is doing well in the polling at the moment. And my sneaking suspicion is they're doing well in the polling is because, unlike the other parties, they are actually still campaigning and still knocking on doors. Judging by the fact that in my part of the world, I've had them come round about 4 times in the last year, and I haven't seen even a leaflet from the other parties.
The Democratic approach.
That's the Reform Party, which is the one which everyone keeps worrying about. Various people, and they're going, we don't know why they're doing well in the polls, and they're these people must be secretly, hard right or something. And I'm sitting there going, no, it's quite simply they're doing well in the polls because they're doing something which none of you are doing. They're getting off their behinds and wandering round.
I'm glad to see that Democratitis has affected more than just the United States.
And you sit there and go, you sit there and listen to I listen to sometimes the various major parties complaining on the news about how they, these people are supporting these. So going, you don't come down and knock on the doors. And then there's what's coming up are local elections, and who are people going to vote for? The person who turns up on their doors regularly and shows they're a local, or the person who drops off a leaflet once within a couple of weeks of the election going, I'm the local person who wears this colour rosette, vote for me. It's not even. It's a no-brainer. They're going to vote for the person who they view as a local, not the person they view as a single picture they've seen on a leaflet. It doesn't matter. In local elections, people doesn't think it really matters what the national policy is. They just want someone to represent them locally on planning, on bins, and those things. So of course the party which is actually doing knocking on doors is going to do better in those elections. I know, some people don't like me saying this, but that's literally the way these things go. And do you know what? The classic example of a party which used to do really well doing this was the party called the Liberal Democrats. They used to be great at this, but they've now changed to a different policy. They now chart the bakeries. And if you've got a Gale's bakery in your constituency, they think you're a constituency they can win. If you haven't, they don't put any resources into you. And do you know what's great about this? They actually said this was their winning strategy for why they did so well in the last election on a frigging news programme. Their deputy leader. Sorry.
Yes. Democratitis.
My rant is over. I do apologise for the political rant. I just find it annoying the way, literally, all it would take is someone to organise some knocking on frigging doors. It's how many years ago, when I won my local council seat, how did I win it? I went on, knocked on all the doors. And I knocked on the doors for about a year before the election happened. And I made sure, and I took notes of what people needed done. And then when I got elected, I got it sorted done. And that was it. That was the winning electoral strategy, which people going, how did you win? We haven't won in this seat in ages. And I'm sitting there going, it wasn't complicated. It really wasn't. It's just literally show an ounce of how much you care about the people. Show that you're actually listening, and actually listen. You don't need to fake it. You just need to do it. And you can only do it if you actually show up. Because that's what happens in local elections. People vote for the person who shows up. Stafford, how large in scale of a puckle gun could you build late 18th century, late 18th, early to mid 19th century? Puckle gun.
Oh. The puckle gun is the one where you've got like a rotating magazine arrangement, but you have to pull the plate off the back, rotate it, put it back in place, screw it down, and then you can shoot. But you can do it quite quickly.
Well, they did look at that for some of the bigger guns on the battleship guns as a way to increase rate of fire. The idea was you could be loading the puckle while it's firing. But the trouble was the recoil of the guns. Unsurprisingly, they thought the idea.
Not use the recoil to knock the cartridge cases out for you.
You can, but you can't use the recoil to load it in.
Right.
So you then have to pause it to load it, and then it doesn't. Basically, it didn't really speed anything up, but added weight and complication.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an idea. So theoretically, puckle gun, you could go very big, theoretically.
Wasn't there a kind of version of the puckle gun with like a chain?
Oh, there are all sorts of different
ideas. Or an idea like the puckle gun with like a chain, where basically you had a series of cartridges, so basically a belt-fed 1-pounder.
Yeah, no one get into the politics debate. I was very careful not to get into the actual politics debate. I was just complaining about the parties and what they're doing. Rather not doing. And then they went, and the fact that I find it annoying when the major parties claim to be so shocked at what's happening in the polls, and you go, it's very simple. I can explain it in words of 2 syllables less. Show up, and you'll find you might start getting things. I remember what this is again goes back to my running for council. I remember one old man who was a lifelong voter for the party I was standing for. And he had never before met a candidate from that party. Okay? He had voted for us as a party for 60 plus years. He had never had a single candidate knock on his door and chat to him. I was the first one. I came back the next week to a local MP and brought him in as well, because I felt it was just so... And when I told the MP was slightly annoyed as well, because it turned out that street had been one which he'd been told we couldn't go down. It was a private street and we weren't allowed in there. And I went, I'm very surprised if it's a private street we're not allowed in, considering it's owned by our deputy chairman. Which was a bit of a shock, but leave that to one side. It was sorted out and we were allowed in there. And yeah, so we went and we talked to him. But it was a case of, he supported the party for 60 years and he hadn't ever met a single candidate, council, county council, MP at all in person. And I think of all the elections he'd seen. And that's loyalty to a party, but I felt like no one had given him any gratitude. Admittedly, he hadn't met anyone from any of the other parties either. So we were all equally guilty as part of the UK politics scene, but it just felt terrible.
You know, you just, yeah, show up. And by the way, if you ever want to know how independents get elected, that's usually the way. They go actually walk around and talk to people. So if ever you're wondering in the UK and you want to you're considering standing as an independent for your local council or something like that, get some leaflets printed off and walk around and talk to people. You'd be amazed at how likely you are to get the vote.
And
in the UK, it can be very quickly, very easy to find every borough council and every county council in the country run by independents. Because the only time people start thinking about things like the national issues, rather than this is the local person I've chatted to, is once you're on to the national election.
And same with writing candidates. Most of the successful writing candidates have very aggressive, I guess for lack of any better term, mass marketing campaigns.
Yeah.
Don't you know, like, talking to the peasantry, my word, that's fascism.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Back to what's arguably more.
I'm just off to blow my nose. I'll be back in a second. This is the joy with me spending the mornings in the attics doing the boarding up on the Lane's office. I get full of dust all day.
Somebody let me know when he gets back.
Roger.
It's a long way to Richmond.
Going east out.
Going east out. 64.
You're as bad as each other.
It's
I know.
And a pistol officer.
Well, I know you can sing better than that.
Goodbye.
Ah.
I will let the square.
I apologize for anyone
I
else who
know
wanted
you
to
can
listen
sing
to
better
this.
than that. But Runon, you can't sing any better than that. You would just.
It's a long way to Piccadilly. It's a long way to go.
Think that this will make Doc come back quicker or slower? Aw, I'm behind wholesome companies.
Is it bad
gives me
when
the
something arrives from Amazon and you have no recollection of ordering it? Or not sure what it is?
I have ADHD and a credit card. That happens concerningly often.
Okay, that's good. It's just nothing too bad then.
I have acquired, or I say I've purchased, more Warhammer. This time
Guess what I'm going to do after. Guess what I'm going to do after I spend a concerning amount of money on a new cell phone.
Buy a plane ticket to Britain to go to Warhammer World to spend all your money there.
No, but I am going to buy more Warhammer.
Okay, so it's made in China. What is it then? Oh! Oh! Oh!
That moment of recollection.
It's my green screen!
And this is how it starts.
I ordered it
This
like
is
4
how
months
Dr.
ago.
Clarke became a VTuber. Dr. Clarke, VTuber extraordinaire.
Ronan, you could go colonize Australia.
I now have a functioning green screen.
Why am I going to colonize Australia?
To prepare for the rifle of Fox, of course.
Because you're thinking it's Lecrae.
thought I was going to say the Sacre Bleu then, but just like trying.
I've been going around the French lately on us.
She is. I think she's. Has she been spending too much time with Fleet? Is she turning francophone?
No, because if you remember earlier, I was playing France.
It's important to understand. To truly hate the French, I have to understand the French. I have to.
Okay, wait.
In the nicest way, you're starting to say you're starting to sound like the various nobilities of England who tried to conquer France at various points.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I have a very important question. Shut up. I have a very.
You understand? Only a peasant insults the French in English because they can't speak French. A pauper and a fraud and a thief insults the French in French so they understand. I will be the cheddar. I will insult the French in English, despite being able to speak French, because I don't respect.
I have a green screen. Just imagine what I'm going to do with it.
Are you still a colonizer if you are forcibly shipped to the colony against your will?
Yes.
Yes. You're just hated in both the place it's sent to you and the place that you're arriving. Stafford, what about spare puckles that could be swapped out for spent ones, like a 6-shooter speed clip? That's an interesting option. It could be theoretically done. But there again, the weights you're dealing with for large battleship guns would make it prohibitive. But, you know. Could be done for maybe a 6-inch. Could large having spare puckles sort the issue for the puckle gun situation with large caliber guns? I'm worried that some people have Oklahoma stuck in their head now. I'm worried for you all. I do apologize now.
I would be deeply concerned about the effects of recoil on any such system.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the level of recoil management available at the time. That's a lot of delicate clockwork that is not going to be happy about that level.
Fairly heavy armor. Where's it got such light armor from?
Is black powder impact sensitive?
I
don't think it is.
I don't think black powder is, no.
So... Why were higher yield explosives often seen as safer than black powder?
Because black powder is very, very sensitive and will randomly go kaboom.
So while the impact, it can just randomly go kaboom, is what she said.
Yeah, so I don't know how relevant this is specifically, but I have read accounts, especially from the Age of Sail, where gunpowder had been detonated by the fact that it was in a barrel on a cart and was swaying rhythmically, and it caused enough friction and enough heat that it detonated the powder. So anything that's not gonna go boom in that situation is probably better. If that makes sense, sir.
To an extent, yes.
To an extent, yes, it does.
I'm also mildly concerned about exchanging a non-impact sensitive explosive for an impact sensitive explosive.
Yes, but don't think of it that way. Think of it as an impact sensitive explosive for a less impact sensitive explosive. If that makes it easier.
To a degree.
That would work. That's working. The 1850s, that's fairly good ranged.
Frank, here's a favour.
Yes.
Could you look up when Leeds and Nottinghamshire became cities? And granted their city charter.
Yeah.
Sure.
Shouldn't that be Googleable?
Yes, but she might be busy. Especially currently.
Fair enough. Understandable.
1893 for Leeds and Nottingham.
Are
1897.
Fox, are you being questionably civil in Forza again?
No, she's probably being questionably civil in EU5. Knowing her.
Yep.
I thought that game was space.
Europa Universalis.
I live under a rock, my guy. I've never played any game that's serious.
Europa.
And there's a constellation called Europa. What more do you want from me?
It's more like this. I can see your logic. That does not mean I'm any less disappointed.
You can never be more disappointed in me than my father is, so...
Wanna
keep
bet?
in line.
Yeah, but know what I want to be that disappointed in you? Because I actually, think you are quite intelligent and we have mutual hobbies, so you're someone who's at least worthy of my respect.
See, my dad would say pay lip service to the first and third and then disagree with the second.
So I successfully
All that
converted a significant portion of France to be English culture, and have accidentally made English the primary language of France.
Accidentally, she says.
It was accidental. I beat them up in a war so hard they became English.
That's only slightly less believable than me saying I accidentally clicker trained a guy.
I still don't believe that was accidental, so I don't care you keep saying that it was. I don't think it was.
It was definitely not intentional.
You keep saying this. I don't
started
believe
out as
it.
a joke. And now he's clicker trained.
Yeah, but so did the concept of France, and it got a bit out of hand.
Yes, it got out of hand multiple times, in fact. Listen, maybe we just split up France 3 ways, between the Germans, the Italians, and the Spanish. I see no way this could go wrong.
Poseidon, thank the Lord, Lubberduck. Okay. Question answer. Dragon, would 396,000 buzz droids cause a problem if set free on the Death Star? Please answer this question.
Yes.
396,000 buzz droids.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's the only question is, do the buzz droids cause enough structural damage to the Death Star that it disintegrates, or do they breach core containment first?
They have to go through a lot of ship to get to the core, and it's not going to collapse it structurally. It's more just a case of, do you know how many annoying power cables they're probably going to destroy? Like,
Yes,
I don't think
but
they'll actually they won't destroy the Death Star, but they'll just do so much annoying damage to it.
360,000 of them? I mean,
Yes,
that's a mission kill if I've ever heard.
Yes, like, he's not going to be ready in time for the Battle of Yavin, sort of thing.
I don't think she's going to be ready in time for the Battle of Endor.
That's why they built Death Star too. Still think I should have stuck a planetary shield generator on that, but I won't.
360,000. That's a lot of fairly small droids.
Yeah, oh, they're not that small. They're like a couple of meters.
Compared to an I've seen how big they are relative to an Ecta Actis 2. They're compared to the size of a human or the Death Star. They're pretty small.
Well, yes, but that's because the Death Star's big. But
There's a lot of places those little guys could hide.
yes,
And
there
even then, you're still essentially putting 360,000 satchel charges into the Death Star.
which, as I said, is a horrifying one. So, yes, it'll be a problem. It'll be a massive problem.
And don't they also inject malware whenever they can?
Not normally, if they're I think it might depend on which variant, but I don't think normally, no.
But yeah.
They're just told rip it apart.
Was this YouTube Minecraft Watcher's question? This sounds like a YouTube Minecraft.
No, this is a Poseidon.
It's a Poseidon question.
Which is another person and who I had similar discussions with.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please taking you that brilliantly. I always get nervous when I see a $90,000 pavement princess on rims approaching a yield, because the people who drive those vehicles are universally interesting and not in a good way. Okay, people who have access to a Google, because I keep forgetting to do this, can somebody please Google why the U.S. flags are at half-staff?
Who died?
That would be my assumption.
Yeah.
I don't know who died. I haven't seen the news about anybody of any import dying. Well, aside from one actress. And there was a activist that died recently, but there's no way this administration is honoring her, so definitely not because of that.
I'm getting a lot of very conflicting bits. I'm not really finding much.
So it usually goes to half staff for Veterans Day. Well, no, I don't want. No, it goes to half staff for Memorial Day. Because we split Memorial Day and Veterans Day apart for some reason I don't understand.
It's like Remembrance Day and Remembrance Sunday.
Well, Memorial Day is in the spring-ish. It's
So yeah, I'm
essentially
sorry, I can't quite tell you from a quick
considered the
Google
beginning
search.
of summer. Interesting. Now that I've pulled over, throw a couple of gallons of gasoline to my roller skate of a vehicle. Yes, directly into my spleen. Marker's red.
Is that what you're getting coffee ejected now? Because that's
The
quite, that's quite worrying.
Said buzz droids are launched from a strike wing of 3,000 tri-droids. Yes. Still a problem.
This is going to cause problems.
Yeah.
Why are the flags at half-mast?
That's a question. What are the questions?
Oh, Cheney died. That's why.
Who?
Dick Cheney. He lived up to his name. Former vice president under Bush.
Oh, he'll probably get a state funeral.
Oh, the war criminal guy.
Mm.
Hey, no, what's that, Cheney?
Yeah, that's it for the glassing of France.
What's that about glassing France?
Sorry, I'm just looking through all the pings I've been getting from various places and just saw one from Petrov. I once again advocate for the glassing of friends.
And I think Petch is trying to seduce me. Keep talking about glassing France.
I'm worried about
Or he just
all of
doesn't
you.
like the friend.
I haven't had many. I'm just doing a free build at the moment because no one's telling me what to do. So I'm just happily building away here.
Yeah.
I'm building my British 9.2-inch gun cruiser. And currently I'm going up against the loser of the earlier, contest. But, later I'll go up against the winner
so
and see who wins.
Yeah, 'cause normally it's Poseidon, Brandon Larson, or Minecraft Watcher who ask very specific science fiction questions that usually have interesting outcomes.
Yeah, although,
Of the
can
fair
I
kind.
can I just say something on this one? That sheer amount of buzz droids, that's going to generate a lot of buzz.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine you get away with that and they go, yeah, that was funny. No. There is going to be someone hunting you down. Well, that's, an interesting vessel. Right, we should probably fit some secondaries in as well. 4.5-inch, I think. I prefer the 4.5. I could go with 5.25s. They're always useful to stick in. I won't go there, so let's go to 4.5s.
Have you cheated on the displacement?
Oh, yes, I have. But this is what I would be.
That's not within the spirit.
This is what I.
But that's not within the spirit of the scenario, though.
Yes, this is the British. This is my response to the Alaskas.
You're going to Marmalite. You could put both those two ships in and you destroy them.
That's not true. They have a lot of torpedoes, and I don't have torpedoes, so they have that as an advantage.
I think you should have to fight two.
That doesn't seem fair.
Well, you've got twice their individual tonnage. Almost. Well, okay, the Japanese cheat.
Lafayette could easily take that thing. Her Frenchness would overcome the perfidious Albion.
Hey, no.
It would relegate that to the archives of the Académie La Francisque.
No.
You know, to be fair, I was expecting to bring out some cursed monstrosity of 1 twin turret 4, 1 quad turret 4, and then 1 quad turret 4 super firing.
I was not.
244.
I was not. I was wondering if she was going to go for full footballer. I need to drop 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons. I need to drop 1,000. Okay, let's go down to double. That. And we made it. Oh, I can be triple hold. And stability profile, everything looks good. Engine efficiency looks great. Honestly, I can probably get rid of this mega funnel and go for something a little bit smaller. Which gives me 300 more tons to play with. Ooh, what can I do with 300 tons? There are things I can...
Expand the guillotine storage.
I am, after all, a British cruiser. I should have torpedoes on me. I need to make sure they are suitably sized, of course.
Okay. In the Aegis sailing out in the French Revolution, did they actually put guillotines on warships?
It's one of those things which comes up quite a lot, and we look into it and we go, odds are no. But there are certainly people who were tempted by the idea of it. If that makes sense.
I know the Navy's had some very cruel ways of executing people. And the whole point of their guillotine is to make executions as painless as possible.
Yep. Which is not usually what they do, what navies are about.
Oh? I suppose executions are a lot more performative than navies by nature.
Usually, when you're doing it, it's really the end of the line, and you're making an example to try and prevent having to do it again. That's at least the full process behind it. Let's launch. Let's see what we do versus the our Japanese counterpart. YouTube microorder. What if you release that many buzz droids on KDY? How annoying will it be?
Quad drive yards, not so annoying. Irritating, but far more manageable than on the Death Star.
You've got a lot more space.
More fuel for the forges.
Yeah.
More fuel.
They probably also then, send their own scrapper robots after them.
Yeah.
Or send waves upon waves of slaves and penal legions after them. Because Kuwait isn't a friendly place.
Kuwait is the sort of place where you send people you really don't like.
That's the closest place Star Wars gets to Warhammer.
Well, no, that's the Spice Miner.
12 9.2-inch guns, 8 4.5-inch guns, 16 torpedoes in 4 quad launchers. Yeah, this is designed to make sure that, nothing really survives against it. We don't really want to actually get in range. We can just stay at maximum range and just keep flying away. Because I don't think you are really any threat to me. I am, in this form with 9.2-inch autos, probably one of the few designs which would have been capable of matching Inverse in Alaska. Because the auto here simulates the closest thing to the mechanized rate of fire they were planning on getting, and 9.2-inch guns would have been able to fire about 6 rounds a minute. So the rate of fire and the range they could achieve, especially the longer guns, would have been the British answer to the Alaskas.
Challenge for you. Design a ship with the worst excesses of both British and French ship design of the period.
Oh God. Their excesses were to an extent mutually exclusive, but there is a way to do that. There is a nation which I can do that in. On this game, there is a nation I can go with the,
The Spanish?
Yep.
Because we would talk a lot about the things the Royal Navy did well in World War II. What did they do wrong on an institutional level?
On an institutional level, honestly, there's the failure to pick a secondary slash destroyer and keep to it rather than keep going. But shiny, but that could be better in this scenario, and we now think war's going to have this scenario. So we're instead of adapting what we're doing already, we're going to go for a new gun or a new. It's just the whole time it's chasing the shiny. And that's something which causes them a huge amount of trouble on a logistical level, an organizational level, and training level. And yeah, it's the chasing the shiny scenario.
The kind of stuff from some of the same issues the Lovecraft will have of we need all the different variants for all the different things.
Yes, but the thing is, the Royal Navy buys all these variants in large quantities, so it looks okay because they're logistically able to justify it, because they go, well, we have several hundred of X, Y, and Z. We sit there and going, well, yes, but you also have in terms of secondary main guns and destroyer guns, you have 3-inch, 4-inch, 4.5, 4.7, 5, 5.25, and 5.5. And that's only the ones which enter service, not the ones that the various types which are under development. There was a 4.2 and a 5.75 also under development at some point. You've got multiple marks of each of these. Yes, you've got hundreds, if not thousands of them. Yes. But oh my lord, could you pick one and stick with it?
What is first operated at 5.5? What is first operated at 5.5?
Those were came with Hood. And a few other secondary vessels had them as secondaries and cruisers, and they were looked at them for destroyers as well. And they were an interesting system for it, because they were basically the heaviest gun you could fit and still maintain the Royal Navy's style of operations. Oh, I've lost a turret. I survived losing a turret, though. I don't think the Monaco survives this battle. I lost a turret and I've survived. They haven't lost a turret yet, and they are in bad state. Yeah. And the Magpie Syndrome, I know. Well, yeah, it happens. It happens disturbingly a lot in history. But, yeah, the Royal Navy's other issue was, to an extent, and this is on an institutional level, they failed to manage Churchill when he arrived. They had this big beast politician turn up, and it's just at the point at which all their senior capable political admirals have basically worked themselves into the ground and are dead, and they cannot manage him. And that's why you get into some of the issues you do with him, and some of the decisions he does make, because he doesn't have the pushback he was expecting, so he feels like he's more vindicated. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so I have the idea of if you're not pushing back against it, that means you agree with it.
Yes. And that was really problematic for them to deal with. They didn't know how to deal with that at all.
He was definitely a complex figure, shall we say.
Yeah, the thing is, he's not necessarily bad, but he's used to operating in a scenario where he's getting pushback. He's used to... When he was previously in the Admiralty, he had Fisher there. Do you imagine he didn't get pushback the whole frickin' time? That's the thing. You sit there and go, well, yeah, he's used to having pushback. Well, you know, why should he expect pushback? Well, because that's what he had. Last time he was in this scenario, he was in... He was Prime Minister. He was there with Fisher. Fisher's going to give you pushback. Fisher does.
So you could say the war started at a really bad time because it starts at a point when the Royal Navy going through basically a change of the guard.
Yeah. Because they've died. You know, let's put it this way. If you had, with all the I've probably told you over the years about Admiral Henderson, if he'd been still there as Third Sea Lord, do you think Churchill succeeds in pausing capital ship and carrier conversion?
You might get
Maybe,
one, but not
it's
the
a
other.
lot less. Maybe it's a lot less likely. Oh, not in totality.
It's a compromise scenario where he pauses things like Anson and Howe, but things like Duke of York, King George V, Prince of Wales get finished on schedule. Probably the first three illustriouses get finished on schedule, and it's a case of, why are we pausing ships which are practically built? What moron do you want to be? Sort of thing. You're not pausing the whole force.
But there is sort of still that frigate effect of the Royal Navy with SW Doctrine just get reality checked in 1940.
Yeah.
Which is more likely, Alex? Is he going to pause battleships or is he going to pause carriers?
Who?
Churchill. If he's given the option, yeah, you can pause one. Which one?
He probably would pause the battleships. Because he knows there's a superiority in those and he's worried about air power. And they could basically tell him the aircraft carriers are part of all the sort of the operations we do.
Okay. How much of Churchill's fear of air power do you think actually came from his experience in the ongoing Battle of Britain in the early war?
Most of it came from his reading of papers prior to the war. It's one of those things is that as the war goes on, he gets more worried about the war at sea and submarine war, which he thought had been solved, like many people did, because of the development of ASDIC. And less and less, more and more comfortable with the air power, because the idea of the bomber will always get through didn't live up to history. If that makes sense.
I just had a thought then. Foxo, you said the Battle of Britain. He's not First Sea Lord when the Battle of Britain's going on.
But he is Prime Minister.
Yeah.
No. He's not Prime Minister until the fall of... almost getting towards the fall of France.
Yeah, but the Battle of
Britain comes after
the fall of France.
Comes after.
Yeah.
So he's First Sea Lord in 1939.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's also, he's on the ground in France during the fall of France.
Yes.
Because there's the famous quote of him asking the French general, what reserves do we have? And him getting the response, we don't have any.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also quoted again when he's in the command centre during the Battle of Britain. Which, I don't know if those are apocryphal, but...
No. The one about the Battle of Britain is true. He asked Keith Park.
Yeah.
And he's at Uxbridge, I think. And he asked Keith Park, and he said, no, that's it. Everything's up.
And it's because a lot of people, especially politicians, were operating under the rather faulty pre-war theories of area bombing.
Yeah. They had all sorts of ideas which turned out to be not true.
Because early in the Battle of Britain, they're working under the assumption that as the Germans don't do the damage they expected, they will switch to chemical weapons.
Mm.
Which never happens, but...
It's one of the reasons why they spend a lot of time explaining to the Germans just exactly how big our stockpiles are and let that information go through to the Germans quite quickly.
Okay, so we wouldn't have done that if it wasn't a legit concern.
No. They wouldn't have done that if it wasn't a very much a concern and fear.
Has anyone here actually read Trenchard and Mitchell's and that Italian guy's papers from the 20s and 30s on strategic bombing?
Yes, I read them all as part of my PhD process, and I'd read them all before that, actually, because I just wanted to see what I was dealing with. Why?
I've been listening to them in audiobooks, and it's kind of shocking how just unabashedly cruel they were planning on being.
Oh, yes.
Or assuming the bomber force would be.
Oh yeah, they are. They are basically talking in the nicest way. We talk about countries bombing campaigns today, and this is sometimes what I used to put in context. I get to give the students the actual what the theorists wanted to do in the 1920s, and I go, this was the theorists. These were the people who started this idea off.
And then you look and go, these people served in World War One, and
Yeah.
to them, anything to prevent World War One was justified, and it kind of showed.
Oh yeah. They were vicious.
Yeah.
They were absolutely prepared to be very vicious if they needed to be.
Like, they were willing to kill, in some cases, I don't want to say his name, the Italian guy. They were prepared to kill millions to stop World War One from happening.
Oh, he was basically, you're going to be dropping, each bomber will be dropping 100 tons of chemical weapons.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, that was basically his plan, and the bomb will always get through. So don't worry, it will automatically annihilate the population and stop wars. And that was what he felt that was worth it. It's one of the things I usually point out is you have to remember that was a period where the world was being ruled by people who were suffering from a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
A lot of trauma. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if you released that many buzz... Oh, we've answered that one. What am I theoretical American Tiger with torpedoes? I'll have a go at that in a second, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. See if we can't build a Tiger class. I think I'd have to build it in British to get a Tiger class hull. Let's see if the Spanish, the Begonia, can actually beat the Japanese. They have more 8-inch guns than I do, but I have 5.5 secondaries. A lot of them. So as I close to those, then I can do a lot of damage to them. Slowing down a bit, Alex. I'm not slowing down, I think. We've got 45 minutes to go, and I'm working through the warships, the UAD stuff. Mitchell lost the turret and survived. Obviously, BT was nowhere near that ship. No. I do not think BT was anywhere near that ship, because if he had been, that ship would not have survived.
Out of curiosity, how much effect did sort of the early and interwar ideas of strategic bombing, how much of an effect did that have on the naval air services, or what become them?
Not a lot, because if you think about it, naval air services are very much going for single-engine aircraft to operate from their carriers, and honestly, they're the antithesis. And most of the, what's actually worse is most of the air power theorists either ignored them or basically declared war on them as the enemy, as the biggest threat to the bomber doctrine, so they must be destroyed. And so you end up with the naval air power theorists almost rejecting a lot of the air power theorist work out of hand because they are the enemy, if that makes sense. So what they say must not be right. Or what they're developing is almost in the antithesis of it, of going, well, you're saying advocating this, so I need to advocate that.
Yeah, because it almost seems like they're going off the air power theory itself. It's like, I can almost see the argument that why would you need carrier-based aircraft if the strategic bombers already won the war for you?
Pretty much. And the next thing is, why have fighters? Because the bombers are going to get through. Why have air defense on your ships? Why waste the money when you could just have extra armor and hope that will sort of save you? And yet you have all these things. And that's what you do. You keep getting these things, you keep working on these things, you keep developing them and working them through and using them. And that causes the fights, because again, navies are mostly working on single-engine aircraft, air forces are mostly working on multi-engined aircraft by about 1930s. And, you know, the twin-engined medium aircraft, medium bombers especially, were very, very hot topics.
So, would you say that the effect in the 1950s of we don't need fighters or CAS aircraft, everything will be nuclear? Would you say that's a similar effect?
Oh yeah. So basically they're turning from the bomb wars get through to the missile nuke wars get through, so therefore what's the point in having any of this stuff?
Just not arguing the assumption that everything will immediately escalate to a nuclear war.
Yeah, you don't need weeks or months of stockpiled ammunition. What's going to go nuclear in a few hours? So what's the point? It's a waste of money.
It's very nihilistic.
Yeah, but that's literally was the foundation of our defence policy for many years. Before you got to the wars of choice doctrine, you had the war will go nuclear within a few days doctrine, so why have reserves? Why have X, Y, or Z? That's why you got rid of the Naval Reserve. That's why you got rid of all these things, was because there's no point. You're never going to have time to activate them because of the nukes are going to fly, so there's no point having them. There's no point having the forces to do a convoy organisation. You're never going to get the chance to do convoy. It'll go nuclear before you can have them. And yeah, we've got to keep up the theory the Americans will come here, but the reality is the Americans will never arrive before it goes nuclear. Those divisions will be caught in the Atlantic and will be bombed to smithereens by the strategic bombers.
You can't set the convoy from the nuclear bomber because the bomber always gets through.
Yeah.
Or at least one bomber will always get through.
Yes. One bomber's missile will get through. One missile from one of the bombers will get through, and that will destroy the convoy with a single nuke. And it really does take over after the 60s. It really does start to take over after the 60s.
How bad did it actually get then? I know it decimated the Air Force, but that was largely because of the state the Air Force and the Air Group was in at that point.
Yeah.
What effect did it have on the rest of the country in general, actually?
Well, think about it. Think about the amount of infrastructure spending and certain things which don't happen. Because what's the point in doing it? What's the point in spending money on anything when you're a few hours away from being destroyed? What's the point of thinking long term? Just put a short term fix on it. Just put something flashy on it. Buy the voters off and carry on, because you're not going to be. There's no long term. You're not going to be here in 10 years to actually have to account for it. So what's the point in worrying? And do you know what's worse? You still get that policy, those views coming through today sometimes in discussions about Russia and China. Yeah. There's no point spending on defence. There's no point spending on these things because, in the nicest way, if it ends up in a conflict with them, it'll just go nuclear and we'll be over.
Right, what, the last 70 years showing that's not going to happen?
That doesn't matter to the people, because in nicest way, if they can use it to justify not spending on something they don't want to spend money on, they'll use it.
So it's more of an excuse than an actual...
That's what the cynical part of me has believed, because then if you nicest way, if you turn around and want to spend on a specific area which they care about, suddenly they do want to put the money in, they do want to do the long term. And usually that comes in, well, just in case it doesn't happen, we want to do this. You sit there and go, well, realistically, the best way of preventing that actually happening is being able to secure yourself conventionally, so they don't want to start a conventional conflict, so you then don't have to resort to nukes. And the nukes deter their nukes, and mean they can't use their nukes to threaten overall your conventional force. And your conventional force can do enough damage to their conventional forces, they don't want to do it, so they don't do it, and they have conversation instead. I often try to explain to people, peace doesn't come through mutual weakness. Mutual weakness breeds fear, contempt, and risk. Mutual strength, that breeds discussions. If you both know you can hurt each other, you have incentive to talk about it.
It's just like strength breeds respect, respect breeds
peace.
Positive outcomes.
Yeah. Which is often why I tell people, if they want to actually have peace, you need to actually spend on defense. You need to actually want to have these things.
If you want peace, prepare for war.
Yes. It's been a saying since the times of Rome. It's not lasted that long because it was a stupid idea. And there are similar mottos in China, in Japan, in all sorts of ancient civilizations. The similar idea shows up. If you want peace, prepare for war. If you want to have peace, you need to be strong. So that people want to have peace with you. Run out of ammunition before sinking the enemy ship. Or being actually the enemy ship hasn't done any damage to me, and I haven't done any damage to them, really. That's just embarrassing.
I was just downstairs doing something in the kitchen, so I muted myself, but I did keep thinking in my head, Alex is talking about the Yes Minister joke.
Yeah? I know the one you mean.
About conventional forces, and he goes, it's much simpler just to push a button.
Yeah, it is. But do you actually want to be the person who pushes that button?
Well, that's the quandary hacker goes through, isn't it? In the episode.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can even make comedy about it, even when it's very dark.
I hope so. That's for the main purpose of the comedy.
Mm.
Well, if you notice, the only time Blackadder got...
Steve?
And then it was all played straight.
You cut out after got...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Right, you got the episode of Blackadder 4? Where it's all played for jokes in that last episode until they walk out of the dugout.
Yeah.
And then it all just played very straight. Because they weren't going to dishonour the fallen.
That was a very well scripted and very well acted episode. That is probably one of the most powerful scenes. I've used that in teaching. That scene.
Was ist das?
Blackadder 4 when they're going over the top.
I'll send you a link. It's bound to be on YouTube somewhere, Runon. I will send you a link.
We spent the entire episode trying to figure out how to get out of going over the top. And by the end of it, he's just accepted.
It's when you see 5 of the best comedic minds when it comes to acting in the UK's ever produced, and they suddenly go from laughs a minute to acting straight and just doing it dead seriously. And it's just, it has an impact beyond all the artistic movies and all those things you've had about the First World War. That's always played it better than any of the others, to my mind.
That's off to them. Yeah, I know what scene you're talking about. I've seen it.
You've seen it. Yeah.
Granted, not in the context of the entire episode, let alone the entire series, but I know what you're talking about, at least in a general sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you do need to see some of the other series to understand where the jokes are coming from.
Yeah.
Like the bit where there is a piece of turf on General Melchit's table, and he goes, right, okay, this is the ground we captured. What scale is it? 1 to 1, sir. And it's a 1 square yard of material. You know, it's it really.
Some of the stereotypes that come out of Blackadder are pretty annoying. It does sort of reinforce some of the stereotypes about World War One that aren't really true.
Well, actually, remember, Melchett isn't actually he's only a brigade commander.
Yeah.
General Haig does actually appear. He's played by Jeffrey Palmer. Because that's the bit. That is in that final episode where Blackadder is trying to get out of it by claiming to be mad. And he rings Jeffrey Palmer because he says, I remember I was with General Haig when he wasn't General Haig. And basically, it just turns out to be useless advice.
But the annoying thing of... I just despise how General Haig is played in Blackadder.
Well, he's only played once.
Yeah.
By Jeffrey Palmer. You can't look at General Melchett and basically go, "Oh, that he's taking the mick out of General Haig." No, because General Haig is actually a character in the series.
And also, it's one of the things that's interesting is Rowan Atkinson actually had done some work and had met General Haig's family. And one of the things was he did want him to be the butt of the jokes because he knew he did hear the sort of stories about Haig and how he'd felt after the war and the things he'd gone through and the stuff he dealt with. And it's kind of a case of Haig's made a bit of a scapegoat by the politicians. Let's put it this way. I don't want people thinking I'm going away saying he's the greatest general of all time. He was not, by any stretch of the imagination. But he's also not as bad as some of the histories will claim, do seem to try and push.
Politicians, if they thought he was bad, they should have fired him, and they didn't. So who's worse?
They would claim they tried to fire him, but they couldn't because of diplomatic reasons.
Which means that the Allies were standing up, believed Haig to be a good enough fit, that they were standing up for him.
Yes.
Or that the politicians were just too craven to do what needed to be done and take the foreign policy hit.
And yeah, it's basically a case of, it kind of suggests if the Allies are standing up for the man, he's probably not doing as bad a job as the politicians are trying to make out, because otherwise the others would be trying to get rid of him, wouldn't they? Because he's affecting their likelihood. Let's be honest. The French won't want a subpar ally in the situation they're in.
Alex, I want your opinion on this. do you think Monyash or Curry could have done at least as good, if not better, job? And the only reason why they didn't get the chance was they were colonials.
Not really. There were a lot of people trying to push Monash, etc., and all these things, but realistically they're pushing him because he's seen as Plummer's guy and being trained by Plummer. And they don't want to push Plummer because he's too loyal to... every time they tried to push him, he had basically told them, no, I'm not going against Haig because Haig's better for doing the job. Because he deals with the politicians and I don't want to deal with the politicians.
That's fair.
Like,
but I always thought they were kind of kept back because they were colonials.
That's certainly something which comes out in some of the colonial perception of their careers, but it's not really the case.
Okay. Go, Foxo.
There's one sort of things you have to give. Well, you don't have to, but you probably should give Haig credit for. It's the fact that he was basically writing the book on modern strategic warfare when he was in command. Because even though it is still trench warfare, it does change massively throughout his command. Including the foundations of what you'd call... Would you call what Haig did early mechanized warfare by 1917?
It is early. It is very early mechanized warfare. Yeah, in 1918, certainly, it's the 100 Days campaign. It definitely is.
It's stuff like the mechanized artillery tractors and the sort of starting use of trucks as actual transporters and armored cars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's getting there.
I've only got one criticism of Haig, but I'll come after you finish, Fox, because I didn't realise you hadn't finished.
It's just... I think the biggest irony of Haig's campaign is that both sides, you've had some of the best armed forces on the world, some of the most intelligent men of their time, facing off against each other. In a time when technology is changing incredibly quickly, but very stacked towards the defensive.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, my point is actually kind of connected to yours, which is once the wire goes down, the cavalry becomes useless. Mostly. Right? Because cavalry runs up to the barbed wire and goes nowhere and then gets machine gunned to death. And I think Haig holds on to the British cavalry in France far too long.
Yeah. Had
he sent that out to the Levant, he might have been able to clear the Ottomans with it. So I think he was holding on to a resource where it could have been better utilised elsewhere.
But he's holding on to it because he's always hoping he keeps making the case to do the attacks in the same places eventually he hits in the 100 Days campaign. Because he keeps going, I want to hit down here. And they go, no, you have to hit here to draw them off the French. I want to hit down here. No, you have to hit down there. No. It's just, it's a constant thing for him.
So because he desperately wants to do X, and the politicians won't let him, he's holding on to some of the best cavalry in Europe out of sheer buggery.
Because, no, if they let him do it, he needs that force. Because he can't do that.
But they're not letting him do it.
But he keeps hoping they're going to let him do it because it's the best way for him to save lives. Because they're making him attack in terrain which doesn't suit the attack. If he can attack in the terrain he can actually win in, he needs those cavalry to exploit it. And he keeps hoping they're going to listen to him and do what him and Plummer and a lot of the senior officers want to do. And that's what happens in the 100 Days campaign. They're let off the leash. Go do what you want to do. and it's bam, bam, bam. It's just constant rolling hits and artillery, and the cavalry break through.
Yeah.
Because
the cavalry don't break through, the infantry break through, which basically gets the cavalry through the wire.
Yes, and then the cavalry then break through the next lines before the with the tanks rolling in, etc. But the cavalry are the things that break through lines to stop the Germans being able to form up a defensive position to hold them.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
What does the damage? Is the tanks breaking through the line and the artillery just running through and overrunning the artillery
100%.
and making the German artillery position so much worse than it was previously when they're already outgunned. Now they lose the majority of their artillery to the British cavalry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my point is if the politicians aren't going to let you do that, the cavalry's basically sat there in the middle of France and isn't really doing anything.
He doesn't know that because he keeps making the case to try and get them to allow him to do it. So it's basically a case of if the politicians suddenly change their mind and let him do it, if he doesn't have the cavalry there, he won't be able to do it for months, and the politicians might change their minds again.
It's also the cavalry; they're not particularly useful on the attack, yes, but several times they are incredibly useful for plugging holes in the British line and being a period.
But you can do that with lorried infantry.
Yeah, but it takes some ages to get the lorried infantry.
Yeah.
They have the concept. They have the concept of lorried infantry a lot earlier than they actually have the number of lorries you need for lorried infantry.
Yeah.
And additionally, a horse in this time period is going to be a far more all-terrain vehicle than a truck is going.
And you see sort of the British cavalry pivot towards a more defensive, I suppose we'd call them mobile reaction forces nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're QRF force.
They fall into the traditional dragoon role of basically mounted riflemen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
But my argument is you can equally do that as well with the existing infrastructure that's already there with just infantry.
But you don't have that existing infrastructure. That's built up over the years. That doesn't exist in 1914. It doesn't exist in 1915. It doesn't exist in 1916. It exists by 1917. But the trouble is, by the time you're talking about 1917, you'd be sending the troops over there and then calling them back for 1918, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing that once he's allowed to do what he wants to do, it's just that middle part of the war where that cavalry just sits there.
Yeah, but
it's crying out for uses elsewhere.
But the things
they might have been even able to finish the Turks off and got it back before it was ever needed.
It's also, when it comes to the Levant, makes the Australians so effective in the Levant as their own cavalry.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm saying.
If you structure, they're using different species of horses that are built for desert environments. They're specialized outback riders. It's two different types of cavalry with two different doctrines.
Yeah, but it's not the horses that I'm worried about. It's the men themselves. If you can basically get the cavalry out there, more men, not worried about the horses, more men, then you've got waste of numbers for which you can do that campaign. You might not Turkey out of the war by taking, or certainly get them out of the Levant and get them up towards Anatolia.
And what does that? How does that help you win the wider war?
But it's also the campaign in the Levant's not defined by the British not having enough troops. The infrastructure in the area can't support the troops that are already there.
No, that would be the job of the Navy going down the coast, basically. Yeah, but that would be the job of the Navy in the Mediterranean to basically chug the supplies up and down the coast.
They were already doing that. They were already doing that, and the trouble is that was not. They didn't have enough of the right ships to do it because they had to use warships for doing it a lot, and warships are not good at transporting goods.
And
No, it's
how
not.
do you go
You-
inland? Because cities like Damascus, that are the main Ottoman focal points,
You are tied to the
aren't
coast,
on the
Boxo.
coast.
You are tied to the coast by doing it. But this is not like any other campaign that happened in the Middle East going back a few centuries. A lot of that's tied to the coast as well.
Yeah, but it's that sort of issue of, because of the advent of the railway, the Ottomans were able to move troops and supplies in the interior. They weren't bound to the coast.
No.
Which became a significant portion of the issue. So the British had
Well, that's
to
what
fight them in
Lawr-
the desert.
Well, that's what Lawrence was doing with his irregulars. He was basically handicapping the railway, let's call it.
Yeah.
It's a bit, but not to take away from what Lawrence was doing, the Turks
Lawrence
were...
is very good press.
Yeah.
Not
The
taking away
Turks
from what
were
he's doing, but
getting-
he has very good press.
was getting it together against the Arabs. And with the stuff like the advent of the armoured trains they were using, were able to significantly blunt the effect.
Remember, what he was doing most of the time was sabotaging the track stock, so the armoured train can't do anything against that.
The armoured trains, they were, because one of the things the armoured trains they started equipping them with was spare track and the equipment to quickly relay the track.
Yeah, but if you merely loosen the rails, you'll derail the train if you can't spot it.
Yeah. But I can't remember exactly what it's called, but they started actually... It's like, I have to do more reading into it, but there's like an entire thing. It's like a miniature arms race between the Turks getting better and better at rebuilding and protecting the railways.
Yeah.
I wish Dragon was 16 right now.
I am, yeah. Just
Yeah. But no, that would be my only that would be my only criticism, is that Haig is vaguely hoping that that's going to happen, and it isn't, and therefore those troops are, to my mind, it's the men, not the horses themselves, because why do you want to move the horses? You want to take the mountains which are most suitable for where you're sending them.
Yeah, but that means you don't have to train thousands of horses, which takes more time.
Well, that may be true.
And you've also got to acclimatise men to desert conditions.
And to the new horses.
Yeah.
And to new horses. And suddenly that's 6 to 8 months of retraining. And then suddenly you get the breakthrough needed in Europe and it's all useless.
I still see it as being a waste of resource.
In hindsight, I'd agree.
If you ask, if you keep asking the same question and expecting a different answer, it is a version of insanity.
Yes,
and I didn't say that.
It is true. That is a version of insanity, but it's also, how do I put this, a scenario they find themselves in.
Yeah,
and I would also say
I'm just basically making the case for that. I think it would be. I mean, equally well, you could use them in kind of a similar problem against German Southwest Africa, where basically you got this tiny force, which is actually part of the crew of Königsberg, manning the artillery that they've taken off the ship, basically running rings around the South Africans because the South Africans don't have enough troops.
I would also point out that there's a question about whether or not these, because from the sound of it, Steve's wanting to relocate this cavalry out to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
I would go for the Middle East first. I'll take away any chance of threatening the Suez Canal by basically kicking the Turks away from the Levant, getting them out of there. Because if you take enough of that, the Turks might drop out of the war.
And next one is
the question I would have.
I'm finished with the question.
Is there enough supporting infrastructure there to support this cavalry? Because cavalry is pretty resource intensive, especially in terms of
that
water.
Would be, I see where you're coming from, Bruno. Say somebody might say if it was said to me that actually it's not possible because of logistics, I would go, yeah, okay, I get the point. But nobody really has ever said logistics is the problem.
Hmm.
I'm definitely no horse cavalry expert, so don't go looking at me for saying that the logistics aren't there.
Yeah.
I know the logistics are a massive issue by the time the Aussies get there, and they get there relatively late. So I can't imagine things are much better earlier on in the war.
Yeah.
Because the Palestine region at this point is
a dust bowl.
One of the descriptions I've read of it at that time period was it was like going back to the Second Crusade.
Yeah.
With guns.
And both sides found out the hard way there just wasn't the infrastructure for such a fight there.
In inland, it is very much like that.
Full displacement will go for 50.
It's just not good terrain for anything. In some ways, in some ways you might look at it as being worse than Southwest Africa because it's just hotter. There's more grasslands and things in Southwest Africa where you might be able to feed your horses off the veldt. But it's gonna run out of fodder real fast because it's not the best of fodder. It's okay honestly, for the wildlife.
Horses are not just in water and efficient.
But the big issue with the campaign in the south, eastern parts of Africa, and even when you go to the campaigns in Tanzania, it's just malaria for both sides. And the fact that the disease was bad for people, it was worse for foreign horses.
Oh yeah.
Which is the reason why I said you don't take. This is the reason why I said you don't take your horses with you. Because as you said, the Australians, they were using horses that were conditioned for the heat come out of Australia. It's a case of, well, how many more horses have you got in Australia? Can we use?
That's actually one interesting thing about the horses from that time period in Australia. They weren't European horses. They were horses that were imported for the outback that came from Egypt and the Arabian area. They were Arabian horses. And one of the things that happens before the Confederation of Australia is there's a whole bunch of diseases that are brought into Australia by the importation of Arabian horses.
That's why the Australians to this day are not very keen on you importing anything into their country.
Yeah.
Because they've done it to themselves.
Yeah.
And it's like, but another one they imported around the same time was camels. And there's now a larger population of camels in Australia than there is in Africa.
Well, I don't think they got the camels from Africa. Didn't they get the camels from the Gobi Desert or something.
I'm going to lump that fact about the camels in Australia in the same bin as Saudi Arabia imports sand from Australia. So
Yeah, they
thank
also
you for
import
that.
camels. They also import camels from Australia.
Yeah. If you go to the camel races in Saudi Arabia, most of the recent winning ones have been ones which have been imported from Australia.
Australia also has quite an issue with feral and wild camels.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me
That have
started.
escaped into the outback and they've just gone native to Australia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And for the outback,
Because the terrain
camels are a
suits them.
perfect fit.
Well, their feet are basically very good on that red sand that Australia has. But I'm not sure they didn't come from the Gobi Desert. I'm not sure which one has the 2 humps and which one has the 1 hump. I'm not sure which way around it goes.
I think the Arabian and the Saharan camels are 2 humps.
Yeah, I think the ones in Australia might be the 1 hump thing. So they must be the ones that come from the Gobi Desert. Related but not the same.
No, probably not. By the way, if anyone wonders why this is measuring at 54,000 tons maximum, not 50,000 tons maximum, is I've just added in the amount I need for basically fuel and stuff, so that's full displacement rather than standard displacement.
It would really get you into Spring Shop. I think you would like Spring Shop.
I should do, but every time I start looking at it, I start going, this is going to take time to learn to do properly.
It's 1:30 in the morning, and I've got a team meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm going to disappear. All right.
Take care.
All right. And I've got a bit to do in the team meeting.
Good luck.
Bit of a drag. Yeah, I know. All right. So I'll see people at some point tomorrow. Or I'll be doing the job Paul's been doing at some point tomorrow.
Thank you.
But I say it. All right. All right. So I'll be back tomorrow, or back today, should we say?
Yes. I do believe it's technically today.
Yeah.
Okay, and also I just noticed Stevengo.
Yes.
The Charge of the Light Brigade was in the Crimean War, right?
Yes.
Which means there would be about 60 years at least between the Crimean War and the cavalry of World War One.
Yeah, and you have to remember the cavalry of that period, of the World War One period, had a lot of work put into into their development, and a lot of study had gone into them. They were not the cavalry that they had used to be, if that makes sense.
Like, a lot of cavalry of this period, aside from the actual dedicated lancers still, didn't... Fighting on horseback was their secondary method of fighting, not their primary.
No.
As it had been 60 years earlier.
A lot of them were used to things that had to quite a lot of work on their second. It was basically, if you consider a lot of the Royal Navy, a lot of the British cavalry are deployed in places like India, etc. on the borders. That's where Haig spends a lot of his time as a cavalry commander. He spends his time in India. And that's where that's where he's he develops his service record in India, doing cavalry patrols.
And sort of the cavalry the British take into the Raj is very much more in line with the cavalry of the English Civil War, where they're dragoons.
Yeah.
The horses are a mobility item, not a combat item.
Yeah.
And that's true for almost every army in World War One. times where the main exception to that rule is the Russians. And the Russian exception comes from the Russian recruitment of Cossacks in Ukraine.
Yep.